Hashtag C51. What kind of operation is this? Xiao Han's voice echoed in the air, but confused all the onlookers. Fuck. What is this operation? Why can't I understand it? Can anyone explain to me? What is going on? I am so shocked. Cao Cao ambushed him with hundreds of people. It's okay if he didn't retaliate, but why is he selling equipment on the spot? At this moment, all the players were depressed by this operation. At this time, someone in the crowd shouted, I offer 110,000. Sell me the silver ring. Everyone immediately turned their heads and found that it was Bao Fengrui who spoke, and they all shut up immediately. After the last auction ended, many players who participated in the auction slowly reacted that they were fooled by this adulterous couple. Although Bao Fengrui, the old cunt, bid a lot, the equipment he really bought was only the wolf tooth ring of 7,000 yuan at the beginning. And none of their equipment was bought for less than 8,000 yuan, and even several pieces were raised to more than 10,000 yuan. This guy has obviously already talked to Han Xiao, and now he is raising the price of the equipment. They are not that stupid. Moreover, although the attributes of this silver equipment are good, they are far inferior to the silver wolf fang. The silver wolf fang is a weapon, and it also has a special effect of breaking armor, so it is sold at a high price of 230,000. If the screaming ring is priced at 50,000 or 60,000, maybe they will intervene, but the price of 100,000 is really unnecessary. Han Xiao, I offer 110,000. Do you hear me? At this time, Bao Fengrui didn't care about the strange looks of others at all and shouted again, Sell it or not, you give me a word. In the center of the crowd, Wei Guo Chao was also confused by this wave of operations, frowning and looking at Han Xiao. 100,000 is actually not much for him. Compared with the screaming ring, it may be a little expensive, but he doesn't care. If he can really get a set of silver equipment, he doesn't believe that he can't break Han Xiao's defense. Seeing that Han Xiao didn't seem to be faking it, he asked in a deep voice, 100,000? Are you really going to sell it to me? Of course, 100,000 is 100,000. This is not an auction. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes, showing a hint of excitement on his face, and continued, although the price is a bit expensive at this stage, silver equipment can't be bought with money. It adds 95 points of attack. You really don't want it? At this moment, Cao Cao still didn't understand what Han Xiao wanted to do, but the transaction was a one-handed payment and the other hand delivered. He was really not afraid of being cheated, and said coldly, Humph, since you dare to sell, of course I dare to buy. As he said, he called up the control panel, clicked on the transaction, and put 1,000 gold coins on it. At the same time, Xiao Han ignored Bao Fengrui, put the screaming ring in his hand on it, and quickly completed the transaction. When Wei Guo Chao equipped the silver ring, he hurriedly said, Let's try again to see if it can break the defense. At this moment, not only Wei Guo Chao's face turned black, but the faces of all the players around him all turned black. What on earth is this guy doing? It's incredible. He actually sold it to Cao Cao. Looking at him, he doesn't seem to be short of money. Why is he always doing things that dig his own grave? The discussion echoed in his ears. Xiao Han didn't care at all and continued to urge, Hurry up. Come and try to see if you can break the defense. Frustrated by Han Xiao's weird request, Cao Cao had no choice but to swing his dagger and stab again. Immunity, -20. Two numbers, one white and one red, appeared again, making Cao Cao's face even gloomier. In front of so many people, 100,000 was spent, but it was useless. This is really embarrassing. The attack is not enough. Then take a look at this equipment. How about 70,000? The familiar voice sounded again, and at the same time the attributes of another silver ring were displayed. Wind-breaking ring, silver level 5. Attack plus 45. Strength plus 25. Agility plus 25. This is also a silver equipment which can be used at level 5 and add 70. Points of attack power. At this moment, not only Wei Guo Chao Chao, but also the surrounding players all stared with surprise. Another silver and a ring that specifically increases attack. At this time, Bao Fengrui, who was on the periphery of the crowd, touched Bao Feng with his arm and whispered, "See, all of them are silver equipment. It's true that they are all silver equipment, but why did he sell them to Chao Gao?" This behavior was not only incomprehensible to Bao Feng, but also to all the surrounding players. As for Wei Guo Chao Chao in the middle of the crowd, he no longer explored why this happened, because if Han Xiao didn't tell him, he would not know the answer. Chao Chao looked deeply at the people and the items, and said in a low voice, "You don't have to take them out one by one. Isn't it just selling equipment? Take them all out and let me see. As long as the price is right, I'll take them all." "Hey, I like people like you who are rich and powerful." Xiao Han chuckled, showed the equipment in the backpack, and continued, "What? Do you want all of them? If you want all of them, I'll give you a discount. How about 50,000 each?" At this moment, the silver light in the backpack was unbearable for Chao Chao of Wei, and even the other players around him were scolding. "Fuck, is this guy still human? 24 silver equipment. 50,000 each plus the 100,000 just now, damn, that's 1,300,000. Is perfect world theirs? The gap is too big. I haven't even gotten a bronze equipment. He's forcing me to rob him." The players around were talking about it, with deep jealousy on their faces, and they were a little eager to make a move, but when they thought of the series of immunity, they all quieted down. At this time, a small voice sounded in everyone's ears. "I want to know what that red armor is. Why its attributes are not displayed. Hashtag C52 just making trouble for me. Yes, what is the red armor? Why aren't its attributes displayed?" At this moment, all players had such a question in their minds. In fact, this can't be considered a question. As long as you are smart, you should have guessed it. It must be a gold equipment. The reason why it was not displayed was obviously that Han Xiao planned to keep it for himself and didn't want others to know its attributes. "Han Xiao, what is that red armor? Show it to us." "That's right. It's better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. Show it to everyone and let everyone see it together. Don't hide it. If you want to sell it at a high price, we can help you. Promote it with us." The noise around was getting louder and louder, and Xiao Han pretended not to hear it. When the blood armor was planned to be upgraded to level 20, he kept it for himself. Of course, it was best not to let others know its attributes. As for those people's requests, let them go to hell. Staring closely at Wei Guo Chao Chao, Xiao Han smiled and said, "How about it? Are you interested in a package? 50,000 apiece. This is the wholesale price." "Brother Han, I want to buy it at 50,000 apiece too." At this time, Bao Fengrui's voice sounded again, and he said with a depressed look on his face, "If it really doesn't work, 60,000 or 70,000 can also be negotiated. Why only sell it to Chao Chao and not to me?" At this moment, some other guild leaders not far from Bao Fengrui also had such a doubt in their hearts. If it's 50,000 apiece, they also want to buy it, and they can buy it in a package. These are all silver equipment, and some of them are even level 15. Even if they leave the novice village, they can be used for a long time. In the center of the crowd, Xiao Han remained unmoved by Bao Fengrui's offer, and insisted, "How about it? Do you want to buy it?" This strange scene immediately alerted Chao Chao of Wei. He narrowed his eyes, and refused. "No, I can't kill you no matter how much I buy, so I won't spend that money." After rejecting the deal, Chao Chao breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was very jealous of these equipment, the current situation was obviously wrong, and he had to see what was going on. At this time, some of the players watching the excitement around him also noticed something was wrong. They looked back and forth between Xiao Han and Chao Chao of Wei, trying to find out what was wrong, but they found nothing in the end. "Hey!" In the middle of the crowd, Xiao Han sighed, looked at Bao Fengrui with a depressed look and said helplessly, "Last time you and Bao Fengrui cooperated very well. Why are you just making trouble for me this time?" Making trouble? At this time, Bao Fengrui was confused. Is it wrong to help raise the price? He had to avoid the topic awkwardly and said with a smile, "Well, I really want to buy those silver equipment of yours. Let's talk about it later." After saying something to Bao Fengrui, Xiao Han turned his eyes to Wei Chao Chao. Again, his face turned cold, and then said, "I am flattered that such a big battle was set up to welcome me. Since you are not going to buy my equipment, we should settle the account between us." Xiao Han's low words echoed in the air, making the surrounding players excited. Since the Wei Guild shot a wave of arrows, the whole thing has gone astray, and now it is finally back on track. The most important thing they wanted to see was that Cao Cao of Wei and even the entire Wei Guild were all killed. Settle the accounts. At this time, Cao Cao of Wei was stunned, and his face suddenly turned ugly. He had always known that he and Han Xiao were enemies, but they had a good chat just now and even made a deal of 100,000 yuan. How could he kill someone? In the blink of an eye, seeing Han Zhao's windbreaking knife coming at him, Cao Cao of Wei did not dare to fight hard and immediately retreated backwards. "Run? Can you still run away at this time?" Xiao Han sneered, and at a high speed he immediately chased after him and slashed Cao Cao of Wei with a knife. -488. The moment the red damage value floated out, the players around him suddenly became quiet, and a gasp was heard. Damn! He cut off 488 health points with one sword. Can he be more perverted? Cao Cao's defense should be at least 100 points. How could this sword cause such high damage? Fuck, my health is less than 500 points. If I meet Han Xiao, won't I be killed in one sword? From the red damage floating above Wei Gua Cao Cao's head, a lot of things can actually be judged. The faces of other guild leaders who were watching on the side were extremely ugly. But at this time they were still lucky because Wei Gua Cao Cao's face was not just ugly. Quick! Rush up and save the boss. At this moment several familiar figures from the core players of Wei Gua Guild rushed over quickly. Xiao Han curved his mouth and slashed again. -491. As soon as the damage value came out, he started laughing and said, "Hey, your luck is too bad. Special effects again, special effects again. How many special effects equipment does this bastard have?" Cao Cao cursed in his heart, but he couldn't even move his feet. This strange state was not only discovered by the players of the Wei State Guild, but also by all the players watching the fun around. But now they are too weak to complain. At this stage of the novice village, this guy's attack power is actually over 600 points. It is not surprising if something else happens. -489. -72. The petrified Wei State Cao Cao, of course, could not avoid Xiao Han's attack. 2 red numbers floated from his head, and Xiao Han also heard the system prompt from his ear at the same time. But all the players around were in a daze. #C53 Han Xiao, this old bastard. Brother, pinch me to see if I'm hallucinating.
I'm fucking drunk.
Did Cao Cao eat shit before going out this morning? How could his luck be so bad? Even his underpants were almost blown out. Silver wolf fong, screaming wrist guard, wild wolf leather armor. I finally understand why Han Xiao, the old bastard, insisted on selling equipment to Cao Cao. The players around were talking about it, and Xiao Han quickly picked up the 2 silver equipment on the ground, as well as the glittering gold coins on the ground. At this time, on the resurrection altar of the novice village, Wei Gua Cao Cao was revisiting the old place. Just like the first time, he was only wearing a pair of white shorts. Oh, who is this? Ha ha ha, it's only been a few hours. How come Cao Cao only has a pair of underpants left? It's so funny. Hundreds of people went to ambush Han Xiao but ended up playing himself into it again. The players around the altar were talking about it, all with a look of gloating on their faces. This time, there were no other guild players around Weigua Chow Chow, and no one brought him a piece of clothing to cover his body. He could only walk down the altar naked, and at the same time he opened his backpack and took a look, and his face suddenly darkened. Because in his backpack, let alone equipment, there was not even a copper coin left. Han Xiao, I fuck your ancestors. Don't let me know who you are. A hysterical roar sounded in the novice village, and at the same time Weigua Cao Cao's face was completely distorted. Outside the demon flame cave, Xiao Han stepped back and avoided the Weigua guild players who rushed over. As for the bronze equipment on the ground, although it might still be worth tens of thousands, he didn't pick it up because his backpack couldn't hold it anymore. So many Weigua guild players rushed over, he definitely couldn't stop them. But as Xiao Han retreated like this, the eyes of the players watching the excitement around him immediately changed. Kill! Kill them! A loud shout rang out in the crowd, and nearly half of the players rushed over. They avoided Xiao Han and went straight to the place where the bronze equipment fell. There were 6 or 7 bronze equipment such as wolf tooth ring, wild wolf leather armor, wild wolf wrist guard, etc. in that place. The value of these equipment was not less than 7,000 yuan. At this moment, the players who rushed over were all crazy. However, they still subconsciously avoided Xiao Han because that guy was too abnormal, with an attack of up to 600 points, and few people could withstand his 2 attacks. The crowd was shouting and roaring, and soon they collided with the players of the Wei State Guild. Red damage numbers floated above the heads of many players, among which there were green +20, +50, and a few +100. Soon, the players who rushed to the front fell to the ground in groups, gradually turning into a phantom. There were many individual players who were killed, but the players of the Wei State Guild were not much better, and they retreated one after another. But it was not so easy to withdraw at this time, although they just wanted to keep the bronze equipment dropped by Chow Chow of Wei at the beginning. As the jealous individual players rushed in, it was no longer a matter of a few bronze equipment. On the periphery of the melee, many players with guilds did not participate. They looked at the scene not far away with complicated eyes. Although they were a little jealous of those bronze equipment, it would not be worth it if most of the core players died for a few pieces of equipment. At this time, Xiao Han just walked to Bao Fengrui's side, and immediately heard an admiring voice in his ears. Brother, your move is too awesome. You killed more than half of the players of the Weigua Guild without moving a finger. He is Feng Hu, one of the 4 great kings of the Crazy Dragon Guild. Bao Fengrui hurriedly introduced. But in the 9528 Novice Village, there are less than 10 players of the Crazy Dragon Guild. Oh, I've heard of it.
Xiao Han smiled avkvard ly.
He didn't know there was a guild called Crazy Dragon, but he couldn't say it too bluntly, so he had to perfunctorily say, I heard that your president is very powerful and very strong. Haha, of course. My eldest brother has always been the strongest. Feng Hu didn't hear the hidden meaning of Xiao Han's words, and continued to ask, Brother, how did you think of this method just now? It's so awesome. I still want to think about this? Xiao Han thought to himself, and at the same time looked at Bao Fengrui. Depressedly, this guy should understand. The bronze equipment on the ground was not thrown away by him intentionally, but purely because the backpack couldn't hold it. Otherwise, he would have too much money to spend. 7 or 8 pieces of bronze equipment are worth tens of thousands of dollars. But he couldn't say such things, so he could only laugh and say, It's nothing. I just had an idea and did it casually. The 3 chatted intermittently, and looked at the battle not far away. The players of the Wei State Guild had completely retreated, leaving more than 100 corpses, and also gave up the equipment that Wei State Chow Chow had dropped. With the withdrawal of the Wei State Guild, unorganized individual players began to fight. At this time, the bronze equipment on the ground had long been lost, but it didn't matter because more whiteboard equipment and black iron equipment appeared on the ground. Some of these equipment belonged to individual players and some belonged to the Wei State Guild. Every time a few more people died, there would be more unowned equipment on the ground, which also stimulated those players who were still hesitating, making the scale of the melee bigger and bigger. Brother Han, are you still selling those silver equipment? At this moment, a slightly excited voice came from behind him. Xiao Han turned around and found that although he looked familiar, he couldn't recognize who it was. There were some people following him, many of whom he had seen a few hours ago. They had participated in the previous simple auction. #C54 I want them all. Seeing these people appear in front of him, Xiao Han couldn't understand what they meant and hurriedly said with a smile, "Sell, of course I have to sell. Why do I need so many useless silver equipment? In the game Perfect World, there is no warehouse in the novice village, so the equipment you get is either sold at a stall or thrown to the system store. For many players, a backpack of 30 slots is actually enough because the explosion rate of equipment is really low. But for Xiao Han, a backpack with only 30 slots is a bit painful. As long as you kill monsters for 2 or 3 hours, the backpack will be full. Now if you don't sell all these equipment quickly while these guild bosses are here, there will be no place to store them when you go back. If you sell them at a stall like others, it will be difficult to sell them all in a short time. Because these are silver equipment, there are actually not many players who can really afford them, and now they are all gathered here. This is also a godsend." Xiao Han didn't think much, and directly took out the silver wolf's fang that had just exploded and said with a smile, "You should all be familiar with this equipment. If you want to buy it, just bid directly." The last time Bao Fengrui and Bao Feng cooperated with each other. It is impossible to replicate it again now because everyone is not a fool. So this time, Xiao Han did not ask Bao Fengrui to make a move and simply acted as the auctioneer himself. 15,000. As soon as he finished speaking, Bao Fengrui beside him immediately quoted a high price which made everyone frown. They looked at Bao Fengrui with serious eyes, and then someone raised the price. 15,000, 5,000. Someone was bidding. Xiao Han did not interrupt or urge, but just waited quietly. He has the talent of 100 times reward, and selling equipment will become a normal thing in the future, so it is still very necessary to have a good relationship with these people. He is not going to speak until the bidding is over. 17,000. At this time, a charming voice came to his ears again. Just hearing this made people feel like getting hard.
Xiao Han unconsciously looked at Xiao Han.
To be honest, even if he lives in the information age, he has watched countless videos and seen more beauties. But facing this top beauty, especially this close observation, he really can't hold it. In fact, Bao Bao is not worse than Ziyuan. Both of them are the top ones in terms of appearance, figure, and temperament. One is dignified and quiet, and the other is charming to the bone. For men, both are rare top-notch, but if they really have to make a choice, Ziyuan is better. Dignified and quiet is a state of mind that can only be viewed from a distance, and cannot be played with. If you have an idea that you shouldn't have, it is a blasphemy. But charming to the bone is completely different, and it makes people excited to think about it. However, after these 3 contacts, Xiao Han found that although Ziyuan's temperament is like this, her style of doing things is completely different, and it can even be said to be very conservative. The dignified and quiet Storm even said those slightly suggestive words in front of many people. Although it was mostly a joke, it was still said. This means that this is her nature. And the charming Ziyuan only said "little handsome boy" when she invited him to join the Ziyue Guild. At other times, she didn't even say a teasing word. Staring at Ziyuan with some curiosity, Xiao Han still felt that she was more charming. 200,000. At this time, another familiar voice came into his ears. Xiao Han turned his head and took a look, and immediately remembered it. This was the ghost who bid with Cao Cao of Wei State. He raised the price to 200,000 at once, obviously determined to win. Although this price is not very high, many people have already felt that it is not worth it and they have stopped. This dagger with armor-breaking special effects finally has a new owner again. After the transaction was completed, Xiao Han immediately took off a ring from his finger and said with a smile, "This is a sharp tooth ring. If you like it, you can bid for it." As he said that, he also showed the properties of the sharp tooth ring. Sharp tooth ring, bronze level 10, attack plus 28, strength plus 20, special effect. Petrification, 20% chance to petrify the target for 1 second, cooldown 30 seconds. When the people around saw the properties of this equipment, they immediately discussed it in shock. Damn! Another special effect equipment? Chow Chow not long ago should have been hit by the petrification special effect, so he was killed with 2 swords. Although it is only a bronze equipment, the special effect is really good. There are many big guys in the crowd who like this equipment, and someone immediately shouted, 50,000, I'll bid 50,000. For a bronze equipment with special effects, this price is not high, and it is even a bit low. Because the equipment has special effects, it can often be used as a skill. For example, if this petrification is effective at a critical moment, it can sometimes even turn the tide of a battle. 55,000. There are many players who know the value of the item. Some are raising the price, and some even directly raise it by 5,000. 58,000. With the continuous bidding of many players, the price of the sharp tooth ring is soaring. In the eyes of many people, its practicality even exceeds that of a silver equipment. Xiao Han was happy to see the scene, so he didn't say anything and just watched quietly. I'll pay 100,000. At this moment, a strange voice came from his ear. I want all your silver equipment. Each piece is worth 100,000. Hashtag C55 Jing'an Guardian. The sudden voice not only stunned Xiao Han, but also all the guild bosses beside him. These days, money is really hard to make. Even if you have a lot of money, you can't waste it like this. As the crowd slowly parted, a 30-year-old strong man walked in and continued, with a smile, all bronze equipment is 10,000 yuan each, and those with special effects are 100,000 yuan. There is no limit on the purchase. If any one of you wants to sell, you can bring them all over. So arrogant. At this moment, many players only had this thought in their minds.
Xiao Han
Stared at the strong man who suddenly appeared in front of him, but felt
familiar.
Who is he? I seem to have seen him somewhere. In perfect world, body shape and appearance cannot be adjusted. What you look like in reality is what you look like in the game. This game was just launched today, and he and this strong man must have never met before. Then the remaining possibility is nothing more than seeing him on the internet. Or in Jing'an City. Hey, isn't this guy Guohuai? Yeah, now that you mention it, it's true, but how can he have time to play games? It's not surprising if it's him. People kill a mutant beast for tens of thousands, and such a small amount of money is nothing to him. In the crowd around, some people recognized who this strong man was, and some people were confused and didn't know who Guohuai was. But Xiao Han stared with an incredible look. It's him. If he hadn't heard others mention it, he really wouldn't have thought of such a person, because when he watched the video, he was just one of many soldiers. Because he killed a level 3 mutant dog independently, he appeared in the promotional video for 3 seconds. This is an unfortunate person. Like him, the city where he lived was captured by mutant beasts, and almost all his relatives and friends died. And he was lucky. On the way to Jing'an, his body evolved and became a power type level 1 evolver. Now 3 years later, he is already a level 3 peak evolver, and he may break through to level 4 at any time. With such strength, even in Jing'an City with a population of more than 20 million, it can at least be ranked in the top 100. Because in Jing'an City, there are less than 100 evolvers with strength above level 4, about 70 or 80. Among them, level 4 evolvers account for the vast majority. Level 5 evolvers are less than a handful, and level 6 evolvers are only one. People like Guohuai are the main force to protect Jing'an and have been guarding ordinary residents in the city. If it weren't for them, even with cannons, tanks, airplanes, and even missiles, Jing'an City would have fallen long ago. Mutant beasts above level 4 are extremely fast, and it is almost impossible to hit them with tanks, airplanes, or even missiles. Therefore, these high-level mutant beasts can only be dealt with by high-level evolvers. If they really can't be dealt with, they can only use missiles to wash the ground, or even use nuclear bombs to completely wipe out all living things in this area. After finding out that this was a level 3 evolver, and even the protector of Jing'an City, Xiao Han threw the ring in his hand over without hesitation, and said with a smile, "If other people want to buy it, I will definitely not sell it without 100,000 yuan. But you are different. If you need it, just take this ring." After saying this, not only Guohuai was stunned, but also other players around him, as well as some guild bosses, were stunned. They all looked at Xiao Han, not understanding what this meant. "Brother Han, we agreed to bid." "That's right. You were not being kind." Several people around who had ideas about the sharp tooth ring persuaded Xiao Han to withdraw his decision. But at this time, Guohuai had already reached out and grabbed the flying ring, but his brows were slightly frowned, and he didn't understand the current situation. Xiao Han didn't care about the reactions of these guys, and then said, "For silver equipment, I'll give you a wholesale price of 5,000 yuan each." At this time, several angry voices immediately sounded behind him. "Fuck! 5,000 for one. Why the hell is that? That's right, such a low price. What's the difference between giving it away for free?" At this time, although Guohuai was holding the sharp tooth ring in his hand, his eyes became more and more puzzled. He looked at Xiao Han deeply and said, "Why, I need a reason. The price of a piece of silver equipment has changed from 100,000 to 5,000. Although he is very tempted, he can't accept this benefit for no reason. More importantly, he can earn 100,000 just by going out of the city. It's not worth it to owe such a favor for the money to buy equipment." Playing with the ring in his hand, Guohuai continued, "If you don't explain clearly, I won't accept this kindness. There's no special reason." Xiao Han smiled, but he didn't expect to be rejected. He immediately explained, "I live in Jing'an. Is this reason enough? You bought so many equipments, obviously not for your own use, but for the soldiers under you. They have so many casualties every year in order to protect Jing'an City. Now that they need these equipments, I am willing to give them to them for free." Xiao Han didn't care much about these equipments. With his talent of 100 times reward, the worst equipment that was dropped was at least bronze. There were only more than 20 pieces of silver equipment, and they could be dropped again with just a flick of the finger. And now Guohuai actually spent a huge amount of money to purchase equipments, which made him more curious, but some things could not be asked randomly, so he could only bury this curiosity in his heart. "Hee, you are very good." At this time, Guohuai smiled and said, "In this case, let me tell you a piece of news. #C56 don't think about it." "Humph, you want to take advantage of such a big advantage when everyone knows this news." Before Guohuai could say this news, the crowd was forcibly separated. Several figures in white cloth, under the protection of several players of the Moyan Guild, slowly walked over. This time, everyone's eyes were all glared, revealing a touch of horror. "Isn't this Xing Kai from the Magic City? How could he appear here?" "That's right, this guy is a level 6 evolver. How can he still have time to play games? Don't just stare at Xing Kai. Look at who is behind him. Damn. Peng Lei, Wu Nanfeng, Yun Yuyu. How come they are all here?" Amidst the discussions, Xiao Han frowned. He also knew these people. They were heroes of the Magic City. There were overwhelming promotional videos of them on the internet. Every time the mutant beasts attacked the city, they would rush to the front. Except for Xingkai, who was a level 6 evolver, the other 3 of these 4 people also had the strength of level 5 evolvers. Originally, he still had some respect for such a person, but Xingkai just appeared and spoke with a strong smell of gunpowder, which made him a little unhappy and frowned slightly. Xingkai and others did not stop at all, and walked quickly to Guohuai, saying, "Tell Jiangxia that I want all these equipment. If he is not satisfied, you can come to Modu to find me." Then he turned to look at Xiao Han and said indifferently, "Han Xiao, you have to sell all your silver equipment to me, 200,000 each. I also want that bloody armor. Count it as 2 million. As he said, he directly clicked on the transaction, put in 100,000 gold coins, and then said, "Give me the wind-breaking knife in your hand, count it as 3 million. At this moment, Xiao Han suspected that he had some hallucinations and looked at Xingkai in disbelief. What is this forced buying and selling? Just because you are strong, you can be so unscrupulous? But this is in the game. Let alone Xingkai, even if there were 1,000 of them, Xiao Han would be confident that he could destroy them all but a pair of shorts. The hero of the Magic City was actually such a person, which really surprised him. This was far from the Jing'an soldiers he knew and the heroes promoted by Jing'an. Xiao Han closed the trading interface casually, and was too lazy to pay attention to him. He turned around and traded with Guohuai, putting all 23 silver equipment into the trading box. He didn't plan to sell the remaining stone ring now. This was a special effect. Equipment that he wanted to keep for himself. Seeing Guohuai's dazed look, Xiao Han smiled and said, "What are you doing? Pay me quickly. 23 silver equipment. A total of 115,000. Don't take the change. Just give me 110,000. You." Seeing the equipment on the trading box, Guohuai was a little confused. When Xingkai appeared, he had already planned to give up these equipment. The strength of Jing'an City could not be compared with that of the Magic City. Whether it is economic strength or high-level combat power, the two are far apart. Although he can take out 10 million, it will not be as easy as Xingkai, and he does not have the confidence to compete with these guys in the Magic City. After all, the opponents are all evolvers above level 5, but he did not expect that Han Xiao is more courageous than him. At this point, he couldn't be timid anymore, so he said, "Are you sure that today's matter is not just about selling a few pieces of equipment? Are you rejecting me?" Before Guohuai finished speaking, Xingkai's face quickly darkened, and he said in a cold voice, "No one has ever dared to refute my face like this. You are the first. I advise you to think it over and make a new decision. Consider it." At this point, Xiao Han was even more dissatisfied with Xingkai's attitude, and directly scolded, "I am from Jing'an. Can you still cross thousands of kilometers to kill me? If you can't, don't say such nonsense to threaten me. As for the game, don't say that I look down on you with your thin arms and legs. I can beat 1,000 of you. The straight-line distance between Jing'an and Modu is about 3,000 kilometers. Even if Xingkai has the strength of a 6th-level evolver, he has no ability to come to Jing'an from the ground. As for flying from the sky, it is indeed possible, but this is not something that ordinary aircraft can do. There are many flying mutant beasts in the sky, which are more dangerous than those on the ground. At present, only Kyoto has this kind of aircraft, and there is only one. In order to kill a small fry like him, Xiao Han doesn't think this guy has the ability to mobilize the aerospace aircraft in Kyoto. So he didn't care about Xingkai's threat at all, and said directly to Guohuai, "What are you doing? Don't you dare to take it? Ha! You are so brave. This is the man of our Jing'an." Guohuai laughed loudly, and also ignored Xingkai's fiery eyes, put 24,000 gold coins and said with a smile, "How much money it should be, that's how much money it is. I can't let you suffer a loss. I appreciate your kindness, but I can buy a silver equipment for 100,000 yuan, which is really a good deal for me." At this moment, Xiao Han finally confirmed that something he didn't know must have happened, which made these evolvers enter the game and buy equipment at high prices. But since he said 5,000 yuan for a piece of silver equipment, he didn't intend to change his words. He looked at Guohuai and reiterated, "You gave too much. I said 110,000, and that's 110,000. If you insist on 100,000 per piece, don't do this deal." "Haha, in that case, then I thank you on behalf of my brothers." Seeing the determination in Han Zhao's eyes, #C57 just stay in Jing'an. Guohuai's voice was not loud, but it sounded like thunder in the ears of the surrounding players, and the noisy discussions quickly spread around. "What did you say?" 23 people who successfully changed their jobs. 18 of them became evolvers. This is too much. Even if it has an impact on the real body, the ratio won't be so high. If the ratio is really so high, wouldn't Kyoto be able to pull out hundreds of millions of evolvers? Is the threat of mutant beasts solved just like this? Hearing such news, many players sneered, and they were willing to believe that the news was true, because in that case the survival pattern of mankind will be changed. With a ratio of 78% of evolvers, every existing city can easily pull out millions of evolvers. If there is such strength, the threat of mutant beasts will no longer exist. So why should they stay in the city all the time? But reason tells them that this is impossible. Perfect world is just a game. Even if there are some effects, it should not be so against the sky. You have to know that, in reality, the proportion of evolvers has always been very low, even less than 1 in 10,000. Although such news is shocking, it sounds ridiculous. At this time, Xiao Han, Bao Fengrui, and some guild leaders were all stunned. After hearing such news, they didn't believe it either, but the one who said this news was Guohuai. He was not an ordinary person, so there was no need to fool them with this matter. More importantly, Xingkai also mentioned this news when he appeared, and even showed a momentum of determination to win this batch of silver equipment. This made Xiao Han, Bao Fengrui, and some guild leaders around them gradually feel that this matter might be true. I know this news sounds unreliable and you don't have to believe it, but you must complete the job transfer task as soon as possible. After everyone slowly digested the news, Guohuai continued, "The proportion of evolvers is actually not as high as you think. In each novice village, the first player to complete the job transfer has all become an evolver, and I haven't heard of anyone failing. The proportion of the top 3 is also very high, reaching more than 90%. There is no novice village that can have more than 10 players complete the job transfer during this period, so the data for the top 10 has not been counted yet. But even if I don't say it, you should be able to guess that the conversion rate of evolvers continues to decline as the number of job transfers increases." After listening to this explanation, the eyes of some guild bosses around changed, revealing a hint of excitement. As the news spread quickly around, the number of players nearby quickly decreased. "Boss, let's go too." "That's right, no matter if it's true or not, there's no harm in trying. We can't compete for the top 10, but we still have a chance in the top 100. I think the probability of transforming into an evolver is at least 10%. The crowd talked a lot and quickly ran towards the direction of the novice village. Even the crowd fighting below was slowly decreasing. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes and a hint of excitement flashed across his face. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be the first number 9528 to complete the job change. By that time, he will also become a first-level evolver. Thinking of this, Xiao Han no longer wanted to stay in this place and hurriedly said to Guohuai in front of him, "If that's the case, then we'll have a chance to talk later. I have to hurry up to take the job transfer task." "Well, then you go quickly." Guohuai laughed and continued, "I have to leave too. My brothers are still waiting for these equipment. If there is a chance, I will find you, and then we will have a good chat." "Okay, I'll wait for you to come." The two shook hands and added each other as friends. Xiao Han did not tell his address, and Guohuai did not ask. As long as he is in Jing'an, it is not too difficult to find someone with his ability as a level 3 evolver. As Xiao Han and Guohuai left, Bao Fengrui, Crazy Tiger, and some guild bosses around him also left. In this fucking era, the temptation of becoming an evolver is something that no one can resist. At this time, Xing Kai and others who failed to buy equipment looked very ugly, and they were so gloomy that they almost dripped water. Heh! He dared to say that he could beat 1,000 of me. How arrogant! Xing Kai sneered, looking at the figure that was slowly disappearing, his eyes full of coldness. If it were in reality, he could kill the kid by picking a leaf at random, but it was not possible in perfect world. Without the blessing of equipment, no matter how superb his fighting skills were, it would be useless because he could not break the defense of Han Xiao, and all his attacks were in vain. Just like those guys in the Wei State Guild, no matter how many people there were, they were just a dish. So in this case, of course, he would not act easily, but today this feud was formed. If he wanted to retaliate, it was actually very simple. It was nothing more than some equipment. As long as there was money, whether it was silver or gold equipment, it could be bought, and what he lacked the least was money. With a flash of cold light in the corner of his eyes, Xing Kai said coldly, "Ali, go and get me a set of silver equipment, preferably gold-level weapons. I want to kill this kid so that he can't leave the novice village." "Lord Xing, this matter still needs your personal help. Leave it to us." At the same time, not far from the resurrection altar in the novice village, Cao Cao of Wei State flashed a trace of excitement on his face, looking at the screen in front of him, and asked, "Are you sure he really lives in Jing'an?" Of course, this is what he said himself, and many people heard it. "Okay, in Jing'an." #C58 Stormwind City. More than 10 minutes later, Xiao Han returned to the novice village again, and also saw the familiar white-bearded old man. He did not hesitate at all and immediately took out the letter from his backpack. At this time, the village chief, who was surrounded by many players, immediately turned his head and looked over, and then hurriedly shouted, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way, all of you! In this tiny village, there are so many things that need help from others." As he spoke, he pushed through the crowd and walked towards Xiao Han. And this scene fell into the eyes of many players around, making them all stare with their eyes wide open, with an unbelievable look on their faces. Xiao Han had seen this situation before and was not surprised at all. Since he knew the news about the Evolver, he wanted to change his job more and more urgently. Of course, he didn't want to delay anymore, so he immediately stepped forward a few steps and handed over the letter in his hand. Ding! The task handover was successful. When the village chief took the letter, Xiao Han heard the prompt sound of the task completion. Then, another series of sounds rang out. Ding! You have perfectly completed the task of rescuing Ningwu, and you have obtained 10,000 experience points, which has triggered a 100-fold reward. You have obtained 1 million experience points. Ding! Your level has been raised to the upper limit and you can no longer obtain experience points. Please complete the job transfer task as soon as possible to increase the upper limit of the level. Ding! You have perfectly completed the task of rescuing Ningwu, and you have obtained 100 gold coins, which has triggered a 100-fold reward. You have obtained 10,000 gold coins. Ding! You have perfectly completed the task of rescuing Ningwu, and you have obtained a gold equipment storage bag, which has triggered a 100-fold reward, and you have obtained a diamond equipment space ring. Hearing a series of reward sounds, Xiao Han was happy, but not excited. 10,000 gold coins are a lot. If converted into real currency, it is a full million. If there is no perfect world game, he should not be able to earn so much in his life. There is also a space ring, which is a diamond equipment. At this stage, people who can explode this level of equipment are not to say that there are no people at all, but they are definitely rare. If it were sold, its value would definitely not be less than 10 million. If it met a rich man like Xing Kai, it would be possible to sell it for 20 million. or 30 million. When he wanted to force the purchase of the windbreaking blade just now, the price had already reached 3 million, and this was just a piece of gold. Equipment. In theory, he should be excited about such a big harvest this time, but compared to becoming an evolver, these things are not worth mentioning. Ignoring the gold coins and equipment in his backpack, Xiao Han looked at the village chief's serious face and said quickly, "How is it? Is the situation very serious? Is there anything I can help with? Alas, I didn't expect that this day would finally come." The village chief sighed, looked at the back mountain with a bitter face, and slowly said, "With your current strength, you can't help much. But Ningfeng, the demon envoy, is very optimistic about you and said that you are a promising talent. I also believe in his vision. I hope that one day you can be like him and take it as your responsibility to save the people of the world." The village chief's words immediately made Xiao Han understand that there is still a follow-up to this task, and he quickly said, "Don't worry, I am also a part of the people, and I will never let those monsters wreak havoc on the world." "That's good. Take this letter." After speaking, the village chief took out a letter from his arms, and Xiao Han quickly reached out to take it. "Ding, you get Wang Dehai's recommendation letter, triggering 100-fold reward, and you get Wang Dehai and Ning Wu's joint recommendation letter." At this time, Xiao Han finally knew that the white-bearded old man in front of him was called Wang Dehai, and the recommendation letter has also become a joint recommendation letter, which will obviously bring him different benefits, but it has nothing to do with the job transfer task. If he can't transfer, he can't become an evolver, which makes him a little anxious. If he continues to drag on like this, the first job transfer in Novice Village, number 9528, may not be him. At that time, there is no 100% success rate, and whether you can become an evolver depends entirely on luck. Looking at Wang Dehai's still bitter face, Xiao Han hesitated for a moment, and just as he was about to ask, another system prompt sounded in his ear. "Ding, you have completed the test of Village Chief Wang Dehai, and the teleportation array has been opened to you. Please leave Novice Village No. 9528 as soon as possible and go to a wider world." Hearing this system prompt, Xiao Han was stunned for a moment and suddenly a little confused. When Perfect World was first promoted, the information on job transfer was indeed included in the materials, but the introduction was not detailed. But he remembered one thing very clearly, that is, only after completing the job transfer task, he would have the authority to leave the Novice Village. Now, although this reminder did not explicitly indicate that he had completed the job transfer task, the meaning expressed in it was already obvious. Could it be that the task of rescuing Ning Wu is the job transfer task? At this time, Xiao Han had to think so, and at the same time a look of excitement appeared on his face, and he hurriedly walked towards the direction of the teleportation array. Because each teleportation array of the Novice Village is connected to a large city. As long as he can enter the city, he can choose a professional temple to join, and officially become a professional. Perhaps at that time, his potential will awaken and become an evolver. Thinking of this, Xiao Han turned and ran towards the teleportation array of the Novice Village, even forgetting to say goodbye to Wang Dehai. The teleportation array was right next to the resurrection altar. It didn't occupy a large area. It was a circular array with a diameter of about 1 meter, and there were many complex patterns carved on it. At this time, Xiao Han didn't have the mind to observe these, and stood on it directly. At the same time, a light screen appeared in front of him with a map on it, marking the names of hundreds of cities, but they were almost all gray. But fortunately, there was a city with a green name. It was called Storm City. #C59 Warrior Temple. His hand reached out and tapped Stormwind City. Xiao Han felt that his eyes suddenly lit up, and then he heard hurried footsteps. He quickly looked around and found that he was standing in a magnificent hall, which should cover an area of more than 100 square meters. At this time, the light on the teleportation array kept flashing and people came out from time to time. As soon as these people appeared, they immediately ran out of the hall in a hurry. Xiao Han knew why. Since he could get this news from Guohuai, others could also get the same news from other places. No ordinary person is willing to give up the opportunity to become an evolver. Players who can enter Stormwind City at this time are basically the best in each novice village, and they are only one step away from becoming an evolver. At this time, of course, they have to become professionals as quickly as possible. Looking at the hurried appearance of these people, Xiao Han no longer hesitated and immediately followed them. At the moment, there is nothing more important than joining a temple and becoming a professional. Fuck! This Stormwind City is too big. In less than 10 seconds, several people who ran out of the hall together were all stunned looking at the city in front of them. This is a huge city with no end in sight, and countless towering buildings are rising from the ground. In the sky, there are more than a dozen griffins patrolling in groups, and the figures of knights can even be vaguely seen on their backs. Xiao Han's eyes flashed, and he immediately ran down the stairs in front of him, because at this time, he has seen the professional temples in the distance, which are the most conspicuous buildings nearby. They are the Red Warrior Temple, the Purple Mage Temple, the Cyan Archer Temple, and the Yellow Knight Temple. At the door of each temple, there are several black statues with their own characteristics. He hesitated for a moment, and then quickly ran to the Red Warrior Temple. In fact, Xiao Han has never seriously considered which profession to choose, but according to his current situation, changing to a warrior is the most suitable, because when he upgraded before, he added all the free attribute points he got to strength. In this way, if he chooses to become a mage, these free attribute points will be wasted. As for changing his job to a knight, this is something he has never thought about, because the development direction of the knight is high defense and high blood, and low attack. It will be very difficult to challenge the boss alone. But he has a top-notch talent with 100 times reward, and challenging the boss alone will become the norm in the future, so the knight was excluded from the beginning. Then there is the archer. He does have some ideas about this profession, but after thinking about it, he still feels that it is not suitable. Because the archer's body is too fragile, he has offended the Wei State Guild, and just offended Xingkai. A profession with a too fragile body cannot withstand a group fight of many players. Only the warrior is the most suitable, who can resist, fight and run. Thinking in his heart, Xiao Han has come to the square in front of the warrior temple. I didn't see it clearly when I was far away just now, but now I realize that these statues on the square are all warriors with names. They were wearing armor, holding swords, and looked mighty and domineering. There were introductions of them on the statue base. Xiao Han took a look and found that they were all human heroes who resisted the invasion of the demons thousands of years ago, and each of them had the strength of a god of war. Looking at these human heroes, a trace of respect flashed in his eyes. Although this was just a game, they, like Jiangzhe, Guohuai and others, were fighting with all their might for the survival of mankind. After watching these statues for a while and seeing someone coming, Xiao Han immediately walked quickly to the gate of the warrior temple. During this period of time, there were indeed not many players who could come to Stormwind City, but a few could still be seen from time to time. Although the total population of humans has dropped by half in the past 10 years, the base number is still very large. Take the Yanhua country where he is, for example, because the crisis was handled in a timely manner. The total population that can be counted now is about 800 million. The city of Kyoto alone shelters nearly 200 million people. Therefore, in Yanhua country, the total number of players who are capable of entering perfect world, excluding the elderly and children, should not be less than 300 million. With such a large base, there are certainly many who have adventures and abilities. Without paying attention to the player behind him, Xiao Han walked quickly into the gate of the temple. But the scene inside made him stunned. Because although there were many people in the hall, judging from their attire, they were obviously not the staff here. This made him a little confused, and he didn't know where to go to change his job. However, after observing the surroundings, he soon found a large map on the wall not far to the right, which was the layout of the warrior temple, and immediately walked over quickly. According to the introduction on the map, this warrior temple has a total of 7 floors, but only 4 floors are currently open to them. The first floor is the place to issue tasks with 3 areas, and different levels of tasks are issued for different levels of warriors. If you want to change your job, you have to go to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors, which correspond to the 3 levels of warriors, namely beginner, intermediate, and advanced. After observing all this clearly, Xiao Han did not hesitate and immediately walked towards the stairs. With a detailed map, he quickly came to the 2nd floor and found the job transfer place marked on the map. Looking at the closed wooden door in front of him, Xiao Han hesitated for a moment, but still stepped forward and knocked gently. Dong! 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 As the wooden door was knocked, a woman's voice came from inside. Come in, the door is not locked. Is it a woman? Xiao Han was a little surprised about this, because the person in charge of the job transfer must be a warrior and must be a mid-level warrior or above. For women, they generally choose to become archers or mages. It is extremely rare for them to directly transfer to warriors. However, whether it is a man or a woman, it will not affect his job transfer. So he pushed open the wooden door and walked in directly. #C60 Warrior Book. The space behind the door is very open, about 80 or 90 square meters, and contains more than 10 kinds of training equipment. At this time, there was a woman about 1.8 meters tall on the left side of the room, with her back to him, holding a stone lock in both hands, squatting down together. Although she was wearing a loose white exercise suit, every time she squatted, her raised butt would make the suit very tight. Standing at the door and seeing this scene, Xiao Han's lower abdomen suddenly felt hot, and his expression was a little embarrassed. He didn't know if he had been hungry for too long, but he still had impulses towards the NPCs in the game. However, although the face of the woman in front of her has not yet been seen, the lines on her back are extremely graceful. Through her raised arms, you could even vaguely see the plump breasts in front of her. This gave him a sense of expectation, and just as he was about to say something, a set of data suddenly appeared in the corner of his eye. Lu Yen, Senior Warrior Level 50, HP, Strength, Intelligence, Agile, Physical Strength, Energy. Seeing such attributes, Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, and immediately retracted his gaze from his buttocks. This is a high-level warrior. Even if his equipment is pretty good and he even has a piece of dark gold equipment, if he offends the woman in front of him, he may be killed instantly. Standing at the door, he waited quietly. In less than 2 minutes, Lu Yen put down the stone lock in his hand, wiped the sweat from his forehead, then turned around and said, "Are you here to change jobs?" The sound that reaches the ears is not loud, giving people a soft and waxy feeling. Just listening to it, I even have the urge to fall in love. After seeing Lu Yan's face clearly, Xiao Han immediately cursed in his heart. Damn it! Those guys who designed the game are all perverts. The Lu Yen in front of her was so beautiful, almost unreal, as if she was a woman who had stepped out of the 2nd dimension. Forget it if it is a PC game or a mobile game. After all, the characters in the game are beautiful, but they are all false. There is no 3-dimensional sense, and the sensory stimulation will not be very strong. But Perfect World is different. Its degree of simulation is so high that it is almost indistinguishable from reality. The Lu Yen in front of her, whether in terms of figure, appearance, or temperament, has reached an amazing level. What the hell? The design is so beautiful. How can I find a wife in the future? Cursing again in his heart, Xiao Han quickly looked away, not daring to take another look, but he still replied, "Yes, I want to be a warrior." A warrior who is as brave and fearless as Lord Duanyuan and kills the demons. Back into the abyss. When he first entered the warrior temple, he took a look at the statues in the square, and the statue of Duanyuan was the tallest. At this time, it was just a good time to use his name to tell Lu Yen his choice. Okay, there are not many young people willing to endure hardships now. You are very good. Hearing such an answer, Lu Yen praised him appreciatively and continued. If you want to be a qualified warrior, you must be prepared to endure hardships and injuries. Warriors are different from mages and archers. Once a battle breaks out, they must be on the front line. That is very dangerous. Have you really thought about it? We are already here, there is nothing left to hesitate, Xiao Han immediately said. Think about it. I will never regret it. Very good. You can practice this skill first. With that said, Lu Yen reached out and took out a book from the void. Xiao Han quickly reached out and took it. Ding, you get the Book of Power Elementary, which triggers 100-fold reward, and you get the Book of Warrior Elementary. Xiao Han was startled by the sudden sound, and his heart was full of doubts. The Book of Power is an elementary skill. He is not surprised because the skills obtained after changing jobs are all elementary. For example, the Wizard's Book of Wisdom, the Archer's Book of Agility, and the Knight's Book of Stamina. As long as you learn the basic skills, you will get the corresponding attribute bonus. For example, as long as a warrior learns the Book of Power, the ratio of power converted into attack will increase from the original 1.0 to 1.1. This may not seem like much, but in fact the increased attributes are quite considerable. Another example is the Mage's Book of Wisdom. As long as you learn it, the ratio of intelligence converted into magic attack will increase from the original 1.0 to 1.1. There is also the Book of Agility for archers and the Book of Physical Strength for knights, which have the same effect. But the strange thing is that the Book of Power has obviously been blessed with 100 times the rewards, and even its name has become the Book of Warriors. Why is it still a basic skill? Xiao Han was puzzled by this, but it didn't matter. After you learn the Book of Warriors, you should be able to know the difference between it and the Book of Power. This Book of Power is enough for you to become a junior warrior. At this moment, Lu Yan's voice continued to ring in her ears, and she continued, whenever you encounter a bottleneck, you can come to me. Okay, I will definitely come. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, I believe that you won't have to wait too long on that day. Haha, what a confident little guy. Lu Yan smiled and continued, I'm looking forward to your performance, but you have to pay the cost of purchasing the Book of Power first, a total of 10 gold coins. Xiao Han doesn't care about this. There are more than 10,000 gold coins in his backpack now, and 10 gold coins are not even a drizzle. After collecting the gold coins and handing them over to Lu Yan, he turned around and left, quickly returning to the first floor of the warrior temple. There was a training room for rent here, which was just right for studying the warrior book. Due to his eagerness to become an evolver, he did not hesitate at all and immediately found a staff member to rent a room. Sitting in the training room, Xiao Han took out the warrior book from his backpack and took a look at it. Then his eyes lit up and his face was full of excitement.
C61 I'm hungry.
Warrior's Book, Primary Strength Growth 1.2, Physical Growth 1.1. Seeing such an attribute introduction, Xiao Han's hands were shaking with excitement. Although it is still a primary skill like the Book of Strength, the bonus to strength is far greater than that of the Book of Strength. This warrior's book alone combines the dual characteristics of the Book of Strength and the Book of Physical Strength, not only increasing the attack power but also increasing the upper limit of health. The only pity is that there is no defense growth of the Book of Physical Strength. But this is already very good because the strength growth has reached 1.2. With his current 370 points of strength attribute, he has 37 more attack power than a warrior with the same strength attribute. These 37 points of attack power are not much, but this is because he has not yet become a primary warrior, let alone an intermediate or even advanced warrior. With the increase of level and the increase of free attribute points, the gap between him and other warriors will become larger and larger. Thinking of this, Xiao Han's excitement was a little bit uncontrollable. He quickly opened the warrior's book and looked at the human figure and the red lines on it. As time passed, the red lines slowly floated out of the warrior's book and entered his body. At the same time, the warrior's book in his hand was slowly fading and eventually disappeared. At this time, as the red line entered his body, Xiao Han could feel as if there was a trace of energy flowing through his body. Slowly, he felt that something was wrong with his body. Ding, your body is abnormal. Please log off as soon as possible. Please log off as soon as possible. Ding, warning, your body function can no longer maintain normal operation. You will be forced to log off in 10 seconds. Ding, countdown to log off. 10, 9, 8. Listening to the system prompts in his ears, Xiao Han also felt that he felt extremely uncomfortable. He did not dare to hesitate, and before the countdown ended, he hurriedly called up the control panel and chose to exit the game. Ah! Xiao Han couldn't help but screamed just after exiting the game, because his whole body was sweating, his limbs were cramping, and his stomach was extremely hungry. Even if there was a cow now, he felt that he could eat it. What's going on? Is this also evolution? Xiao Han covered his abdomen in pain, his eyes full of confusion. When ordinary people evolve for the first time, they will also be accompanied by hunger, but it will not be so terrible. At this time, he felt that every cell in his body was groaning in pain. Ah! In this extreme pain, Xiao Han cried out again and rolled towards the door, but his limbs were sore and weak that he couldn't even stand up. Xiao Han, what's wrong with you? At this moment, a familiar voice came from outside the door, which made Xiao Han's eyes bright, and he hurriedly shouted, Uncle Xia, come in, come and help me. Xia Dong outside the door heard this cry for help. His face changed immediately, and he raised his right foot and kicked the door in front of him. Boom! In the kicked open door, he could see Xiao Han lying on the bed at a glance. At this time, his face was extremely pale, and there was no trace of blood. Sweat rolled down his forehead, and his face was full of pain. This scene caught Xia Dong's eyes. He rushed in and asked hastily, How could this happen? Wasn't everything fine yesterday? At this time, there were two people outside the door, two tall and beautiful women. They were not very old and looked to be in their early 20s. At this time, one of the women frowned and said with a displeased face, Xiao Yun, we are so unlucky. With such a sickly person, can he still get hard? The woman called Xiao Yun seemed to be in a bad mood, with a trace of sadness on her face. Listening to the complaints in her ears, she whispered, Don't talk like that, we may be a family in the future. If you don't want to, I'll choose this one and leave the other one to you. Ha! Then it's settled. The two people's voices were not small. Not only Xiao Han heard it, but even Xia Dong heard it, but he didn't care about it at this time. He stared at the figure on the bed and asked again, What's wrong with you, tell me?
Uncle Xia, I'm hungry.
At this time, Xiao Han was in no mood to look at the two women outside the door, nor was he in the mood to be polite to Xia Dong. Although he didn't know what his body was like now, the extremely strong hunger in his stomach tortured him all the time. Now, the most important thing for him was to get rid of the hunger first, so he shouted again, I'm really hungry, I'm almost starving. Uncle Xia, please get me something to eat quickly. If you still have nutrient solution, can you give me a few tubes first? Nutrient solution? How many tubes? Xia Dong frowned. Then his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly shouted to the person behind him, Zhang Xiaoyun, you still have 2 tubes of primary energy solution. Hurry up and take it. I will return it to you later. At this time, Zhang Xiaoyun outside the door seemed to have thought of something and immediately rummaged in his chest, took out 2 tubes of milky, white nutrient solution and hurriedly handed it over. Xiao Han didn't hesitate, stretched out his hand to take it, tore open the seal and squeezed it into his mouth. The familiar taste entered his mouth again, but unlike before, the nutrient solution was warm this time. When it flowed down his throat into his stomach, Xiao Han suddenly felt a sense of comfort. However, this feeling only lasted for less than 5 seconds, and the feeling of hunger came again. #C62 forced marriage. Feeling the hunger coming from his stomach again, Xiao Han no longer hesitated, and immediately squeezed the remaining tube of nutrient solution into his mouth. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he still felt hungry in his stomach, his physical condition was much better than before. His limbs were no longer weak and the cold sweat that rolled down had stopped. Looking at Xia Dong beside him, he slowly sat up. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said with lingering fear, "Uncle Xia, thanks to you this time. If you hadn't just come over, I would have been miserable. The feeling of being starved to death is really uncomfortable. Don't thank me first." Xiaodong waved his hand and said seriously, "Tell me, quickly, what happened just now?" He had heard about this kind of thing that happened to Xiao Han when he was in the army, but this situation was extremely rare, and it could even be said to be rare. He was not sure that the scene he just discovered was the kind of situation he had heard about, but if it was, it would be a cause for celebration for the entire Jing'an city, so he had to get it clear. Staring at Xiao Han seriously, Xiaodong said word by word, "Tell me the whole story of this matter clearly. Don't miss a word." Where should I start? Looking at Xiaodong's serious face, Xiao Han immediately understood that something unusual must have happened to him. But he couldn't tell all the details of this matter, otherwise there would be
no secrets.
Thinking quickly, Xiao Han slowly narrated, "More than an hour ago, I met Gua Huai. Logically speaking, I should have just completed my first evolution, but I don't know what happened. It's a little different from other people's evolution." After explaining the whole story, he didn't say anything about the 100-fold reward, the roar of the angry wolf, and the warrior's book. But what he had said was already amazing. "Fuck! You are the cold owl." At this time, a familiar voice sounded outside the door, shouting in grief and anger. "Ah! Why was I not born in the 9528 novice village? Silver equipment, so many silver equipment you just half sold and half given to Gua Huai. I am so heartbroken. Why are you shouting? Shouldn't you give it to him?" Xiaodong glared and scolded loudly. "Have you defended the city or killed mutant beasts? Do you still want to compete with those soldiers for equipment?" At this time, he also understood that with those silver equipment, the soldiers can complete the job transfer task faster, and then there is a higher probability of becoming an evolver. Compared to ordinary people, soldiers awakening their potential to become evolvers will directly form combat effectiveness. And ordinary people, without experiencing a few bloody battles, even if they become a first-level evolver, will not be much stronger than an old soldier. Looking at Ding Yi with dissatisfaction, Xiaodong continued to scold. "Look at Xiao Han, he gave away equipment worth more than 1 million without thinking. Do you want to be a leech and suck blood from Xiao Han?" The ruthless scolding made Ding Yi's face turn red and white, and he said with a bitter face, "Uncle Xia, I'm just expressing my feelings. Don't take it seriously. If I really encounter that situation, I will also send it." Over the years, in order to protect us, the martyr cemetery in Jing'an has expanded 5 times. I know all this. It's good that you know. Don't let me hear such words again in the future. Xiaodong looked at Ding Yi with dissatisfaction, but he didn't say much about this matter because there were more important things waiting for him to do. He had to report Xiao Han's situation to his superiors as soon as possible, but before leaving, he had to arrange the 2 women outside the door. Thinking of this, Xia Dong no longer hesitated and pointed at the two women outside the door and introduced them. This is Jiang Xiaoyun. The other is Yi Xiao. They are assigned from above, one for each of you. According to our Jing'an policy, I have to hear good news within half a year. Otherwise both of you have to go to the army. There is no room for negotiation. On this matter. Half a year. This is too urgent. Xiao Han's face froze, and at the same time he saw Jiang Xiaoyun's white face. Turned red, even her neck was red. And Yi Xiao, who said he couldn't get hard, stared at him with shining eyes and even had an eager expression. This made Xiao Han shudder, and he quickly said, Uncle Xia, I am an evolver. Now, please let me join the army. Get lost. I asked you to have a baby, and you told me to join the army? Xia Dong slapped Xiao Han on the back of his head and shouted to Jiang Xiaoyun outside the door, Come here. This is Xiao Han. You two know each other, and you two will live together in the future. I tell you, don't play tricks on me. If you can't get pregnant within half a year, Xiao Han will have to join the army. As for you, Xia Dong pointed at Jiang Xiaoyun and said in a deep voice, There are many injured soldiers in Jing'an City, and many of them are missing limbs. I will arrange a new one for you when the time comes. Such an unquestionable tone made Jiang Xiaoyun's face pale. She looked at Xiao Han and her face immediately turned red again. Xia Dong didn't care about this and said to Ding Yi beside him, You are the same. If you can't get pregnant within half a year, Yi Xiao will also arrange it for those injured soldiers. As for what you choose, I don't care now. You can do it yourself. After saying that, he left the two women behind and hurried out the door. At this time, Yi Xiao looked at Jiang Xiaoyun with jealousy. This scene happened to fall into Xiao Han's eyes, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes, but there was nothing he could do. Once the allocation of personnel is determined, there is no way to change it. At least Xia Dong, who is just a small inspector, has no way. #C63 Perfect Evolver. Xia Dong left, and the four people in the room looked awkward, staring at each other. An hour ago, the two men and the two women didn't know each other, but now, they have to become two couples and live together. If this happened 5 years ago, it would be unimaginable, but now it has become the norm. Even because of the large number of male deaths in the war, there are still many families with one man and two wives, or even one man and three wives in the city. In order to survive in this fucked up world, many policies are changing, and many things that seemed incredible before are happening. For this, whether it is Xiao Han, Ding Yi, or Jiang Xiaoyun and Yi Xiao, they are all prepared in their hearts. So even though they are a little resistant in their hearts, they can only accept this reality. Well, you must be hungry. The atmosphere was too awkward, and the expressions of several people were not natural. Ding Yi couldn't stand it, and broke the silence and said, I just bought 2 kilograms of rock rat meat yesterday. I will cook it for you. By the way, there are 2 cauliflowers, half a kilogram of white radish, and 10 kilograms of rice at home. Uncle Xia said you were coming yesterday. I bought these specially, all for you, said. Ding Yi turned and walked towards the kitchen. After a while, there was a dong-dong sound from inside, which was the sound of a kitchen knife cutting on the chopping board. At this time, the embarrassment on the faces of the two women faded a little. Jiang Xiaoyun moved his footsteps and came to the kitchen door, shouting inside, Let me do it. My cooking tastes pretty good. When Jiangqing was not broken, I cooked all the meals at home. Can you cook? Ding Yi's eyes lit up, and he immediately put down the kitchen knife in his hand and said with a smile, Then I'll leave this to you. I can only stew and boil, and then add some salt. If you can cook, it would be great. The kitchen changed people. Ding Yi stepped out, walked a few steps to Xiao Han, and looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. At this time, Xiao Han was staring at the busy figure in the kitchen with curiosity. In this era, the skill of cooking has almost no place to be used. For most people, they only have 2 recipes. One is 2 tubes of energy liquid every month, and the other is potatoes or sweet potatoes that can withstand hunger. Therefore, for young people in their early 20s like them, there are very few who can cook. Only those who are older have such skills in their memories. Strange, did Jiang Xiaoyun learn to cook from her parents when she was 13 or 14 years old? Xiao Han thought secretly in his heart, and murmured. Or when she was in Jiangqing before, her family conditions were not bad and she had the opportunity to eat stir-fried dishes often, so she had the opportunity to learn. What did you say, what conditions are good? Ding Yi came over, hesitated for a moment, and did not dwell on the previous question, but directly said, Brother Xiao, I have something to discuss with you. Wait a minute. Let's go out and talk. Picking up the phone from the bed, Xiao Han ignored Jiang Xiaoyun and Yi Xiao and walked directly out the door. He probably guessed something about what Ding Yi wanted to say. If he was able, it would be fine to help him. After all, he had lived here for 3 years and got along well. Seeing that Ding Yi didn't follow him, he turned around and shouted, Don't. You have something to tell me? Why are you still standing there? Oh, I'm coming. I'm coming. Xiao Han and Ding Yi left one after another, leaving 2 women in the house, one busy in the kitchen, and the other frowning and looking around the old house. At the same time, after leaving Ding Yi's house, Xiaodong did not hesitate at all and trotted back to his office. After turning on the computer, he wrote an email describing everything that had just happened in detail and sent it to the old leader. For what happened to Xiao Han, he was looking forward to it, excited and nervous. If the facts are really as he thought, as long as Xiao Han can grow up, at least in the next 10 to 20 years, the city of Jing'an can still be defended. Looking at the computer, he waited excitedly. Time passed slowly, and I don't know how long it took. The black computer screen suddenly lit up, and a middle-aged man in his 40s appeared on it. As soon as he appeared, he smiled and said, Xiaodong, long time no see. The middle-aged man on the screen was in his prime, but he looked tired, as if he hadn't rested for a long time. Xiaodong looked a little distressed, but there was nothing he could do. He said bitterly, Squad leader, you seem to be older again. Hee. People will get old one day. The middle-aged man smiled and didn't care about it. Then he said with a serious face, I already know the situation you mentioned and I have reported it to my superiors. Just now, the investigation team has been sent over, but the final result may be a little different from what you imagined. How could it be? Isn't he a perfect evolver? Xiaodong's face froze, and he asked quickly, What happened to Xiao Han is the same as what you told me at the beginning. When evolving, it will be accompanied by an extremely strong sense of hunger. If you can't eat high-energy food, you may even starve to death. Hey, the situation is the same, but his hunger level is lower. The middle-aged man sighed and explained with some regret. When the perfect evolvers appear, 2 bottles of low-level energy liquid will not be enough. According to the information given above, the moment they complete their evolution, they will become level 2 evolvers, and their energy demand is extremely high. They will need at least 5 bottles of low-level energy liquid. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiaodong sighed, looking a little disappointed. Perfect evolvers are extremely important to a city. In just 2 or 3 years, they will grow into level 7 evolvers and protect a city. At present, such evolvers are only found in the 2 super-large cities of Kyoto and Modu, and their number is extremely rare, less than a handful when added together. #C64 by Energy Liquid. In the alley 100 meters away from the residence, 2 figures who had just come out of their homes were walking slowly along the cement road. Ding Yi's expression was a little tangled. He opened his mouth several times to speak, but he didn't know how to start. Originally, he just heard that Perfect World has the function of promoting physical evolution, and he didn't care too much. After all, it was not very realistic. But less than 2 days later, conclusive evidence was in front of him. Xiao Han was the first to walk out of the 9528 novice village, and at the same time completed the job change and became an evolver. This made him full of envy, and he also wanted to leave the novice village as soon as possible because only in this way would he have a higher chance of becoming an evolver. But he had just reached level 7. With his current equipment, it would take another 1 to 2 days to reach level 10 and complete the job change task. If he follows this progress, let alone becoming an evolver, he won't even be able to eat a hot shit. Glancing at Xiao Han beside him, Ding Yi's eyes were full of hesitation. The words were already on the tip of his tongue, but he changed his words and said, "Brother Xiao, you have become an evolver, so what abilities do you have?" "I don't know about this." Xiao Han was stunned for a moment and explained, "I'll go to Jing'an Central Hospital for a checkup later, and I'll probably know what abilities I have." For this, it is still very exciting, but he is only a first-level evolver, and his abilities are not too obvious, so if you want to know, you have to go to the hospital for a checkup. There is a difference between human evolvers and mutant beasts. As long as the beast completes the mutation, it will have an ability, such as the most basic strength, speed, and defense. There are also many advanced abilities, such as spitting fireballs, summoning wind blades, petrified skin, etc. Different beasts, after completing the mutation, have different abilities, but the abilities possessed by the same mutant beast are unique. For example, rock rats have the ability to petrify skin, and all rock rat populations will only have this ability. But humans are different. Every human who becomes an evolver will gain all kinds of abilities. Some gain increased strength, some gain faster speed, and some can control lightning. So at the first level, because the abilities are not obvious, it is not easy to know what abilities you have. Xiao Han has expectations for what abilities he will gain, but he is not in a hurry. He looked at Ding Yi's hesitation and said with a smile, "Instead of wanting to know what other people's abilities are, it's better to become an evolver as soon as possible." As he said that, Xiao Han picked up his mobile phone and operated it quickly, and then said, "I transferred 100,000 yuan to you, go buy a set of bronze equipment." According to the current situation, it is estimated that it is difficult for you to buy good equipment even if you have money, but you have to try it. Anyway, Brother Xiao, looking at the message that suddenly appeared on the mobile phone and the series of zeros behind it, Ding Yi's eyes reddened, and he hurriedly said, "I don't want to be a leech, I will pay back this money, I will definitely pay it back." "Okay, I know, this money is only temporarily lent to you." Xiao Han smiled. He could understand Ding Yi's mood at the moment. With this 100,000 yuan, although you may not necessarily become an evolver, it is an opportunity that will never come again if you lose it. At least in these 2 days after learning the skills and completing the job transfer, the probability of becoming an evolver will be dozens or even hundreds of times higher than usual. Putting himself in the same position, he would make the same choice. Patting Ding Yi on the shoulder, Xiao Han smiled and said, "When you become an evolver, you can easily earn this 100,000 yuan. So now, go back and have a full meal, and then enter the game quickly." "Well, I'll go back now." Ding Yi held the phone, his face full of excitement, turned around and ran in the direction he came from. His expression was quite anxious. At this time, for players like him who have not left the novice village, every minute and every second is worth cherishing. Maybe just 1 or 2 seconds they will fall out of the top 3, top 10, or even top 100 when leaving the novice village. Every time they fall back, the probability of becoming an evolver may be reduced by several times or even dozens of times. Looking at Ding Yi, who was trotting away, Xiao Han smiled and shook his head, and continued to walk deeper into the alley. At this time, there was still a strong feeling of hunger in his stomach. But after drinking 2 tubes of low-level energy liquid, the hunger was much lower than before, and he could still bear it. But now he is already a first-level evolver, and his energy needs will become greater and greater. Foods like potatoes cannot meet the needs of the body. If there is no high-energy food, he may stay at the first-level evolver stage forever. So now he has to buy some low-level energy liquid or even intermediate energy liquid. With a clear goal, Xiao Han walked to the end of the alley and saw the familiar figure at a glance. He was lifting dumbbells and exercising his arm strength. This is a middle-aged man with a very burly figure. There is no hair on his shiny head. There are 3 hideous claw marks on his left cheek, extending from the corner of the eye to the chin. Such a face makes him look quite ferocious. And he is the bully of this area. His real name is Wang Biao, but those who are familiar with him call him Brother Biao. Xiao Han has always kept his distance from such people. But now he has to ask for help, so there is nothing he can do. After Wang Biao put down the dumbbell in his hand, Xiao Han stepped forward and asked, "Brother Biao, I want to buy some low-level energy liquid. Do you have any?" #C65 buy the box. Of course there are goods. But can you afford it? Wang Biao looked at the little guy in front of him seriously and felt a little strange. Energy liquid is something that almost no one buys at ordinary times. Only some lucky people who have just become evolvers will buy a small amount. But every time an evolver appears, as long as he reports to the supervisor, he will receive 10 more bottles of low-level energy liquid every month than ordinary people. These evolvers who have just become level 1 can be roughly divided into 2 types according to the different abilities they have obtained. One type is that the abilities they have obtained are very weak, such as night vision, breath holding, color change, etc. Even if these abilities are cultivated to level 2 or even level 3, they will not significantly improve their strength. Such evolvers often sell the 10 bottles of low-level energy liquid they receive every month to subsidize their families. And the energy liquid in his hand was purchased from these evolvers. Another type is suitable for cultivation, such as strength, speed, element control, etc. For such evolvers, 10 bottles of low-level energy liquid can actually only barely maintain normal cultivation. But if you want to improve your strength quickly, you have to find a way to make some money and buy more low-level energy liquid. And the purpose of his acquisition of energy liquid is to sell it to these first-level evolvers. Looking at the little guy in front of him, Wang Biao thought to himself, "Is he also an evolver? He doesn't look like one." This delicate and tender appearance obviously shows that he has never been out of the city. Where does he get the money to buy low-level energy liquid? Thinking so in his heart, Wang Biao continued, "The low-level energy liquid here is not cheap. Although the market price is 500 per bottle, it is 600. Here, 600? It's not too expensive." Xiao Han murmured in a low voice. In fact, he didn't deliberately learn about the price of energy liquid, but in the past few years, because he often came into contact with this thing, he also had some understanding of it. It is said that the main material of low-level energy liquid is not the flesh and blood of mutant beasts, but some plants such as big trees, weeds, vines, etc. that can be seen everywhere outside the city. It is precisely because of this that even without enough arable land, the 30 million residents of Jing'an City can barely survive. So the price of low-level energy liquid is not high, about 500 Yenhua coins per bottle. But this is also relative. At least more than 90% of ordinary residents do not have spare money to buy this thing. Xiao Han did not mind Wang Biao's suspicion. 2 days ago he certainly did not have spare money to buy this kind of thing, but now it is different. At this time there are more than 500,000 in his account, and more than 17,000 gold coins in the game backpack, which is more than 1.7 million. Not to mention low-level energy liquid, even mid-level or even high-level ones, he can afford it. After thinking for a while, Xiao Han said directly to Wang Biao in front of him, "Let's do this, I'll buy 10 bottles first. Forget it, just give me a box." Directly. Just a while ago he drank 2 bottles. According to his current physical Condition, he may need 2 or 3 bottles to completely eliminate the hunger in his body. If this is the daily amount, 10 bottles are only enough for 2 or 3 days, so it is better to buy more for backup. One box. At this time, Wang Biao was stunned, looking at Xiao Han with a confused face, and 1,000 grass mud horses galloped through his heart. It was the first time he encountered someone buying low-level energy liquid by the box. This is not tap water. Drinking too much will only make you feel uncomfortable. If you don't have a strong physique, ordinary people can only drink 3 bottles of this energy liquid at most at a time. If you drink more, you may be choked to death. Looking at the boy in front of him in a daze, Wang Biao asked again, "Brother, did you say it wrong? 1 box. Do you know how many bottles there are?" "I know, only 100 bottles." Xiao Han smiled, not caring about Wang Biao's confused expression, and asked back, "Why, you don't have so much here?" "Yes, of course, not to mention 1 box, there are also 2 boxes. Wang Biao's face was happy, and he immediately turned around and rushed into the house. If it was a month ago, he really didn't have so much low-level energy liquid in his hands. This thing is not easy to sell. He would have to sell more than 100 bottles for half a year. But the promotion of Perfect World some time ago made him feel that this was an opportunity, so he spent more than 100,000 to stock up a batch. But he didn't expect that the game would sell a box directly after only 2 days of service. Walking out with the box, Wang Biao excitedly said, "1 box of 100 bottles, a total of 60,000. How do you plan to pay? Tell me your bank account number and I will transfer the money to you directly." "That's too troublesome. Just scan my QR code." Wang Biao put the box on the ground, took out a piece of plastic paper from his pocket and said with a smile, "You can also add my microballs. If you buy them again in the future, I can deliver them to your door." "That's fine." Without much hesitation, Xiao Han scanned the QR code, transferred 60,000 yuan and added each other as friends. He picked up the box and walked towards his home. At the same time, in a luxurious villa in Jing'an City, a middle-aged man in his 40s was holding a phone and said, "I have sent you the photo. How long will it take for him to be delivered to me?" "Brother Chow, it's no problem to find someone, but I really can't do this kidnapping thing." In the phone, a voice politely refused. "You must be very clear about the current situation in Jing'an. Once a criminal is caught, he will be sent to the front line immediately. For this kind of thing, you should find someone else. 1 million, as long as you catch him, I will add another 1,000,000. Brother Chow, this is really not about money. Jing'an is full of eyes in the sky. Once I kidnap someone, I will have to sacrifice at least several of my men. 5 million. #C66 inspection. When Xiao Han returned home with the wooden box in his arms, he smelled the aroma of food from a distance and at the same time saw a figure looking around. Although today was only the first day they met, Zhang Xiaoyun made him feel very good. No matter what she said or did, she gave people a very comfortable feeling. The way she stood at the door even gave him the illusion of a wife waiting for her husband's return. "Ah, you're back." At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyun's surprised voice came to his ears. "Hurry up and wash your hands. The food has been prepared long ago and is waiting for you alone. What are you waiting for me to do? Just eat first." Xiao Han quickly walked a few steps back to the house, put the wooden box back into his room and then walked into the small living room. At this time, Yi Xiaoxiao was already sitting at the dining table. Not far from her, Ding Yi was checking something on his mobile phone. There were 2 dishes and 1 soup on the table, stir-fried cabbage with shredded pork, stewed radish with rock rat meat, and radish and cabbage soup. The 3 simple dishes looked delicious and tasted good. Xiao Han glanced at Zhang Xiaoyun beside him and praised with a smile. "It's really good. It makes people drool just looking at it." "Oh, don't talk nonsense." Zhang Xiaoyun's face turned red. Obviously he had misunderstood something, and he quickly urged, "Hurry up and wash your hands, they have been waiting for you for a long time." Seeing this, Xiao Han said nothing more and went to the kitchen to wash his hands. When he came out, Ding Yi had already put away his phone and sat down at the dining table. Judging from the serious look on his face, it seemed that the purchase of equipment was not going well. There was nothing Xiao Han could do about this. They were not in the same novice village at the beginning, so even if he wanted to help, there was nothing he could do. After sitting down at the table, Zhang Xiaoyun immediately handed over the bowls and chopsticks. Xiao Han had never experienced being served while eating. He suddenly felt uncomfortable and said quickly, "Stop standing and sit down to eat." Then he looked at Ding Yi. Seeing his heavy look, he had to ask, "What's wrong? Is the equipment purchase not going well? If the money is not enough, I still have some here." "Hey!" Ding Yi sighed depressedly and said with a wry smile, "I know this news is too late. No one is selling the black iron equipment now, let alone bronze. I just went in and took a look, and I found that I seem to have returned to primitive society. Those guys were bartering and couldn't spend any gold coins they had." In this situation, Xiao Han didn't know what to say, and he couldn't think of any good solution. A pretty good meal ended in a slightly depressing atmosphere. Ding Yi pushed the bowl and walked towards his room, obviously wanting to try it again. Yi Xiaoxiao immediately followed. No one took the initiative to clean up the messy dishes and chopsticks on the table. Zhang Xiaoyun didn't care and immediately stood up to clean them up. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han was a little surprised. It's rare to see such a diligent girl. At this moment, he was finally not so repelled by Xiaodong's arrangement. Zhang Xiaoyun's appearance is pretty good, and her figure is not bad. But if you really want to say it, she can only be regarded as an above-average figure. Compared with top beauties like Storm and Ziyuan, she is far behind. Even compared with Yi Xiaoxiao, she is still slightly inferior. But her character is incomparable to women like Storm, Ziyuan, and Yi Xiaoxiao. Xiao Han didn't know whether Zhang Xiaoyun's original personality was like this or whether he deliberately behaved like this in front of him. But from the first contact, he felt that this girl was pretty good and he was willing to try to get along with her. Seeing her stacking the dishes on the table, Xiao Han reached out to take them and said with a smile, "You go and rest for a while, I'll do the washing. It's okay. It's not tiring." Zhang Xiaoyun smiled and pushed away Xiao Han's hand and walked towards the kitchen with the bowls and chopsticks in hand. Xiao Han did not force this. He looked at Yi Xiaoxiao, who was leaning on the door of Ding Yi's room with a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. But he couldn't say much. After all, the two of them weren't very familiar with each other, and this wasn't his home. "This is it." At this moment, a man's voice came from outside the door, and then he heard his shout, "Is Xiao Han at home?" Hearing this unfamiliar voice, Xiao Han was stunned for a moment and quickly walked towards the door. Since arriving in Jing'an 3 years ago, he rarely goes out and has few friends, so in these years, except for his neighbors and Xiaodong, almost no one has come to see him. He was sure that the voice outside the door must be someone he didn't recognize. As for why he came to see him, he couldn't figure it out. Could it be? Thinking of Xiaodong's inquiry at that time and the way he was in a hurry when he left, Xiao Han had some guesses in his mind and quickly walked a few steps and looked outside the door. There were quite a few people standing outside the door. There were 3 men, and 4 women, all wearing white coats and carrying large packages on their backs. There was a black jeep parked on the roadside more than 10 meters away. Looking at such a dress, Xiao Han suddenly felt that his guess was correct, but he still asked, "Who are you? What do you want from me?" "We are from the military hospital." At this time, the middle-aged man standing at the front said, "We received a report that when you awakened your potential to become an evolver, the situation was somewhat special, so you need to do some tests. But don't worry, it's just a normal physical examination and it won't have any bad effects on you. At the same time, we will also help you find out which part of the body has evolved and what abilities it has acquired. Xiao Han is also very curious about what kind of abilities he will gain after evolving. Anyway, he planned to take some time to go to the central hospital for a checkup. Now that it was easier, he hurriedly said, "Then you guys come in." #C67 Useless Ability. After some introductions, Xiao Han knew that the leader was called Yi Jiangwen, a director of a military hospital and a third-level evolver. As for what kind of abilities he had, it was not easy to ask, so he could not know. The 2 men and 4 women who came together said that they were ordinary people when they introduced themselves, but Xiao Han did not think so. But this question could only be buried in his heart. However, he still wanted to know what kind of abilities he had, so he said directly, "It seems that you are also very busy, so why don't we start now? Okay, you stand still first. I will ask someone to do a simple examination for you." Yi Jiangwen nodded and shouted directly to the female assistant beside him, "Suya, take out the instrument quickly, you give him a full body test." At this time, Ding Yi walked out of the room and looked at him curiously. Jiang Xiaoyun in the kitchen also shook off the water droplets on his hands, stood 3 meters away from Xiao Han, and looked at Suya, who was taking out a semicircular instrument. Several other doctors around were not idle either, and they all took out their own instruments. As the semicircular instrument scanned Xiao Han's body, Suya's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. This scene fell into Yi Jiangwen's eyes, and he asked directly, "Is there a result? Just tell me." "Director Yi, the instrument may have a problem. I have to check it again." Looking at the results displayed on the instrument, Suya's face was full of disbelief because it was too incredible. Without waiting for Yi Jiangwen to agree, she took the instrument and scanned it again. But the results still did not change, so she had to say with a puzzled face, "Director Yi, his evolution is so unreasonable. It clearly absorbed 2 tubes of low-level energy liquid, but only the ears evolved. In theory, if only the ears evolved, it would not require so much energy, and there would not even be a feeling of hunger." This strange test result was not only Suya had never encountered, but even Yi Jiangwen, who had been in the industry for many years, had never heard of it. He and several other doctors around him gathered together and fiddled with various instruments to study. But when Xiao Han heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Only the ears evolved, which is not good news. At present, no matter what level of evolvers, they will only gain one special ability, and continuing to practice will only make this ability stronger and stronger. There are many ear evolutions that have been discovered so far, and in summary, there are only 2 abilities. One is like a wind-hearing ear, which can hear far away, but such an ability has no effect on improving strength. So as long as this ability is awakened, there is basically no need to continue practicing. There is also an ability that can understand the roar, and hiss of some mutant beasts. But this is just understanding, and there is no way to communicate, so this is also a useless ability. If the ears really evolved, his idea of going out of the city to hunt mutant beasts and avenge relatives, friends, and parents in the future will be in vain. How could this happen? Xiao Han was full of resentment, and at the same time he felt that the test results might really be wrong, because he had also heard that when each evolver completes the evolution, the higher the hunger level, the stronger the ability obtained. And he just drank 2 tubes of energy liquid to suppress the hunger in his body. How could only the ears evolve? With a nervous mood, Xiao Han waited slowly, looking at Yi Jiangwen and the assistants he brought and cooperating with all their inspections. How could this happen? It's really unreasonable. More than 10 minutes later, the 3 men and 4 women all stopped their actions with a puzzled look on their faces. At this time, Xiao Han also understood that he really only evolved his ears. Looking at Yi Jiangwen, he asked unwillingly, "Director Yi, is there another possibility to evolve 2 abilities at the same time?" Well, maybe there is in nature, but as far as humans are concerned, this situation has not been found so far. After speaking, Yi Jiangwen no longer cared about Xiao Han's lonely expression, greeted Suya and several other colleagues, and each took his own equipment and walked out the door. Heh! I thought you were on a high pedestal, but it was all for nothing. As soon as Yi Jiangwen left, a harsh voice rang out in the room. Without caring about other people's feelings, he continued to say leisurely, "When you were assigned to Xiao Han just now, I was so jealous, but now I feel balanced." Shut up. Jiang Xiaoyun's face sank, and she immediately scolded. He is my man now. Even if his awakening ability is not good, it is not your turn to say, "Get out of here." At this time, Ding Yi, who was standing aside, also shouted angrily, "Get out of here quickly, you are not welcome in my house. If you let me go, I will go." Yi Xiaoxiao glanced at Ding Yi and sneered, "I am your wife now, assigned by the state. What right do you have to chase me away?" As she said, she turned and walked into the room behind her, leaving Ding Yi with a confused face. At this moment, Xiao Han looked at Jiang Xiaoyun, his eyes full of relief. At least this woman was normal, not as arrogant and domineering as Yi Xiaoxiao. "Brother Xiao, can this be returned?" At this time, Ding Yi's voice came to his ears. Xiao Han could only sympathize, but he could do nothing. "Uncle Xia has hurt me this time. Who dares to have a woman like this? No, at worst I won't touch her. She will have to get out in 6 months. Humph, isn't it just a soldier? I want to see how powerful this mutant beast is. Can it be more terrifying than this woman? #C68 That woman is crazy." Amidst the endless chatter, Ding Yi finally returned to his room and shared a room with Yi Xiaoxiao. Although he was unwilling, there was no other way. This house was not big, with 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen and a bathroom, but there was no extra room for him to stay alone. More importantly, he had to hurry up to enter the game. After reaching level 10 and leaving the novice village, he would have the opportunity to become an evolver. Bang! As Ding Yi returned to the room, Yi Xiaoxiao sneered and raised her hand to close the door. At this time, Xiao Han's face was extremely ugly because of the results of the previous examination, but he was not so angry as to vent his anger on the woman. This result can only be said to be fate. With such a strong sense of hunger, only the ears evolved, which was something he had never dared to think of before. Xiao Han still didn't believe it, and he focused his attention on the ears. Gradually, 2 deliberately suppressed voices slowly came into his ears from behind the closed door. "What do you want to do? Don't touch me. Why can't I touch you? We are husband and wife now, husband and wife. Designated by the state. So what if it's designated by the state? I don't like you and you have to get out in 6 months. So, in order not to marry those cripples in 6 months, you should obey me. Fuck. Do you still have any shame? If you have shame, I will die on the way to Jing'an, so don't struggle, it's useless." Listening to the voice in his ear, Xiao Han's face froze, his attention was scattered, and the voice in his ear disappeared immediately. At this moment, he finally confirmed that the results of the examination just now were correct. For him, this was a bad news that couldn't be worse, but he turned his head and looked at Jiang Xiaoyun beside him. Xiao Han suddenly felt that he was still lucky. When the 2 women first came, he felt that Yi Xiaoxiao was not easy to get along with, but he didn't expect that she could be so tough. Ding Yi, who was less than 20 years old, might not be her opponent. In this situation, even if he wanted to help, it was not easy to intervene. After all, if he, an outsider, interfered in the interaction between the couple, what would happen? Without deliberately eavesdropping on the conversation in the room, Xiao Han looked at the broken wooden door and frowned slightly. There was also a box of low-level energy liquid he had just bought in the room. If there was no door, it would obviously be unsafe. He didn't plan to return this thing. It didn't matter if he only evolved one. Anyway, he had money, a lot of money. Even if he only evolved one ear, he could practice to level for 5 or even 6 with the income from Perfect World. He didn't believe that by that time, the ability given by the ear would be useless. Taking out his mobile phone, Xiao Han checked the internet and quickly found a manufacturer selling anti-theft doors. He immediately called to order. At the same time, he paid a 1,000 yuan expedited fee and asked them to come and install it now. For such a request, no boss could refuse it and immediately guaranteed that he would arrive in an hour and install it in 2 hours. Actually, there's no need to spend that 1,000 yuan. At this time, Jiang Xiaoyun's soft and tender voice came to my ears. At most, tomorrow they should be able to install it. 1,000 yuan can buy a lot of food. It's okay. I don't need such a little money. Xiao Han didn't explain too much. The two sat in the living room and chatted casually. About 30 or 40 minutes later, the sound of a car horn sounded at the door. After a while, 2 men carried an iron door to the door and looked around, as if they were comparing the house number. Xiao Han hurriedly walked forward and shouted, "Come in! It's here!" After making sure that they didn't find the wrong place, the two immediately carried the iron door and walked in and worked swiftly. The broken wooden door, together with the door frame, was removed in less than 5 minutes. The two workers were very familiar with this set of procedures, and they cooperated with each other very well. The anti-theft door was quickly installed. Xiao Han took a look and felt very satisfied. He immediately paid all the remaining money. Thank you, boss." Although they couldn't get all the extra 1,000 yuan for the expedited fee, everyone could get 20%. That's 200 yuan. Normally, they wouldn't be able to earn that much in a month. Today, in less than 2 hours, they earned a month's living expenses. Both of them were very excited. They thanked him profusely, carrying the tool bag, and slowly walked out the door. Bang! At this moment, a muffled sound came from his ears, followed by a voice of grief and indignation shouting, "Brother Xiao, that woman is crazy, please save me." This sudden scene made everyone stunned, and they immediately looked in the direction of the sound. At this time, Ding Yi was leaning against the door frame with disheveled clothes and said with a look of despair, "We all agreed to try to get along for a few months first. But this crazy woman took advantage of me playing the game and raped me. It's my first time. She almost crippled me." Poof! At this moment, Xiao Han didn't want to laugh, but he couldn't help it. And Jiang Xiaoyun on the side was also struggling to hold it back. Haha! The two workers who were about to leave also laughed. They didn't expect that they would not only earn 200 yuan today, but also see such a happy scene. They smiled and comforted him. "Little brother, just try it more, you will like it in the future." But at this time, Ding Yi didn't want to hear this and said with a bitter face, "Brother Xiao, I will live in the same room with you in the future. I really can't stand her. Let Jiang Xiaoyun live with that crazy woman." #C69 space ring. It was getting dark and the two door installers left and they had dinner with the leftovers from lunch. Before Ding Yi could express his opinion, he was dragged back to the room by
Ye Shao Jiao.
In the living room, Jiang Xiaoyun's face was red, making her look like a fresh peach. At this time, Xiao Han had some ideas about her. However, he didn't want to force such a thing, so he decided to spend some time with her first, and it would be best if things came naturally. For now, he had to go to the game to see. Evolution had gained such a rubbish ability, so he could only devote more time to Perfect World in the future. He used the gold coins obtained in the game to buy energy liquid in reality. Even if the ability he obtained was very bad, he wanted to continue practicing. Glancing at Jiang Xiaoyun's face, Xiao Han felt that she might not be ready, so he smiled and said, "I have to enter the game. There are still several tasks to complete. You can go to bed after you finish packing. I should stay up all night tonight." "Oh, I see." Hearing Xiao Han say this, Jiang Xiaoyun's face flashed a sense of relief, and she continued quickly, You are busy with your things, or the things in the game are more important? Okay. I'll leave it to you here, and I'll go back to my room first. Xiao Han didn't say much, walked back to the room quickly, put on the sky blue helmet and entered Perfect World again. At this time, there was no one else in the hall, but Jiang Xiaoyun's face had a solemn look. She sat on the stool at her feet, and her ruddy and attractive face quickly turned from red to white, and she no longer had the shyness before. What should I do? Do I really have to leave my future to Xiao Han? Turning her eyes to the room, Jiang Xiaoyun hesitated, and at the same time, remembered the advice of the middle-aged man a few hours ago. If my memory is correct, that person was thrown into a beast cage by my father and was forced to awaken his potential in desperation, and eventually became an evolver. Logically speaking, he shouldn't help me. This doesn't make sense logically, but even if he wanted to harm me, he wouldn't do it. He helped her find a husband with a good figure, appearance, temper, and personality. The key is that this guy seems to be quite rich, and his future life will be guaranteed. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyun was a little confused. She knew that what her father did at the beginning offended many people, and they were all evolvers. Because those who didn't become evolvers have become feces pulled out by mutant beasts. So if she wants to survive, she must find a backer. When she first came here, she thought she had found it. With that kind of strong hunger, the awakened ability must be extremely powerful, but now the result is out, only the ears have evolved. Such an ability can't protect her. Looking at the dark sky outside the door, Jiang Xiaoyun frowned deeply. The house was not big. There were 2 rooms, but only one belonged to her, and there was only a bed and a man in that room. If Xiao Han hadn't been busy entering the game, she knew what would happen. Next. Perfect World. Xiao Han only felt a flash of light in front of his eyes, and the scene in front of him had completely changed. This was the place where he had logged off before, the training room of the warrior temple. Ah! He sighed depressedly, and Xiao Han was still quite concerned about only gaining an ability similar to the 1,000 miles ear. But there was no way, but after looking at the gold coins in his backpack, his mood was better after all. There were a total of 17,789 gold coins, which could be exchanged for more than 1.7 million Yenhua coins. With such an excellent talent as a 100-fold reward, the benefits of these gold coins were just the beginning. In the future he would get more, and he could also use this to improve the evolution of his ears to level 4, level 5, or even level 6. But this was a matter of the future, and the most important thing at the moment was to complete the previous tasks as soon as possible. Reaching out the recommendation letter from the backpack, Xiao Han studied it carefully but found that he could not find any clues. This kind of recommendation letter should also be given to the demon sealer, and it is likely that he can also change his job to become a demon sealer token. But at that time, because he was eager to change his job to become an evolver, he forgot to ask about this matter. Now he can't go back to the novice village, and he can't find a chance to ask. Putting the recommendation letter back into the backpack, Xiao Han took out the space ring from the backpack. This is a diamond equipment. In order to become an evolver, he didn't even have time to check the attributes of the diamond equipment and went straight to Stormwind City. Now, with such a rubbish ability, he can only put his energy back into the game and also look at the attributes of the space ring. Space ring, diamond level none, backpack capacity plus 10,000. Why is this the case? Why is there no attribute amplification? Seeing such an attribute, Xiao Han was a little stunned. Diamond equipment does not have any attribute blessing. After wearing the space ring, he has to take off a ring. Take the level 15 Stonebreaker ring for example. It can increase his attack by 100 points and his strength by 55 points, plus the increase in strength from the Warrior's Book. This piece of equipment can increase his attack power by 166 points. But now, if he wants to equip the space ring, he will lose the attributes of a ring, which will still have some impact on his strength. However, this backpack capacity of up to 10,000 grids is extremely important. To him, at least he will not have to throw away the bronze equipment in the future. Compared with the loss of 100 or 200 points of attack, this space ring is more useful. After a little hesitation, Xiao Han put the space ring on his hand and opened the backpack interface at the same time. Two icons, one large and one small, appeared in front of him. The small one has 30 grids and the large one has 50 grids. Can still turn pages and can turn pages continuously for 200 times. After closing the backpack interface with satisfaction, Xiao Han opened the attribute interface and took a look. Strange, the attack power has not only not increased, but also decreased. With a slight frown, he took off the space ring and replaced it with the previous ring, but the attack power was still 615 points and the power increase of the warrior book was not reflected. #C70 unfinished job transfer. How could this happen? Why didn't the increase of the warrior's book be reflected? Looking at the 615 attack points on the attribute panel, Xiao Han frowned deeply, and his heart was full of doubts. In theory, his current strength attribute is 370 points. If the warrior's book has a 120% conversion rate increase, he should actually get 444 points of attack power. So, his total attack power should be increased by 74 points on the basis of 615 points. But now, for some reason, the increase of the warrior's book did not take effect. No, why is my energy still 0? What's going on? Continuing to stare at the attribute panel, Xiao Han suddenly found that there was +0 behind his energy, which immediately made him more confused. Because after the successful job transfer, energy and health value have basic bonuses. Each level of health value can increase by 50 points and each level of energy can increase by 5 points. Normally, at this moment, his attribute panel should have an energy value of 50 points. But why is the energy value 0? At this moment, Xiao Han was even a little confused. If the energy is always 0, even if you learn skills, you can't release them, which will have a huge impact on your strength. Unable to use skills, even if he is equipped with diamond equipment, his real combat power may not be as good as that of a player with skills and silver equipment. How could this happen? Didn't my job change succeed? Xiao Han thought secretly in his heart, carefully recalling the scene of learning the warrior's book. At that time, after the red line entered his body and wandered in his meridians, he could feel it and even cooperated subconsciously. But less than 10 seconds later, his body had problems and was forcibly kicked out of perfect world. It seems, probably, maybe, Xiao Han muttered in his heart, and felt that this possibility was more and more high because there was no other explanation. Fuck! What the hell is going on? He was kicked out halfway through the job change and then the warrior's book was gone. How should he continue to complete the job change? Should he buy another one? Thinking this in his heart, Xiao Han did not go out immediately, because it was unlikely to buy another one. If he could really continue to buy the Book of Strength and then after the blessing of the 100-fold reward, it would instantly become the Book of Warriors. If this thing is sold, it will be a huge profit. With a 120% increase in strength and a 110% increase in health, anyone with a little financial resources will not miss it. It may even allow many players who originally planned to become archers, knights, or even mages to become warriors. He doesn't need to sell this warrior book too expensively. 10,000 per copy will be fine, but this is also a 10-fold profit. If he can really do this, he can get rich in minutes. Putting aside this tempting idea, Xiao Han tried hard to recall the route of the red line in the meridians at that time. Then he sat down cross-legged, trying to find the original feeling, and even wanted the red line to reappear and continue to complete the job change. Although he knew that the possibility was not great, he had to try it. Time passed by minute, Xiao Han was not in a hurry, and slowly felt the condition in his body Gradually, he had a feeling that there was something in his body that had a slight connection with him. If I guessed correctly, this should be energy. At this moment, Xiao Han was a little excited. He tried hard to control the energy in his body and flow along the meridian route of the warrior book. But this was difficult, but he was not discouraged and still persisted in this attempt. Time slipped away quietly. In this quiet practice room, Xiao Han seemed to have forgotten the passage of time and still persisted. This made him look like a lifeless wooden man. However, at this time, Xiao Han's heart slowly rose a wave because that trace of uncontrollable energy finally began to obey slowly. He tried hard to control this trace of energy and slowly flowed along the meridian route of the warrior book. Slowly. I don't know how long it took, maybe 10 minutes or maybe an hour, this trace of energy finally swam a circle in the meridians. At this moment, Xiao Han immediately felt that the connection between himself and this strand of energy had become stronger. With this feeling, he did not hesitate at all, and immediately controlled it, continuing to slowly travel along the established meridians. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. As the energy continued to travel, Xiao Han could even feel that it was slowly growing, turning into 1 strand, 2 strands. Hey, it seems that my guess is right, this method is still feasible after all. At this moment, Xiao Han was a little excited because the things that had been lost could actually be taken back again through his own efforts. This feeling was really great. He no longer had any scruples and continued to run the energy in his body. This time, he must completely complete the job transfer and become a true warrior. Ding, your body is abnormal. Please log off as soon as possible. Please log off as soon as possible. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in his ears, and Xiao Han also felt that something was wrong with his body at the same time. This feeling is very familiar. He had experienced it once not long ago. Ding, warning, your body functions can no longer maintain normal operation, and you will be forced to log off in 10 seconds. Ding, countdown to log off. 10, 9, 8. Listening to this reminder, and having had this experience once before, Xiao Han did not hesitate at all, and immediately called up the control panel and chose to exit the game. #C71 Why did you evolve again? Just after leaving the game and before taking off his helmet, Xiao Han felt the unbearable hunger again. It goes deep into the bone marrow, deep into the soul, and even every cell in the body seems to be groaning in pain because of hunger. Snort! He couldn't help but groaned, and at a glance he saw Jiang Xiaoyun not far away and shouted intermittently, "Quick! Box! Box! Energy! Energy! Liquid! Evolution! Why have you evolved again?" The scene in front of her made Jiang Xiaoyun confused, but she did not hesitate in her movements. She immediately opened the wooden box on the bedside table, took out 2 tubes of energy liquid from it, turned around and handed them over. After taking the life-saving thing, Xiao Han hurriedly tore open the seal, raised his head and drank it. After taking 2 tubes of energy liquid, the physical discomfort slowly disappeared, but the hunger in the stomach was still there. Turning over and moving to the box, Xiao Han took out a tube of energy liquid and was about to tear open the seal when a white and tender palm stretched. He snatched the energy liquid away and then said anxiously, "Don't drink it anymore. It will kill you if you drink it anymore. You won't die if you don't drink it. But I'm so hungry that I can't bear it." Ignoring Jiang Xiaoyun, Xiao Han took out another tube of energy liquid and drank it again. It was only then that I felt a little better in my stomach. "Call!" After letting out a breath, he looked at Jiang Xiaoyun beside him and said, with a smile, "Don't worry, I know my own body well. These tubes of energy liquid can't hold me to death. Well, it seems my worries are unnecessary." Jiang Xiaoyun stared at Xiao Han curiously, but the shock in his heart could not be calmed down. "How long has it been?" "It's less than 10 hours. He actually evolved again, and the speed was too terrifying. Even if his only evolutionary organ is ears, If he continues to evolve at this rate, he may complete his 5th, 6th, or even 7th evolution in less than half a year. This kind of evolutionary speed has never been heard of, let alone seen. Jiangqing was once the cradle of evolvers. Although the methods were somewhat cruel, Jiangqing also produced the most evolvers. Even so, as far as she knew, the fastest time it took for an evolver to advance from level 1 to level 2 was 20 days, and that was with sufficient resources. For an ordinary evolver, based on the consumption of 20 bottles of low-level energy liquid per month, it usually takes 2 months to be successfully promoted to a second-level evolver. Is it true that, as that person said, he will be my supporter for the rest of my life? Zhang Xiaoyun muttered in his heart, looking at Xiao Han with something different in his eyes. He hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't suppress the curiosity in his heart and asked aloud, "What happened just now? Did the ears evolve again?" "I don't know. I'm still a little confused now." Xiao Han shook his head. Although he had some guesses in his heart, he did not intend to tell Zhang Xiaoyun. Some secrets could not be shared with everyone. Feeling that his body was slowly returning to normal, he looked at the sky blue gaming helmet, and his thoughts immediately began to surge. Although it had just established a connection with the energy in the body, it also made it move 6.5 times according to the meridian route of the Warrior's Book. But in the end, he still couldn't complete the job transfer and was still kicked out due to physical reasons. Now he wants to know if there will be some changes to his body in reality once he actually completes the job transfer. With a flash of light in his eyes, Xiao Han took out 3 more energy liquids, held them in his hand, and said to Zhang Xiaoyun beside him, "You go to bed first. I have to enter the game to study what happened just now." "Well, you are busy with your business and don't worry about me," Zhang Xiaoyun responded, but his eyes turned to the sky blue helmet on the bed and he became interested in it. Xiao Han didn't care so much, picked up the helmet and put it on his head, then lay down on the bed. As the light flashed, he entered the perfect world again. Sitting on the futon in the middle of the training room, Xiao Han immediately opened the attribute panel without any hesitation. Just as he thought, the attack power was still 615 points, and at the same time, the energy behind it was still +0. Seeing this scene, he no longer felt as confused as before. Now that there is a solution to this problem, there is nothing to worry about. Sitting cross-legged again, Xiao Han quickly closed his eyes to feel the traces of true energy in his body. "Hey, you got in touch so easily?" As soon as he calmed down, he immediately felt the strands of energy in his body, and could even control these strands of energy to swim in his meridians. Immediately, with a flash of excitement on his face, Xiao Han no longer hesitated and immediately started practicing according to the route of the Book of Warriors. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. I don't know how long it took, but I felt some discomfort in my body again, but this time I didn't hear the system prompt. Coupled with the fact that he still held 3 bottles of low-level energy liquid in his hand, Xiao Han no longer worried about anything and continued to let the energy circulate in his meridians. 9 laps, 10 laps, 11 laps. While running the technique, Xiao Han counted silently. 12 laps. Ding! Congratulations to the adventurer Han Xiao for learning the Book of Warriors Elementary and becoming a junior warrior. I wish you a happy game and an early breakthrough to become an intermediate warrior. Xiao Han was stunned for a moment by the sudden system prompt, but a happy smile immediately appeared on his face. Damn! It's not easy to become a warrior. With a sigh, Xiao Han quickly opened his attribute panel. He was still a little worried when he heard the system prompt. At this time, on the attribute panel, the attack attribute finally increased by 74 points to 689 points. And below the physical attribute, behind the energy attribute, there was finally a +50 sign. At this time, he was completely relieved, but the feeling of physical discomfort was still there, so he chose to quit the game directly Hashtag C72 True Chi. The scene in front of him changed. Before Xiao Han could take off his helmet, he immediately saw a pair of dark and bright eyes in front of him, staring at him closely. Ah! Seeing Xiao Han open his eyes, the owner of these eyes screamed, and immediately took a few steps back, blushing. At this time, although the beauty was beside him, Xiao Han didn't pay attention to these, because the hunger in his body was coming, although it was not as strong as the previous 2 times. It also made him extremely uncomfortable. Without any hesitation, Xiao Han tore open the seal of the energy liquid and raised his head to drink it. When the discomfort in his body slowly disappeared, he had time to look at Jiang Xiaoyun and saw that her cheeks were like ripe peaches, very tempting. In the middle of the night, a man and a woman alone, it was the best time for something to happen. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he leaned towards Jiang Xiaoyun and whispered, "Why do you want to learn from Yi Xiaoxiao? Actually, there is no need to be so troublesome. I am willing to cooperate." As he said, Xiao Han was about to take off his clothes. "Ah, it's not like that. You misunderstood." Jiang Xiaoyun immediately covered her eyes with both hands, and even her neck turned pink, making her look more attractive. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han suddenly felt that the woman in front of him was different, as if she was more beautiful than during the day. But now he is not the kind of pig brother who is obsessed with sex, and quitting the game is not for a negative distance contact. The future is long. There is no need to rush for this moment. More importantly, he has never tried this kind of thing since he was a child, and he has no clear concept, so he will not be too anxious. This is just like smoking. If you have never touched it, you will not feel it, and you will not have any extremely urgent thoughts about this kind of thing. But once you have touched it, it is not so easy to quit. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyun's panic, Xiao Han smiled, pulled up his pants, and then continued, "It's late, you should go to bed early. Although I'm handsome, you don't have to look at me like that." Tisk, shameless. Who would praise themselves like this? Seeing that Xiao Han did not take the next step, Jiang Xiaoyun was relieved, and explained, "I'm just curious, what happened to you just now? You have drunk 5 tubes of energy liquid before and after, are you really okay?" When she asked this question, the shock in her heart still did not subside. Even if it is a perfect evolver, when it just completes the evolution, it will only use 5 to 10 tubes of energy liquid. This is because they skipped the first stage directly and became a second-level evolver, and the demand for energy will be very large. But the Xiao Han in front of him, including the energy liquid he drank this morning, he actually drank 7 bottles in one day. Even if a first-level evolver drinks like this, his body can't bear it. The scene in front of her has completely overturned her cognition. It seems that nothing happened after drinking 7 bottles of low-level energy liquid. She continued to stare at the man in front of her heart full of curiosity. At this time, Xiao Han saw that Jiang Xiaoyun's eyes were still not restrained at all, stretched out his finger and flicked her forehead, and said with a smile, "As a girl, shouldn't you be more reserved?" Then he suddenly leaned over, scaring her to retreat repeatedly, but still whispered in her ear, "If you keep staring at me like this, don't blame me for not being able to control it. Why are you like this?" Being threatened like this, Jiang Xiaoyun didn't dare to look around casually anymore, and quickly shrank her body and moved to the corner of the bed. Xiao Han didn't mind. He suddenly found that it seemed that it wouldn't be so boring to have such a woman around him in the future. Seeing that she shrank in the corner of the bed and didn't dare to sleep, Xiao Han stood up, walked to the cupboard, took out a quilt and said, "It's getting late. I'll sleep on the floor today, you should go to bed quickly." Then, regardless of her reaction, he reached out and pressed the switch, and the room immediately became dark. The room immediately fell silent, leaving only the faint breathing sounds of the 2 people. Xiao Han didn't pay attention to these. He immediately sat down cross-legged, and carefully felt the condition of his body, wanting to see if his current body was different from before. He drank 7 bottles of energy liquid before and after. Since he didn't die of fullness, there must be a reason. The biggest possibility is that the energy in these energy liquids has been completely absorbed by his body, because only in this way can it explain why he hasn't died of fullness. Since it has been absorbed, his strength should have improved, and it shouldn't be like now. Closing his eyes, Xiao Han felt quietly, just like in the game. Gradually, he slowly had a feeling that there seemed to be a trace of energy in his body now. Although he was not very sure, this feeling became more and more obvious as time went by. Is it possible that I have cultivated true qi? Xiao Han's heart moved, thinking of the novels he had read before, and his heart immediately became excited. But then, this feeling immediately disappeared again. He quickly controlled his mood, suppressed his excitement, and felt it quietly again. As time passed, that familiar feeling reappeared, as if there really was a stream of gas energy flowing through the body, and it was even getting stronger and stronger. Xiao Han no longer hesitated, and immediately tried to let the gas flow along the meridian route of the warrior's book. For now, this is his only choice. Even though the warrior's book is something in the game, since it has already affected the real body, it seems that there is nothing wrong with using it to practice. As this gas slowly runs through the meridians, Xiao Han doesn't know how much time has passed. Under his control, this gas finally completes a cycle. Then, he clearly feels that there is a very weak breath in his body. A flash of excitement flashed in his eyes, and Xiao Han immediately calmed down and tried his best to control this breath to slowly travel through the meridians. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. Slowly, this breath became stronger and stronger, and at the same time, the body also felt a strong sense of hunger. #C73 Let's talk about it after finishing it. I've already drank 7 bottles. Do I still want to continue? Feeling the hunger in his body, Xiao Han hesitated. He drank 7 bottles of low-level energy liquid in less than a day, which made him worried that his body wouldn't be able to handle it. As far as he knew, for a normal first-level evolver, 10 bottles of low-level energy liquid could last him a month of practice. But he used up 20 days' worth in 1 day. This made him feel a little more worried, but the hunger in his body was indeed there, and the hunger this time was different from before. During the first 2 times, although my body was extremely uncomfortable, the strongest feeling of hunger was still in my stomach. But this time it was different. Although there was a feeling of hunger in my stomach, it was not strong. The rest of the body was fine, and the feeling in my stomach was similar and within the tolerable range. But in some organs and muscles close to the meridians, especially near the meridians where the breath just wandered, this feeling of hunger is extremely strong, even to the point of being unbearable. Does the formation of that strand of true energy require the absorption of energy from the body? With this judgment in his mind, Xiao Han slowly stopped operating the technique, looking a little hesitant, not knowing whether he should continue. Because if his guess is correct, if he continues to practice like this, his body may really have problems. The Book of Warriors is just a basic technique, and its meridians have only one route. It extends from the abdomen to the chest, and then seems to go along the spine, and back to the abdomen. As long as this circle is completed, the breath in the body will be slightly stronger. This results in that when energy is absorbed, it will only be absorbed from the vicinity of this meridian, and there will be excess energy in the limbs, head, and both ribs. If this continues, problems may really arise. Hey, the hunger in the abdomen, chest, and spine seems to have lessened a little. The technique stopped running, and Xiao Han slowly felt some subtle changes in his body. The energy around the limbs, head, and ribs seems to be slowly transferring to the abdomen, chest, and spine, allowing the entire body to reach a balance. However, this is very slow and may take at least 10 hours. Forget it, let's leave it like that for the time being. Even if you eat, you can't become fat in just one bite. With a decision in his mind, Xiao Han no longer hesitated, pulled the quilt, spread it out and lay down. Call! At this time, a slight exhalation sound came from the ear, and the owner of the sound seemed to have completely relaxed at this time. Oh! Xiao Han chuckled, feeling more and more that Jiang Xiaoyun had a unique attraction. Although she didn't have that stunning appearance, she didn't know why, but she felt really good to him. Slowly closing his eyes, Xiao Han was not prepared for what would happen at this time. Since she is not ready yet, she should wait a little longer. When the meat in the bowl arrives, will she still be able to fly? At this time, the small room fell silent again, with only the faint breathing of the two people left. Xiao Han couldn't sleep for a while. The quiet room made his hearing more sensitive, and he could even hear the heartbeats of the two of them. My hearing is so good. I wonder if the qi in my body will strengthen this ability? Unable to sleep for a while, Xiao Han suddenly had some thoughts in his mind, while thinking about today's harvest. As soon as this idea emerged, it was like a wild weed with strong vitality. Took root crazily in my heart and grew more and more vigorously. Xiao Han opened his eyes and thought to himself, just give it a try. Nothing will happen to you. With this thought in mind, he quickly took action. Just lie like this, trying to control the true energy in the meridians to move towards the head. Although you don't know where the meridians going to the head are in the body, this true energy will move around and find its own path. Slowly, the energy moved along the chest to the neck, then to the chin, and finally entered the right ear. At this time, his hearing expanded several times in an instant, and a furious voice immediately entered his ears. Let me go quickly. Isn't this just about to happen? Why are you here again? Who made you want to drive me away? Of course I have to get pregnant as soon as possible. Then we can't do it so often. Besides, are you ovulating now? This doesn't seem to be the case. Ah, you crazy woman, you want to make me angry to death. If not, why don't you let go quickly? We'll talk about it after we're done. What the hell? I've been tortured by you for most of the night. It hurts a lot. Okay. Because of the mutated beast, Jing'an was very quiet at night, and the sound could still be heard clearly in his ears through the two doors. Puff! Xiao Han couldn't help it for a moment and spurted it out. The real energy in his ears was cut off and the sound immediately disappeared. At the same time, he also heard Jiang Xiaoyun's breathing become heavier, and he seemed to be nervous again. It was getting very late, and Xiao Han didn't want to increase the burden on her heart, so he quickly put one hand on his chin and suppressed his smile. The trace of true energy in his ears, without his control, immediately returned to his chest, swimming slowly along the route of his abdomen, chest, and spine. Feeling the power of this strand of true qi, Xiao Han's excitement became stronger and stronger. He tried to slowly move this strand of true qi to his palm, and then clenched his fist. He could clearly feel that with the blessing of true qi, his strength seemed to be much stronger. At this moment, Xiao Han's excitement could not be described in words. His fist kept stretching, clenching, stretching again, and clenching again. Not long after, this strand of true qi completely disappeared. #C74 expectation. When he woke up, it was already bright. Xiao Han turned his head and looked to the side. Jiang Xiaoyun was gone. The quilt, pillow, and sheets on the bed were neatly arranged, looking very refreshing. Xiao Han stretched, tidied up simply, put the cup into the cupboard, and then opened the door and walked out. You're awake. I cooked some porridge. Do you want to drink some? At this time, a brisk voice came into his ears. It sounded like he was in a good mood. Xiao Han moved his feet and immediately walked to the living room, smiling and saying, "Just right. I'm hungry too." The feeling of hunger in the body has always been there, but he drank too much energy liquid yesterday and didn't dare to continue drinking, so he could only bear it. If there is porridge to drink, although it can't eliminate the discomfort of The body immediately, it will always be better. Seeing this diligent figure as soon as he got up, Xiao Han was in a good mood, and continued with a smile. I'll go wash up first. Where are Ding Yi and Yi? Xiao Xiao? Have they not gotten up yet? They shouldn't have gotten up yet. Anyway, I haven't seen them since I got up. Oh, that's fine. If you're hungry, eat first. Xiao Han responded, and remembered the voice he heard last night with a look of confusion at the corner of his mouth. It is estimated that the two of them should have been tossing until very late, and they should not get up before noon. In this fucked-up era, although Xiao Han disagreed with Yi Xiaoxiao's approach, he could understand it. It is really not easy for a woman to survive in such a world. They can only go with the flow and wait for the arrangement of fate. If they are unlucky, they may be assigned to an old man, relying on 2 tubes of energy liquid per month, potatoes or sweet potatoes to barely survive. Such a life is really hard to endure. Now, her luck is pretty good. She has a husband like a young man, and her financial conditions are pretty good. She doesn't have to eat potatoes for 3 meals a day. For such a hard-won opportunity, reserve is not so important, and of course, you have to hold it tightly. If you miss it, you may never meet it again in the second half of your life. For such a woman who tries her best to make her life better, Xiao Han doesn't think he has any right to despise her. He has experienced this kind of taste of fleeing from one city to another. Once, with Yi Xiaoxiao's weak physique, it is not easy to come here now. Squeezing out toothpaste, Xiao Han stopped thinking about Ding Yi and Yi Xiaoxiao and washed up quickly. When he came out, Jiang Xiaoyun had already served him porridge, and there was a small dish of white shredded radish on the table. It just didn't have the embellishment of coriander, which made it look a little monotonous. But it was already very good, at least better than him and Ding Yi roasted potatoes, stewed potatoes, and boiled potatoes every day before. Sitting down at the dining table, Xiao Han picked up the chopsticks and tasted. How is it? Is it delicious? Jiang Xiaoyun was still somewhat confident about the shredded radish he made, and continued with a smile. Without the ingredients, I can only slightly adjust the taste with salt. It should be good. Well, it tastes very good. Xiao Han laughed and praised generously. Very refreshing, very good to eat, with rice. When living with Ding Yi before, there was no such treatment, and eating was also very casual. Anyway, no matter how it was changed, it was still potatoes. With shredded radish, Xiao Han ate 2 bowls of porridge in a row. At this time, a strange feeling came from the stomach. It was obviously full, but still very hungry. Xiao Han really couldn't stand this, but if he continued to drink energy liquid, he didn't dare. Forget it. Let's go into the game. Xiao Han muttered in his heart with a loosened brow. After entering perfect world, this feeling will be weaker, and there will be no need to endure this kind of hunger torture. Glancing at Jiang Xiaoyun, Xiao Han smiled and said, I have to enter the game. You can go buy some personal items later. As he said that, he took out his mobile phone from his trouser pocket and continued with a smile. There is 10,000 yuan in the Weiqiu account. You don't need a password to buy anything. If you have nothing to do, call Yi Xiaoxiao later and buy some vegetables by the way. Okay, I know. Jiang Xiaoyun did not refuse. He took the mobile phone handed over by Xiao Han, and promised solemnly, I will spend this money sparingly. Don't be too sparing. I still have enough in my account. Waving his hand with a smile, Xiao Han said no more and turned to walk into the room. Since the influence of perfect world on the body has radiated into reality, he must still focus most of his energy on the game. The warrior's book can allow the body to cultivate true qi, but it is only a primary method after all and can only cultivate one meridian. With only such a method, the improvement of strength must be very slow. If he could obtain intermediate or advanced skills one day, even if his body did not evolve, his strength would not be weaker than those who evolved. This is still worth looking forward to. More importantly, according to the promotion of perfect world, the things in the game can be brought into reality. Although he did not understand the principle, it would be exciting to think about it if it could be done. For example, when he reaches level 30, he can complete the second job transfer, and then the mount system will be enabled. With a talent that rewards 100 times, even if you catch a lizard as a mount, you have a chance to turn it into a flying dragon. If such a thing can be brought into reality, then let alone Shinkai. Even if the 7th level evolver from the Magic City comes to Jing'an in person, he has the confidence to hang him up and beat him. Thinking of this, Xiao Han's pace quickened, and he rushed into the room in a blink of an eye and put on his helmet. #C75 only task. Opening his eyes again, Xiao Han smiled. After entering the game, the hunger in his body has been reduced a lot, almost unnoticeable. According to the introduction of Perfect World, being hit by wild monsters in the game will also cause pain, which has been experienced in previous battles. However, this pain has been weakened less than 30% and most people can bear. At the same time, because the game helmet will intercept brain wave signals, showing the discomfort in the body, it will be greatly weakened after being transmitted to the game, and its intensity will be reduced by about 70 to 80%. It is precisely because of this that when he evolved before, he could still bear it in the game, but after exiting the game he couldn't even stand up. Now that there is no unbearable hunger, Xiao Han is relieved, opened the control panel and took a look, then quickly stood up and walked out the door. As soon as the door was opened, there was a commotion outside. "Hey, that Lu Yen was so pretty just now. I got hard after just one look." "Ah, another unlucky one." Seeing that guy's dejected look, he must have failed. "Is there any need to look at this?" Room 3, Room 7, and Room 15, these are all rooms that have been occupied for more than 3 hours. The guys inside must have become evolvers. Look at the guy who just came out. He has been in for less than 5 minutes. Isn't the result obvious? "Hey, the guy who came out of Room 3 is a little handsome." The crowd was talking, but Xiao Han didn't care. He also rejected several players who wanted to come over and add friends and walked directly to the counter. After more than 10 hours, there were already many players who came to Stormwind City, which could be seen from the bustle of the warrior temple. He had occupied the training room for more than 10 hours, and now he had to check out and then go to the primary task area to have a look. There is no clue about Wang Dehai and Ning Wu's recommendation letters yet. He can't find other demon sealers for a while, so this task can only be put aside. For the time being, there are many ordinary tasks in the task area. Completing these tasks can get a small amount of coin rewards and merit points. Merit points can be exchanged for warrior skills in the task hall. Although they are all some elementary ordinary skills, it is better than nothing. According to the introduction released on the official website of Perfect World, the probability of wanting to explode a skill book in the wild is extremely low, which may not even be 1 in 10,000. So for now, if you want to learn skills, you still have to do the merit point tasks steadily to be the most efficient. As for going to the wild to explode skill books, it is really like a blind cat hitting a dead mouse. Even if he has the talent of 100 times reward, it is useless, because the 100 times reward only upgrades the grade of the exploded things and does not increase the explosion rate at all. So for him, if he wants to learn skills, he has to start from the elementary warrior task area of the warrior temple. Coming to the counter, Xiao Han knocked lightly and said directly, "The number 3 training room is out of use. How much is it in total?" "Sir, you spent a total of 16 hours and 26 minutes. Our charge here is 1 gold coin every 10 minutes, so you need to pay a total of 99 gold coins." He already knew this price when he rented the training room, but he didn't know how long he stayed in the training room in total. 99 gold coins may be a considerable amount for other players, but for him it's just a drizzle. After taking out the gold coins and putting them on the counter, Xiao Han turned and walked towards the primary task area. At this time, the discussion of many players came from behind. "Fuck! This guy actually stayed in the training room for 16 hours. What ability did he evolve? Fuck. I've been playing games for so long and I haven't seen 100 gold coins. This is 10,000 yuan. He just took it out like that. Don't be envious. He is the cold owl in the 9528 novice village. Even if you haven't heard of him, Xingkai should know him. Damn. This guy is going to beat 1,000 Xingkais. Who said he wasn't? He is a level 6 evolver. I dare not say a word to him. Xiao Han didn't care about the noisy discussions behind him. If he did things more ostentatiously, his reputation would rise unconsciously. What's more, what he did in the 9528 novice village was not just as simple as being ostentatious. Strictly speaking, it should be considered arrogant. And many people recorded videos at that time and publicized the scene of him arguing with Xingkai. Xiao Han didn't mind this at all. In reality, he is indeed no match for Xingkai, maybe not even a finger. But in the game, he is not bragging. Given Xingkai's situation at that time, let alone 1,000, even if there are 10,000, they are just delivering food to him. As for the revenge that follows, as long as the equipment and level are always ahead of them, the so-called revenge is just a joke. Walking quickly into the primary task area, Xiao Han saw dozens of people in it at a glance, all of whom came in and left in a hurry. Those who came in all went straight to the huge light screen in the task area. There were tasks on it, indicating the task requirements, task rewards, and task locations, as well as some matters that need attention. As for those who left, they were all those who had already accepted the mission. Seeing this, Xiao Han also quickly stepped forward and looked up at the mission on the light screen. Hey! So many unique missions, but no one accepted them. #C76 Wealthy, Willful. The tasks on the light screen are divided into two types. One is the only red task, and Xiao Han saw 5 or 6 at a glance. There is also a white common task, and there are also more than a dozen types. After carefully looking at the introduction on the screen, I immediately understood why no one took these unique tasks. It's not that I don't want to take it, but my strength doesn't allow it. Ordinary tasks are very simple. They are all tasks to eliminate ordinary, demonized monsters. There is no requirement for strength and there will be no consequences if they fail. But the only mission is different. The introduction next to it says that it is to prevent junior soldiers from dying and causing unnecessary losses. To take on a unique task, you need to pay 100 gold coins as a deposit. If you can complete it, the gold coins will be returned in full. If you fail, of course there will be no gold coins. Although this 100 gold coins is not much, to many people it is actually a large amount of money. Ignoring the ordinary tasks, Xiao Han carefully stared at the introduction to the only task, the only mission. Collect gray mist grass. Task requirements. Collect 100 gray mist grasses. Mission reward: 5,000 experience points, 50 merit points, and 10 gold coins. Note: there are a large number of shadow leopards occupying the gray mist valley. The visibility is less than 10 meters, which is very dangerous. It is recommended to go in a group. The only mission: kill the demonized corpse chief. Mission requirements: kill the demonized zombie and retrieve its fangs. Mission reward: 7,000 experience points, 70 merit points, and 15 gold coins. Note: there are a large number of powerful undead creatures in the Necronomicon cemetery, which is extremely dangerous. It is recommended to go in a team. After reading these unique tasks, Xiao Han found that most of them were collection tasks, and they were all in very dangerous places. The wild monsters were all at least level 20 or above. These places may be dangerous to other players, but to him they are actually within the tolerance range. It's just that the collection task is very troublesome. It's easy to deal with wild monsters to do such a task, but the task items have to be found one by one, which takes a lot of time. Missions like killing the demonized corpse chief were more to his liking. Not only did he have the chance to get the best equipment, but he could also get Rewards of gold coins and merit points. The 70-point merit point reward has a 100-fold increase in reward. He can get 7,000 points in an instant, which is enough for him to buy 2 books of ordinary skills. It's a pity that there are only 2 such tasks, and there is a limit on the number. You can only accept 1 such task at the same time. As a result, his idea of taking on all the unique tasks at the same time could only come to nothing. Turning his eyes to the ordinary tasks aside, Xiao Han browsed them all from beginning to end. I found that one of these ordinary tasks was to kill demonized zombies, and the location happened to be in the undead cemetery. His eyes lit up and he immediately walked towards the mission registration office. Beauty, I want to take on the 2 tasks of demonizing zombies and demonizing zombies. The person in charge of the registration task is a beautiful young lady in her early 20s. The nameplate on her chest has the words Li Wei. However, at this time it is inappropriate to call her by her first name. It is more general to call her beautiful. What, you're going to kill the demon and transform the zombie king? Hearing what Xiao Han said, Li Wei, who was in charge of the registration task, was surprised and said, "The demonized zombies are very dangerous. Each of them has the strength close to that of an intermediate warrior. I think you'd better think about it carefully." "It's okay. My strength is not weak either." Out of confidence in his own strength, Xiao Han did not listen to her advice. He did not think that the undead cemetery was a dangerous place for him. He has also killed demonized zombies. Although it is a bit difficult, he can still kill them. As for the demonic corpse king, he should be an elite monster based on his name. Once he reaches level 15 and is equipped with a gravel ring, he will have a 20% armor breaking effect, so it shouldn't be too difficult to deal with. Taking out 100 gold coins from his backpack, Xiao Han put them on the counter and said with a smile, "Leave these 2 tasks to me. There will be no
danger."
"Well, I hope you can come back safely." Unable to persuade him, Li Wei stopped talking and quickly started working on the counter. After a while, Xiao Han heard the system notification. He already knew these 2 tasks clearly, so he turned around and left the warrior temple without opening the task panel. Then he ran to a drugstore not far from the warrior temple and bought 100 sets of advanced life-restoring potions and 500 sets of intermediate life-restoring potions. Now with the space ring, he is no longer restricted by the package. A set of advanced life-restoring potions is worth 20 gold coins, and 100 sets cost 2,000. Plus 500 sets of intermediate life-restoring potions cost 7,000 gold coins at a time. Although this time he spent 700,000 yuan, Xiao Han didn't care. If you have money, you are so willful. Taking these potions, he immediately ran towards the teleportation array from which he came. Stormwind City is very big, and the warrior temple is in the east of the city. If you want to run to the undead cemetery in the west of the city on 2 legs, you probably won't be able to get there in 2 days. Therefore, the fastest way is to use the teleportation array to first teleport to the west city gate, and then set off from the west city gate to the undead cemetery. Even so, if you want to get to your destination from the west city gate, it may take an hour just to travel. This setting has already caused many players to complain. However, the official has no intention of making any changes. They just comforted the players that this situation will improve after completing the second job transfer and opening the mount system. All players can only endure this. Xiao Han is of course no exception. He walked into the teleportation hall, again handed in a silver coin, and stood on the teleportation array. With a flash of light, the figure on the teleportation array disappeared. At the same time, in an office in the center of Jing'an, 2 men looked at each other with depression in their eyes. One of them asked, "I didn't expect that he only awakened an ear, and the protection on it has been withdrawn. Without this layer of skin, that kid can't suppress those people. What should we do now?" "Hey, who would have thought it would be like this? I thought it would be okay." to register on it, at least in the short term, but it was just sent over, and such a moth happened. Let's just leave it at that. It's her bad luck. Her father threw us into the beast cage at the beginning. I can do this step, and I am worthy of her. Hashtag C77 Dead Graveyard. Coming out of the teleportation hall, Xiao Han saw the towering city wall more than 100 meters away. It was 20 meters high and gray in color. At this time, teams of soldiers were patrolling on it. Under the city wall was a 5-meter-high city gate, but this city gate was tightly closed, and there was a secondary gate on each side. Players and NPCs entering and leaving Stormwind City had to go through here. These two city gates, one for entering and the other for leaving, looked orderly and not messy at all. There were many people leaving the city, players and ordinary NPCs of Stormwind City mixed together, but the difference between them could still be seen at a glance. Because NPCs do not need to fight, they are usually dressed in cloth and do not carry weapons, while players are basically in a hurry with all their weapons in their hands. After a brief observation, Xiao Han did not stop and ran quickly to the city.
Gate?
Players and NPCs entering the city must be strictly checked, but there are not so many restrictions when leaving the city. When he came out of the city, he saw a large number of players gathered outside the city, shouting and looking for a suitable team. Team up to go to the undead cemetery. Missing 2 knights. Bring your own potions. A team of 10 knights is recruiting high-attack mages with magic attacks above 150 points and can provide a set of primary energy potions every hour. Warriors are looking for a team level 11. Attack 130. Bring your own potions. Looking at the many players around him who were looking for a team, Xiao Han rejected the invitations of several teams to join the team and ran to the undead cemetery alone. At present, only the undead cemetery in the west of the city is suitable for leveling, and the merit points obtained are relatively high. But high returns also mean high risks, even if the undead cemetery is only on the periphery. The lowest level of demonized skeletons has reached level 15. Even if you go a little deeper by 1 or 2 kilometers, you will encounter a level 20 demonized zombie. At present, more than 90% of the players cannot even break the defense of the demonized zombies, so if you want to kill monsters in that place, you can't do it alone. As Xiao Han left alone, several players who had invited him to join the team began to discuss. Humph, he really doesn't know what's good for him. He didn't even want to join the team, and he dared to go to the graveyard of the dead alone. Let's see how he dies later. Look at his equipment. It seems that it's not simple. How can others look down on your team that is put together in a mess? Hey, don't you look at what kind of virtue you are? You still want to team up with Han Xiao. You are so shameless. Oh my God. It turns out to be Han Xiao. Why do I look familiar? Amid the discussion, more than a dozen players discussed more and more fiercely, with envy, jealousy, and of course disdain. At this time, Xiao Han had already left here and ran to his destination. What he didn't know was that with the discussion of these players, the news that Han Xiao went to the graveyard of the dead quickly spread to the surrounding areas. North of the city, gravel forest. After reading the message sent by his subordinates, Lian's eyes suddenly lit up and he snorted, "Humph, I'll see how you die this time if you offend Lord Xing. Shuyan, call the brothers. Let's go to the undead cemetery." At the same time, in other places in Stormwind City, some players also received such news. He doesn't even take Lord Xing Kai of our magic city seriously. I want to see how strong he is. Han Xiao went to the undead cemetery. It seems that there is fun to watch there. I heard that guy has several gold equipment on him. Since he doesn't want to sell it, just explode it. Xiao Han didn't know that the storm was about to happen. At this time he had already arrived at the outskirts of the undead cemetery. A large number of players were teaming up to kill monsters here. The knights were responsible for pulling monsters and resisting damage, and the mages were responsible for attacking. One demonized skeleton after another was killed. The physical defense of the demonized skeleton is very high, and the knight's attack can generally only cause less than 20 points of damage. But the damage of the mage is different. Almost every skill can cause 200 or 300 points of damage. However, during this period of time, all magicians only learned one basic skill: Small Fireball. The first level Small Fireball has a casting time of 3 seconds, so their killing speed is not fast and they can only wander around the periphery of the dead cemetery. Not to mention going 1 or 2,000 meters deep. Even going 1 or 200 meters deep is impossible. This embarrassing situation may be improved in a few days when all players have learned skills. After all, even if the job transfer is successful, the attribute points are not increased too much. Without skill damage, it is still very difficult to kill monsters. After observing for a while, Xiao Han avoided the leveling area of several teams of players and walked deep into the dead cemetery. At this time, a set of data happened to appear in the corner of his eyes. Demonized Skeleton, Level 15, HP plus 8,000, Attack plus 108, Defense plus 135, Skill. Corpse Poison. Hit the target, can poison it, lose 10 HP per second, lasting 30 seconds. Seeing such attributes, Xiao Han was stunned for a moment. It's not that the attributes are too high, but such attributes are really useless. With the Roaring Wolf, he can even lead a group of people to kill together. He bought so many intermediate recovery potions because he planned to fight the demonized zombies to the death. When he was in the Demon Flame Cave, he was abused badly. He counted on his fingers and used the potion in seconds. I was afraid that I would not have enough potions to complete the mission of rescuing Ningwu. But now I remembered that the demonized monsters here were ordinary and could not be compared with the elite monsters at the beginning. After going 1 or 2 kilometers deep, the demonized zombies I encountered were probably just ordinary ones. The potions in my backpack were probably useless. With a depressed sigh, Xiao Han walked deep into the death cemetery despite the attack of the demonized skeletons. At the same time, a series of immunity appeared above his head. #C78envy. Fuck. Am I hallucinating? What the hell does that series of immunities mean? It's impossible to be hallucinating. I just feel that this scene is familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere. This is really comparing people. It's so annoying. Who said it's not? We have more than a dozen people surrounding a demonized skeleton, and they have dozens of demonized skeletons surrounding him. The difference is too big. Master, don't go. Please help me. Please upgrade. How about 5,000 yuan per hour? Xiao Han also heard the discussion behind him. After all, the distance was not too far. At this time, he had stopped involuntarily, not because he was tempted by the price of 5,000 yuan per hour, but because he really couldn't walk. Since he went more than 200 meters deep into the undead cemetery, the demonized skeletons within 200 to 300 meters around him surrounded him. At the same time, the graves around him also cracked one by one, and a large number of demonized skeletons crawled out from them. He was surrounded by accident. There were demonized skeletons everywhere, blocking his way to the deep graveyard of the dead. If he didn't kill them all, he probably wouldn't be able to leave here. Looking at the series of -20s that appeared around him, Xiao Han was a little depressed. He didn't care about these ordinary demonized skeletons of only level 15, and he didn't plan to do anything. Because when he was in the warrior temple, he also saw the task related to the demonized skeletons, but he didn't take it. Killing these demonized skeletons at this time would not get any merit points. For him, it would be more cost-effective to kill the demonized zombies directly, but in this situation he had to kill them. He had to draw out the broken wind blade and slashed it with a knife. -486. A damage of nearly 500 points appeared, and Xiao Han frowned slightly. Without the additional attack power of a silver ring, the damage he caused to The demonized skeletons was less than 500 points. In this way, it takes about 10 seconds to kill each one. It will probably take more than an hour to clean up all the hundreds of demonized skeletons around. Fortunately, it is still morning and there is still plenty of time. Even if more than an hour is wasted here, there should be no problem in completing the task of killing the demonized corpse leader. Minus 492. Another damage value of nearly 500 points appeared, and several teams of players not far away were stunned. Was sure, am I playing the same game as him? I have spent a lot of money. Just be content, at least you have become an evolver and the money is not wasted. Look at me, I also spent more than 100,000, but I didn't get any benefits. Don't complain, there should still be a chance when you change your job for the second time. But that guy is really fierce. Yeah, he killed one in 10 seconds. At this speed of killing monsters, he will be able to upgrade soon. Such a scene fell into the eyes of several teams of players around, and their eyes were red with envy. But they could only watch like this, because there were too many demonized skeletons in that place. Even if they went there, they would just die. In the center of the skeleton group, Xiao Han waved the wind-breaking knife tirelessly, and the damage value of nearly 500 points appeared one by one. The same time, there were constant system prompts in his ears. Ding, you killed the demonized skeleton and gained 500 experience points. The 100-fold reward was triggered, and you gained 50,000 experience points. Ding, your level has been upgraded to level 11. Please allocate free attribute points reasonably. I wish you a happy game. Ding, you killed the demonized skeleton and gained 2 copper coins. The 100-fold reward was triggered, and you gained 200 copper coins. Ding, you killed the skeleton and gained the blank equipment bone ring. The 100-fold reward was triggered, and you gained the bronze equipment bone ring. Ding, you killed the demonized skeleton and gained. Hearing such prompts, Xiao Han quickly opened the attribute panel and added all the 5 free attributes he had just obtained to the strength again, making the attack power reach 695 points. As for the copper coins and equipment on the ground, there was definitely no time to pick them up for the time being. Even if he wanted to pick them up, the demonized skeletons that kept squeezing over made it impossible for him to bend down. He had to keep waving the wind-breaking knife to chop them all to death. As time passed, the equipment and copper coins on the ground increased, piling up into a thick layer. This shocking scene attracted the surrounding players to gather around. They looked at the equipment and coins on the ground, and their eyes were all shining with excitement. Did you see that the equipment on the ground seemed to be all bronze? Why don't we rush over together and whoever grabs it will get it? There are also a lot of copper coins on the ground. Even if we can't grab the equipment, we won't lose if we grab a few hundred copper coins. Wait a little longer, there are still dozens of skeletons. If we rush over, now the casualties may be a bit large. The crowd not far away was talking, but Xiao Han didn't care. Instead, a touch of happiness appeared in his eyes. Hundreds of demonized skeletons were killed. With the blessing of 100 times the reward, it was equivalent to killing tens of thousands of people in less than an hour. At this time, the system prompt sound was finally heard again, and it was the long-lost upgrade prompt sound. Ding, your level has been upgraded to level 15. Please allocate free attribute points reasonably. I wish you a happy game. The level has risen to level 15, which has reached the requirements for equipping the stone-breaking ring. Xiao Han did not hesitate at all and immediately replaced the Fong ring. He opened the attribute panel and saw that the attack had reached 772 points. He waved his hand and chopped the demonized skeleton beside him. Minus 1,324. A huge critical damage appeared, and the remaining health of the demonized skeleton was instantly emptied. This scene made the players who just wanted to touch it stunned. With a little hesitation, 2 points of hesitation, and 3 points of horror in their eyes. However, the next second, after seeing the equipment and copper coins on the ground, their minds were instantly occupied by greed, and they ran straight to the place where the equipment and copper coins fell. #C79 Ruthless. Someone took action, and the players watching on the side immediately became restless, especially after seeing the large number of equipment on the ground. Their expressions became a little uneasy. At this time, it is definitely better to be quick than to be slow. If you are a few seconds late, you may not be able to grab anything. Go together, we will win if we grab one. Hurry up. Let's go and have a taste of soup. That's right, what are you afraid of? His attack is high and he can kill everyone. With the shouts of the crowd, nearly 100 players immediately rushed to the place where the equipment and coins were piled. At this time, not all players were blinded by greed. There were still more than a dozen players who did not go over and stood aside to watch with gloating. Haha. These guys are really fierce. Now we're going to have a good show. Hey, guess how many unlucky guys will be left with only a pair of shorts after being exploded? Brother, what do you mean by that? Even if you have bad luck, you won't be left with only a pair of shorts, right? Hehe, that's the great demon king Han Xiao. You may not know that if you are killed by him, either nothing will be exploded or all will be exploded. Not even a copper coin will be left for you. It's very cool. Fuck. Is this the tough guy in the novice village number 9528? Outside the cemetery of the dead, Xiao Han led away all the demonized skeletons in this area and slaughtered most of them. It was precisely because of this that more than 100 players could rush to the equipment and coins on the ground without hindrance. Their eyes were full of greed and excitement. At this time, Xiao Han had no way to deal with it, because although more than half of the demonized skeletons were killed, there were still dozens of them surrounding him. Even if he wanted to stop those players, he was powerless. However, it is not so easy for them to grab equipment and copper coins, because 80% of the equipment and copper coins are in the area under his feet, and there are only a small part outside. If you want to grab more equipment, you must lead these demonized skeletons away. At that time, he will be free. If these guys are lucky, they may make a small profit, but if they are unlucky, they may even have to pay for their pants. So at this time, Xiao Han is not in a hurry, and he still chops the demonized skeletons in front of him one by one. At this time, several excited voices came to his ears. Haha, it's really bronze equipment, a bone ring that adds 72 points of attack. My armor is also bronze, which can increase the upper limit of health by more than 1,000 points. Wow, I'm rich. I picked up white. Among the many noisy voices, Xiao Han heard that someone should have picked up silver equipment, but that guy was not too stupid and immediately swallowed the rest of the words. If he shouted it out directly, it might cause jealousy from other players. He couldn't remember how many bronze equipments were dropped in the past half hour. Anyway, there were not 30 pieces, but there should be more than 20 pieces. As for silver equipment, he heard the system prompt sound 4 times. As for whether he missed any, he didn't know. As the equipment scattered on the periphery was picked up, the eyes of nearly 100 players all turned to Xiao Han's feet. At this time, they had tasted the sweetness. How could they easily stop? Let's go together and lead all those dozens of demonized skeletons away. We will rob them and run away. He can't do anything to us. With a loud shout, nearly 100 players immediately took action and ran straight to the place where equipment and coins were piled up. They immediately started to attack the demonized skeletons on the periphery, and immediately ran to the periphery after pulling the hatred value. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han smiled. Although the bronze equipment on the ground was still worth some money, he didn't care too much, because this level of equipment was no different from whiteboard equipment. For him, as long as he spent some time, he could get as much as he wanted. Yesterday in the Demon Flame Cave, not to mention bronze equipment, even a lot of silver equipment was thrown away. He valued equipment above silver more, and the players in front of him, who could come to Stormwind City at this time were basically the best in each novice village. Even if only 1/3 were killed, the benefits would definitely be much higher than killing the demonized skeletons. Yang! At this moment, a sword sound came from his ears. Xiao Han saw a demonized skeleton next to him being attacked, and the hatred was immediately sucked away. He turned and chased the player with the long sword. There was a gap in the encirclement. He did not hesitate at all and immediately moved his feet and rushed out of the gap. At this time, 7 or 8 players had already run in front of him, as if they did not see him, and reached out to grab the equipment on the ground. Heh! My equipment. How can it be so easy to take?
Sia han snerered. Vaved.
His hand and chopped a player next to him. Minus 561. Over 500 damage points immediately appeared, causing the player's health to drop by a quarter. But he didn't care at all, and poured a bottle of primary life potion into his mouth, which immediately replenished 200 points. Then, with his eyes shining, he reached out again to grab the equipment on the ground. At this time, Xiao Han also understood. This guy is a ruthless person, who intends to use this life to exchange for more equipment, and he doesn't care even if he is killed. Compared with the equipment he snatched, the loss of a little experience value is nothing, and he can get it back in a few hours. Humph, if you want to trade your life for equipment, that depends on whether you are lucky enough. Facing this guy with a clear purpose, Xiao Han had no choice but to chop him with the broken wind knife again. Minus 1,124. The huge critical damage immediately made this ruthless man's face change wildly, but his hands did not stop moving. He put away the equipment he had just snatched and reached out to grab another one. When encountering such a persistent guy, nonsense is useless. Only the knife can make him understand that if it is not put into the backpack, it must be his. Minus 528. After the knife fell, this guy couldn't withstand such damage after all, and his body tilted and fell down. At this time, Xiao Han heard a series of system prompts. #C80 Devil King of Cold Owl. Haha. I knew this would happen. I guarantee that guy doesn't have a single penny on him now. Fuck, the name of this great demon king, Frost Owl, really lives up to his name. Ouch, the second guy also exploded. I guess he only has a pair of shorts left. Quick, quick. If anyone has friends near the resurrection altar, please contact them and give us a live broadcast. Outside the necropolis, some players gloated over the misfortune, some players were shocked, and at this time 3 players on the resurrection altar were confused. Fuck. What the hell is going on? I was just killed once, how come I don't even have a copper coin on me? I want to know too, the only 2 silver equipment I have were exploded, and even the things in my backpack are gone. Woo woo woo, treasure map, my treasure map, the treasure map I won in the lottery at the beginning. How come it also exploded? There was a wailing on the resurrection altar. The 3 players even wanted to die at this moment. They just picked up a few bronze equipment. Now not only were the equipment they picked up exploded, but even the original equipment was gone. Huh. This is too scary. Fortunately, I was lucky. I didn't drop a copper coin. I lost some experience and picked up 5 bronze equipment for nothing. Dead cemetery. Xiao Han killed 5 people in a row. When 3 of them died, more than 10 pieces of equipment were directly exploded, and there were gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins all over the ground. This scene frightened the players who came to grab the equipment, and they retreated in fear. For a few bronze equipment, if it was just a loss of experience points, no one would care, but if all the equipment on the body exploded, few people could bear it. The players who retreated looked at the equipment on the ground with unwillingness in their eyes, but they did not dare to rush forward again, so they had to stand more than 10 meters away and whispered to each other. What's going on? Even if you get killed, equipment will drop. It's normal to drop 1 or 2 pieces, but I've never seen such a clean drop. Damn it. I was scared to death. Fortunately, I ran fast just now. If he cut me again, I would be dead. The difference in strength is too big. There are so many of us, but none of us can break his defense. But I always feel that this guy looks familiar. Now that you mention it, why do I feel that this damn guy looks a bit like the great demon king of Cold Owl in the novice village number 9528? How can it be a bit like that? This is... Listening to the discussion not far away, Xiao Han showed a helpless expression on his face. He really didn't expect that someone would give him such a nickname. Great Demon King. Damn it. Am I that scary? Looking down at the equipment on the ground, Xiao Han suddenly felt that the nickname given to him by others was not so unreasonable. After all, the 3 players who were just wiped out may agree with the title of Big Devil. Forget it. Big Devil is Big Devil, I don't care anyway.
Xiao Han muttred.
Softly, bent down and began to pick up the equipment on the ground. There were a lot of equipment and he didn't have time to look at it carefully, so he just threw it all into his backpack. Anyway, the space ring has a large capacity now, so there is no need to worry about not being able to fit it. In less than a minute, all the equipment on the ground was picked up, and there were tens of thousands of copper coins, and Xiao Han was too lazy to pick them up one by one. Slightly gather them together, take away those that can be grabbed in large quantities, and don't take those that can't be grabbed in large quantities. After a while, most of the copper coins were taken away. Turning his head to look at the several demonized skeletons that were still attacking him, Xiao Han was too lazy to kill them, and ran directly to the depths of the undead cemetery. This time he learned his lesson, no longer running slowly like before, but running at the fastest speed. The grave mound split open again, and the demonized skeletons that came out of it were left far behind before they completely came out. In less than 2 minutes, they disappeared from the sight of all the players. At this time, the players who had just been scared away breathed a sigh of relief. They returned to the place where they had just snatched equipment and copper coins, and their brows were deeply frowned. Strange. Why is there no equipment left? That's right, there were 30 or 40 pieces of equipment just now. How did he pick them all up? Maybe his backpack is bigger, far more than 30 spaces. Many players were talking to each other. Their eyes were full of confusion, but no one could tell them the exact answer. Some people did guess it, but such a guess could not convince everyone. At this time, Xiao Han had run more than 1,000 meters deep into the undead cemetery, and at the same time saw the demonized zombies wandering not far away. It's just that the special effect of the silver wolf's gaze has not been triggered, and the attributes of these demonized zombies cannot be seen, but it only takes a while. The gaze effect will be triggered once every 30 seconds. Even if it fails, sometimes it has a 50% success rate. As long as it is triggered a few more times, it will be visible. The demonized skeletons behind him are still chasing him.
Xiao Han rushed
Directly into the territory of the demonized zombies without any hesitation. These demonized zombies are just ordinary demonized wild monsters. They cannot be compared with the demonized zombies in the Demon Flame Cave. Their attributes are at least 2/3 lower than those of the elite demonized zombies. Roar! As a strange human entered, all the demonized zombies around immediately moved and surrounded him. Xiao Han tried to be attacked and found that the attack power of these demonized zombies was still not as high as his defense. He felt relieved and ran around the area. At this time, the special effect of the silver wolf's gaze was finally triggered again, and Xiao Han also saw the attributes of these demonized zombies. Demonized zombie. Level 20. HP plus 10,000. Attack plus 135. Defense plus 195. Skill. Corpse poison. Hitting the target can poison it, losing 50 HP per second. Lasting for 30 seconds. Hashtag C81 a rich harvest. Such attributes appeared in his eyes. Xiao Han was completely relieved, standing still, letting these demonized zombies attack. Although their attacks would also make him feel pain, he didn't care. If he Couldn't even bear this little pain. How could he hunt mutant beasts in the future? Opening the backpack and taking a quick look, Xiao Han showed a smile on his face. Although a lot of bronze equipment was robbed just now, he not only did not lose anything but also made a small profit. There were 7 silver equipment in the backpack, 3 of which were from the Bone series, which should have exploded from the demonized skeleton. The names of the remaining 4 equipment were different, and they were obviously exploded by the 3 players. As for the bronze equipment, because each of the killed players contributed 5 or 6 pieces, the total number of bronze equipment reached 21. Compared with the bronze equipment that exploded from the demonized skeleton before, the number is indeed slightly less, but with a few silver equipment as a supplement, the quality has been greatly improved. These bronze equipment will definitely be sold after returning. Let's see if Guohuai needs it. If he doesn't want to buy it, he can sell it. All to Bao Fengrui. I think that guy should like it. Beep beep. At this moment, a call request came from the friend list. Xiao Han answered it. Without hesitation, the light screen flashed, and Bao Fengrui's slightly illusory figure appeared in front of him. He was stunned for a moment when he appeared, then sighed and said with a depressed face, "Hey, when can I level up like you? It's not easy. When you have a set of silver equipment, you can almost level up like me." Xiao Han smiled and comforted. In fact, even if you have a set of silver equipment, you can't be like him, resisting the attacks of hundreds of demonized zombies without any damage. But you have to give Bao Fengrui some thoughts. However, Xiao Han was still a little curious about why this guy came at this time, so he asked directly, "What's the matter with me this time? Is the Wei State Guild preparing to ambush me again?" "That's not the case, but it's almost the same." Speaking of this, Bao Fengrui's face immediately became serious, and he said, in a deep voice, "You have to be careful this time. I don't know how the news of you in the undead cemetery got out. Now there are many powerful players rushing there, and they all seem to have some intentions towards you. I think you'd better avoid it. After all, this is not the 9528 novice village. There should be many players with strong strength." "Is that so? I will pay attention." After receiving such news, Xiao Han was a little depressed. He didn't do anything that would anger the heavens and the people, so why was he targeted again? And he was still relentless. He stayed in the novice village for less than a day and fought 2 games, killing hundreds of people. Now he came to Stormwind City, less than 2 hours after leaving the city, and he was targeted again. According to the current situation, this battle is probably inevitable. If dozens or hundreds of people are not killed, it will not end. Ah! Sighing depressedly, Xiao Han looked at Bao Fengrui and said, "If there is nothing else, I will hang up first. I am still busy here." "Wait a minute. Don't hang up first." Seeing the demonized zombies surrounding Xiao Han, Bao Fengrui knew that he didn't have time to talk nonsense now, so he said directly, "I heard that you killed some people, so you should have exploded silver equipment. What do you think of these equipment? Can you sell them to me? There are a few silver equipments. Let's talk about it when I go back." "Okay. Then I'll wait for your news." Bao Fengrui didn't drag his feet and hung up the call directly.
Xiao Han
didn't give him a clear answer. For now, everything is still uncertain. When he goes back this time, the equipment he can take out may not only be more than 20 bronze equipments and 7 or 8 silver equipments. At least these demonized zombies in front of him can at least drop dozens of bronze equipment and several silver equipment. Thinking of the silver equipment, Xiao Han hurriedly looked into his backpack. He just glanced at it roughly and didn't have time to check the attributes of the equipment carefully. Although the equipment on him was all silver, some of the equipment was only level 5 or level 10, and the added attributes were somewhat lame. If he could change to silver equipment with stronger attributes, it would also help him kill the demonized zombie leader. Hey, there is actually a critical hit effect. After looking at several silver equipment, Xiao Han found that there was actually one with a critical hit effect. Among the 7 silver equipment there were 2 wristbands. One was a level 15 black bone wristband, and the other was a level 10 silver wolf wristband, both of which had good attributes. But compared with the rock wristband he was equipped with, the attributes were far worse. One was silver and the other was gold, and there was no comparison at all. Among the remaining 5 silver equipment, there is a pair of boots, a hat, 2 rings, and a weapon. Among these equipment, there is only a pair of level 10 silver wolf boots, which has better attributes than the Zulu boots he originally wore. But it only adds 200 health points, 13 defense points, and 10 agility points, so Xiao Han just changed it. As for the other silver equipment, none of them are worth mentioning. Only the level 10 silver wolf battle ring is worth mentioning because it has a critical hit effect and increases the critical hit rate by 20%. This is a piece of equipment with great attributes, but he can't use it, because the attributes of the Bone Crusher ring are stronger than those of the Silver Wolf Battle Ring. It also has special effects and it is a stable output of armor-breaking special effects. Unlike the critical hit rate of the Silver Wolf Battle Ring, whether it can deal critical damage depends entirely on luck. As for using it to replace the Space Ring, that is even more impossible. At this time, the Space Ring is already full of equipment and potions, and it can't be put back into the backpack. If it is forced to replace, the Space Ring can only be thrown away. Of course, he won't do such a brain-watering thing. After looking at a few silver equipment, Xiao Han quickly scanned the remaining bronze equipment because the bronze equipment that exploded from those players is likely to have special effects. As long as there is one, its value will exceed the silver equipment. Hey, what is this? At this moment, Xiao Han saw that next to the recommendation letter, he didn't know when there was an extra drawing. #C82 treasure map. Although the backpack was very big, he was sure that there was no such thing in the backpack before, so the only possibility was that it had just exploded from the 3 guys. However, it was only in the backpack and it was not possible to see its introduction for the time being. Xiao Han immediately stretched out his finger and clicked it. Treasure map. The 3 bare words popped up, making him a little stunned. This situation has never happened before. No matter what the things in the game are, there will generally be relevant attribute introductions. But the treasure map in front of him was very willful and had no introduction. With curiosity, Xiao Han took the blueprint out of the backpack and observed carefully, but still had no clue. This blueprint was very ordinary. Judging from the material, it should be made of the fur of some beast. Both sides were very smooth, but there was a picture on one side. This picture was very simple, with 2 mountains on the left and right and a large canyon in the middle. At the end of the canyon, there was a very eye-catching red dot. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be the treasure indicated by the treasure map. However, with only this picture and no text description, it would be extremely difficult to find this place. Even if the 2 mountains were drawn in great detail and the terrain and trend of the canyon were clearly marked, it was still not easy to find them. Unless one day he was very lucky and saw the 2 mountains from a high altitude, otherwise he would not be able to find them even if he was in the middle of them. What a useless thing. After thinking about this, Xiao Han raised his hand and threw the treasure map back into the space ring and then looked at the other bronze equipment. There were quite a few bronze equipment he had just picked up, a total of 21 items, most of which were exploded by the 3 players he killed. The equipment he had exploded from the demonized skeleton had actually been robbed just a moment ago. Oh, my luck is really good. After looking at the equipment in the backpack, Xiao Han found that the 3 guys who had been exploded might really cry this time. In addition to the Silver Wolf Battle Ring, there were 3 other pieces of equipment with special effects, namely damage reduction, blood-sucking, and endless. The one with the damage reduction effect is a leather armor which can reduce the damage received by 50 points. At this stage, it is a very good equipment. The one with the absorption effect is a long sword. When it causes damage to The target, it can convert 10% of the damage value into health value. As for the endless, it is a special effect that can increase the critical strike effect by 20%. If it is used in conjunction with the critical strike effect, the effect will be better. Because once the critical strike is triggered, it will cause 20% more damage to the target. However, this endless is also on the ring and it is a bronze ring.
Xiao Han
Can only throw it in the backpack. A lot of equipment exploded, but there was not a single one that could increase the attack power. He was still a little disappointed about this, but it didn't matter. With the talent of 100 times the explosion rate, as long as the demonized corpse was killed, at least silver or above equipment could be exploded. If the luck is a little better, even gold or even dark gold equipment is possible. Bang! 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 The demonized zombies continued to attack, hitting him with a dull sound, and he could feel a slight pain. However, with the damage reduction effect of the roar of the angry wolf and a defense of up to 500 points, these attacks could not cause any damage to him. Let's get rid of them quickly, and we have to hurry to find the corpse. Leader! Muttering in a low voice, Xiao Han resisted the attack of the demonized zombies and chopped the head of a zombie next to him. Minus 614. More than 600 points of damage is not high. For a demonized zombie with a life value of 10,000 points, the damage caused by this knife is less than 1/10 of its total life value. But Xiao Han's attack frequency is very stable, basically 1 knife per second. In less than 15 seconds, the demonized zombie fell down with a pop, and at the same time a series of system prompts came. Ding, you killed the demonized zombie and got 800 experience points, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you got 80,000 experience points. Ding, you killed the demonized zombie and got 3 copper coins, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you got 300 copper coins. Ding, you killed the demonized zombie and got the black iron equipment magic bracelet, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you got the silver equipment Hades bracelet. Ding, you killed the demonized skeleton and got. Although the sound of the system upgrade passed by his ears quickly, Xiao Han still heard the words silver equipment and could also see the dark red bracelet on the ground. Heh! Such good luck! Killing the first demonized zombie and getting a silver equipment, which Xiao Han had not thought of. At the same time, a bracelet that he had never encountered before was also exploded, which was an equipment with a lower explosion rate than rings and weapons. At this moment, he wanted to pick up this equipment as soon as possible, but there were too many demonized zombies around, and it became an impossible task to bend down and pick up the equipment. In this regard, Xiao Han had no way to do anything. The current situation is the same as before when he was surrounded by demonized skeletons. If he doesn't kill all of these demonized zombies, he won't be able to pick up the equipment on the ground. Damn it! I will never kill monsters like this again. Without group attack skills, he actually didn't need to attract so many monsters, but it was a habit and it was too late to regret it now. Holding the wind-breaking blade, Xiao Han mechanically waved his arms, slashing the demonized zombies in front of him one by one. At the same time, at the edge of the undead cemetery, one figure after another appeared. They asked the surrounding players for information and then rushed straight into the depths of the cemetery. But after a while, they all retreated in embarrassment. Only a few people headed towards the depths of the undead cemetery despite the attacks of the demonized skeletons, but their speed of killing monsters and advancing was very slow. #C83 Nether Sun Bracelet. Graveyard of the Dead. As the last demonized zombie was hacked to death, Xiao Han let out a breath and looked a little excited. His explosion rate was pretty good. 6 pieces of black iron equipment exploded, and with the blessing of 100 times the reward, all of them turned into silver equipment. As for the bronze equipment converted from whiteboard equipment, there are even more, about 30 or 40 pieces. In the past hour or so, although no gold equipment was discovered, the total of bronze equipment and silver equipment on the ground could bring him nearly 1 million in income. There are some scattered demonized zombies 100 meters away. Xiao Han has no intention of killing them now. He has to pick up the equipment and copper coins worth millions on the ground first. He glanced around and quickly found the dark red bracelet on the ground. Ever since he heard the system prompt, he had been thinking about this piece of equipment, mainly because equipment like bracelets are difficult to explode. They are rare equipment like necklaces, medals, masks, and other equipment. The explosion rate of other equipment is generally around 20%. But the explosion rate of rare equipment is less than 1,000th. At least since he entered the game for so long, he should have killed more than 1,000 wild monsters, if not 2,000, but he only found such a rare piece of equipment. Xiao Han was still looking forward to the properties of the Ming Sun bracelet. He reached out to pick it up and saw its properties at the same time. Dark Sun bracelet, silver level 20, attack plus 115, strength plus 60, energy plus 60. The attack power alone increases by 115 points. If combined with strength, this piece of equipment can increase his attack power by 187 points. It's a pity that he is still at level 19. Although he is only one step away from level 20, he still cannot wear this piece of equipment, otherwise his attack power will reach 983 points. At this stage, most players don't even have 200 attack points, but he is already approaching 1,000 points. Haha, the attributes are really good. It seems I need to upgrade soon. With a chuckle, Xiao Han muttered secretly in his heart, and his desire to reach level 20 became even stronger. Not only because of the Hades bracelet he just got, but also the bloody armor lying inside the space ring. Although the properties of the Fongthorn armor on his body are not bad, after all, it is only a level 5 silver equipment. Compared with other equipment on his body, its properties have begun to lag behind. When I first got this piece of equipment with its anti-damage effects, I really made a splash and killed hundreds of players in the Wei Guild. But now this special effect is outdated. Players in Stormwind City generally have health points above 1,500 points. Only 20 points of counter-injury would have no effect on them. If he changes to the blood armor, it will be completely different. As long as the bloodthirsty special effects on it are triggered, his attack power can be increased to at least 1,200 points. At that time, unless there is no critical hit, most players with less than 2,000 health points will definitely be able to kill them with one blow. Thinking of this, Xiao Han became even more excited. He threw the Mingri bracelet into the space ring with his backhand and quickly picked up all the equipment on the ground. The space ring's 10,000 spaces meant that he no longer had to throw away some equipment with bad attributes like before. This harvest can finally be taken away without leaving anything behind. After sorting out the backpack a little, I found that there were already 13 pieces of silver equipment and 59 pieces of bronze equipment. However, the space occupied is less than 1%. Xiao Han has completely felt the benefits brought by the space ring. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he continued walking deeper into the graveyard of the undead. Almost all the demonized zombies in this area have been killed, but there is still no sign of the demonized corpse chief. So obviously it shouldn't be in this area. Xiao Han turned his gaze deeper into the undead cemetery and murmured softly, "Oh, no wonder Li Wei persuaded me not to take this task." He also said that the demonic corpse chief has the strength of an intermediate warrior. At this time, he finally understood that the mission target may not be a level 15 or 20 demonized wild monster, but its level may be 25 or even 30. Only elite monsters of this level can have a strength close to that of an intermediate warrior. But even so, Xiao Han was not worried at all. As long as he reached level 20, he could equip the blood armor and the Dark Sun bracelet. At that time, whether it is attack, defense, or even the upper limit of health, there will be a significant increase. Even if the demonic corpse king has the strength of an intermediate warrior, he will still be able to fight. Minus 627. After slashing to death a demonized zombie that had just jumped over, Xiao Han listened to the system prompts in his ears and at the same time picked up the bronze equipment that exploded on the ground. As the distance continues to deepen, although the monsters you encounter are still demonized zombies, their level has been raised from the original level 20 to the current level 25. The increase in level increases the demonized zombie's health, defense, and attack by about 10%. Such a small increase in attributes actually has little impact on him. It is just a matter of one more slash. But there is no trace of the demonized zombie leader, which is very uncomfortable. It had been more than 4 hours since he entered the perfect world, and he was feeling a little hungry. He couldn't stay here forever. Is the demonized zombie really in the level 30 area? Muttering in his heart, Xiao Han was a little depressed because if he wanted to kill all the monsters at level 30, it might take another 2 hours. Seeing another demonized zombie jumping in front of him, he didn't think twice, and raised his hand to chop it. Minus 58. Fuck. This isn't a demonized zombie. Hashtag C84 Demonized Corpse King. The moment the damage exploded, Xiao Han was immediately stunned. With his current attack power of 796 points, he only dealt less than 100 points of damage. This is simply unimaginable. This thing in front of him, which is the same as the demonized zombie, must have a defense of at least 900 points to cause this effect. Because the stone ring on his right hand has a 20% armor-breaking effect. If there is no defense of more than 900 points, his attack can at least cause more than 100 points of damage. This should be the demonized corpse leader. Isn't it an elite monster? Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han immediately wanted to check its attributes. Minus 175. But before he could do anything, he felt a slight pain in his shoulder and his health value also decreased by more than 100 points. Fuck. This must be the leader monster. At this moment, although he hadn't seen the attributes of this demonized wild monster, Xiao Han was sure that his guess must be correct. 4 pieces of gold equipment plus 3 pieces of silver equipment made his defense reach 502 points, which is already very high. Even elite monsters would have a hard time breaking the defense. What's more, there is the 200-point damage reduction of the dark gold equipment Angry Wolf Roar. If you want to cause him 175 points of damage, his attack must be at least 870 points. Such attributes are not possessed by elite demonized monsters, even level 30. Elite monsters cannot. A leader-level demonized monster can at least drop a dark gold equipment. Xiao Han was excited after guessing this result. The attributes of Angry Wolf Roar are extremely powerful. If there is another equipment of the same level, those guys who want to attack him may regret their decision today. The dead graveyard may be where they are buried. Thinking of this, the corner of his eye saw a set of data at the right time, and the special effect of Silver Wolf's Gaze was triggered successfully. Demonized Corpse Leader, Leader Level 25, HP plus 48,000, Attack plus 880, Defense plus 935, Skill 1, Corpse Poison, hit the target, can poison it, lose 400 HP per second, lasting 30 seconds. Seeing such an attribute introduction, Xiao Han was stunned and immediately looked up. Minus 200. There was a green damage value on his head that kept floating upwards. After opening the attribute panel and taking a look, he found that his health had decreased by 575 points. Damn it. 375 points of damage per second. I am no match for him. After a little calculation, Xiao Han came to this conclusion. When he left the city, he did buy a large number of high-level life recovery potions, which could restore 800 points of health in seconds. But it can only last for 10 seconds, and there is a 30-second cooling time, which means that within 30 seconds only 8,000 points of health can be restored. And within these 30 seconds, even if he uses the advantage of speed to dodge. Throughout the whole process, he will lose 6,000 points of health due to the corpse poison. If he fights hard with the attack power of 880 points of the demonized corpse, he can cause more than 5,000 points of damage to him every 30 seconds, which adds up to more than 11,000 points. Even with a large number of advanced life recovery potions, the lost health points cannot be pulled back. Fuck. This is too abnormal. Xiao Han turned and ran with a depressed wail. The corpse poison damages 400 per second. If it weren't for the damage reduction special effect of the angry wolf's roar, he might be poisoned to death in minutes. If he continued to fight it hard at this time, it would be really crazy. However, this scene at the moment made Xiao Han full of doubts, because his strength is definitely among the top ones in Stormwind City. But when facing this demonized corpse, he still feels that he can't do it. If other players encounter this thing, as long as they are attacked once, they can only wait for death. The corpse poison damage lasting for 30 seconds, a total of 12,000 points. Who can withstand it? This is only a level 30 leader monster. Is it so abnormal? Seeing that he couldn't beat it, Xiao Han quickly distanced himself from the demonized corpse, looking for ordinary demonized zombies around, and killed them one by one. Now he is already level 19, only one step away from level 20. As long as he reaches level 20, he can change into the blood battle armor and the Dark Sun bracelet, which will not only increase his defense by 100 points, but also his attack by 193 points. At that time, although the damage caused by the corpse poison to him still exists, the damage caused by the demonized corpse leader to him is only about 70 to 80 points. In this way, it will only be about 2,000 points in 30 seconds. At that time, even if he stands and fights the demonized corpse leader, he will not be in vain, because the blood battle armor also has the bloodthirsty special effect. Once triggered, not only will his attack increase by 20%, but his defense will also increase by 20%. Within 5 seconds of the bloodthirsty special effect being triggered, his defense will exceed 700 points, plus the 200 points of damage reduction from the roar of the angry wolf. He will only bear 200 points of damage from the corpse poison. In this way, as long as he reaches level 20, he will have the strength to fight the demonized corpse leader head-on. Minus 634. Killing another demonized zombie. Xiao Han glanced at the experience bar. Time to level up after killing dozens more. Until now, he still wanted to fight the leader monster alone. But he forgot that the leader monster was not meant to be fought alone. When other players encounter the leader monster, their first reaction is definitely to call friends, because they will definitely not be able to kill it by themselves. The demonized corpse leader does look very abnormal. Once infected with corpse poison, it is almost certain to die. But in fact, there are antidotes for sale in the pharmacy. It only takes a few dozen silver coins to make the horrible blood loss effect disappear. More importantly, in the mage temple there are actually some magic skills that can remove corpse poison. So, this demonized corpse leader is not that scary. It's just that Xiao Han is used to crushing with equipment and has forgotten that there are other tricks to kill the leader monster. Hashtag C85 awesome attributes. Ding, you killed the demonized zombie and gained 900 experience points. The 100-fold reward was triggered, and you gained 90,000 experience points. Ding, your level has been upgraded to level 20. Please allocate free attribute points reasonably. Hearing this long-lost upgrade reminder, Xiao Han immediately stopped, took out the Dark Sun bracelet and the blood battle armor, and quickly put them on. Minus 74. At this time, the demonized corpse leader had caught up with him, and the sharp claws scratched across his chest, causing a slight pain, but it could only cause less than 100 points of damage. Minus 200. Xiao Han was infected with corpse poison again, but he didn't care. He stood still and immediately opened the attribute panel. Cold Owl. Level 20. Occupation, Primary Warrior. HP, 14,540. Physical attack, 989. Physical defense, 604. Magical defense, 160. Strength, 495. Intelligence, 0. Agility, 187. Stamina, 531. Energy, 160. Equipment, Windbreaking Blade, Gold Level 5. Attack plus 180, Strength plus 80, Agility plus 80. Special effect, Tearing, 30% chance of making the wound of the target unable to heal, lasting for 30 seconds, causing 10 damage per second. Blood Armor, Gold Level 20, HP plus 1800, Defense plus 150, Stamina plus 150. Special effect, Bloodthirstiness, when attacked, 20% chance to enter bloodthirstiness. State, attack increased by 20%, defense increased by 20%, lasts for 5 seconds. Angry Wolf Roar, Dark Gold Level 10, HP plus 2000, Defense plus 200, Stamina plus 200, Strength plus 200. Special effect, damage reduction when attacked. The damage received is reduced by 200 points. Silver Wolf Gaze, Gold Level 10, HP plus 800, Defense plus 65, Stamina plus 65. Special effect, Gaze, 50% chance to detect the target's attributes, cooldown 30 seconds. Rock Wristband, Gold Level 10, HP plus 800, Defense plus 72, Stamina plus 58. Rock Wrist Guard, Gold Level 10, HP plus 800, Defense plus 72, Stamina plus 58. Nether Sun Bracelet, Silver Level 20, Attack plus 115, Strength plus 60, Energy plus 60. Stone Breaker Ring, Silver Level 15, Attack plus 100, Strength plus 55, Agility plus 55. Special effect, Armor Break, ignore 20% of the target's defense. Space Ring, Diamond Level None, Backpack Capacity plus 10,000. Silver Wolf Boots, Silver Level 10, HP plus 500, Defense plus 45, Agility plus 52. A total of 10 pieces of equipment, all of which are silver and above, including 1 diamond, 1 dark gold, and 5 gold, and the remaining 3 are all silver. This luxurious configuration is probably unique even in the entire Stormwind City. If the diamond level space ring does not add any attributes, its attribute panel will be even more eye-catching. Even so, the upper limit of health value has reached 14,540 points, and the physical attack has reached 989 points. If this is posted on the forum, it may blind countless titanium alloy dog eyes. Most of the players in Stormwind City now don't even have 4,000 points, let alone 10,000 health points, minus 78, minus 200. Seeing that the red and green numbers continued to appear above his head, Xiao Han didn't care at all and slashed the demonized corpse next to him with a knife. Minus 239. More than 200 points of damage value appeared, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Now he finally has the confidence to fight it hard. If he hadn't upgraded to level 20, each of his attacks could only cause 40 to 50 points of damage to it. With the health value of the demonized corpse as high as 48,000 points, even if it causes effective damage once a second, it would take at least 15 or 16 minutes. In his state at the time, let alone 15 or 16 minutes, he couldn't even last 5 or 6 minutes. If you use the kite-flying method, you can indeed kill it, but it will take longer, perhaps more than an hour. Now, it only took more than 30 minutes to upgrade the level from level 19 to level 20. With the comprehensive improvement of attributes, it only takes 3 or 4 minutes to kill the demonized corpse. Speaking of which, this should be called sharpening the knife before chopping wood. Staring at the leader-level monster in front of him with some excitement, Xiao Han gulped down a bottle of high-level life recovery potion. As the number plus 800 continued to pop up from the top of his head, it took less than 10 seconds to drop to 10,000 points of life, and then recovered to 14,540 points. At this time, the bloodthirsty special effect was just triggered, and a trace of excitement flashed across Xiao Han's face, and he swung his knife again. Minus 437. 989 points of attack power, with a 20% increase in attack power, immediately soared by 1,186 points, allowing him to damage the demonized corpse more than 400 points each time. The confrontation continued, and the health of both sides was rapidly decreasing. However, because Xiao Han had a high-level life recovery potion, a series of plus 800 would appear above his head every 30 seconds. As time passed, the health of the demonized corpse leader was less than 5,000 points. Hey, it would be better if I got a dark gold weapon. That way I would be rich. Thinking of this, Xiao Han swung the wind-breaking knife in his hand more vigorously. With 5,000 health points with his current attack power, it would take less than half a minute to kill it. If the bloodthirsty special effect is activated, even more than 10 seconds will be enough. Roar. At this moment, a deafening roar came from deeper in the undead cemetery. What's going on? Is it a player or an NPC? The sudden roar shocked Xiao Han and gave him an unpleasant feeling. Even though the sound was still far away from here, if it's an NPC, it shouldn't be too difficult for him. But if it is a player who can penetrate that far, his strength should not be weaker than him and may even be stronger than him. After all, among the hundreds of millions of players in Yanhua Kingdom, he is not the only one who is lucky. There should be some who are stronger than him. Humph. I want to see who you are? With a cold snort in his heart, Xiao Han moved a little faster, and a series of damage values continuously appeared from the heads of both sides. Bang! More than 20 seconds later, the demonic corpse king, who had 48,000 health points, finally drained his last bit of health and fell to the ground helplessly. At the same time, Xiao Han heard a series of system upgrades in his ears. Hashtag C86 3 consecutive kills. Ding, you killed a demonized corpse leader, and gained 50,000 experience points, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained 5 million experience points. Ding, your level has been upgraded to level 21. Please allocate free attribute points reasonably. I wish you a happy game. Ding, you killed a demonized corpse leader, and gained 15 gold coins, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained 1,500 gold coins. Ding, you killed a demonized corpse leader, and gained the silver equipment Dark Sun Staff, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained the dark gold equipment Dark Spirit Staff. Ding, you killed a demonized corpse leader, and gained the skill combo primary, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained the skill / primary. Ding, you killed a demonized corpse leader elite, and gained the primary magic potion. A series of system prompts made Xiao Han extremely excited, but he was also stunned in an instant. The long-awaited dark gold equipment finally came out, and it was also the weapon it valued the most, but it turned out to be a mage equipment, which was extremely annoying. Fortunately, a skill book was also revealed. After the 100-fold reward, it was still a primary skill, but just from the name it can be judged that the / is at least more precious than the combo. After all, one is 2-stage damage and the other is 3-stage damage. Don't think that it is just one more stage of damage. If it is in battle, it can even play a role in turning the tables. With excitement, Xiao Han immediately picked up all the equipment on the ground. In addition to the spirit staff and the / this demonized corpse also gave him a gold wristband and a silver helmet. After looking at the attributes of several pieces of equipment, Xiao Han's face froze because none of them could be used, and they were all mage equipment. Spirit staff, dark gold level 25, attack plus 520, intelligence plus 220, agility plus 220, energy plus 220, special effect. Poisoning, 30% chance to poison the target. losing 300 HP per second, lasting 30 seconds. Ghost wristband, gold level 25, HP plus 950, magic defense plus 80, intelligence plus 85, special effect. Guardian, when attacked, 20% chance to summon a ghost, lasting 5 seconds. Nether Sun helmet, silver level 20, HP plus 700, intelligence plus 58, energy plus 58. What made him most jealous was the ghost staff, which actually directly increased the magic attack power by 770, and this did not count the attribute bonus unique to the technique. What's even more awesome is the poisoning special effect, which is so fucking perverted. 300 damage per second when slaying monsters in the wild. As long as this special effect is triggered, you almost don't have to worry about it next, because this 30-second special effect can continuously cause nearly 10,000 points of damage to the target. Most of the wild monsters below level 20 have less than 10,000 HP. How cool it would be if it was replaced with a spirit blade or a spirit axe. His attack power would instantly exceed 1,500 points, and the speed of spawning monsters would be tripled or quadrupled. Ah! Sighing depressedly, Xiao Han put all the equipment into his backpack and then looked at the skill book in his hand. This triple slash, just by looking at the name, you can tell that it can be used by warriors. It is also the only thing that can increase his combat power. This time, the explosion rate of skill books is extremely low. Xiao Han thought that the chance of getting one in the wild area was not high. Unexpectedly, his luck today is pretty good. He got one in less than 4 hours. Triple slash primary causes 3 additional damages of 200, 300, and 400 points to the target in succession, consumes 10 energy points, and has a cooldown of 10 seconds. Seeing such a damage value, Xiao Han was still a little disappointed. 3 consecutive attacks can only cause a total of 900 points of damage to the target, which may be considered very high for other players. But for him, such damage value is just like that. Forget it. Let's learn it first. Thinking in his heart, Xiao Han immediately opened the skill book. In fact, this 3-shot combo should be the strongest skill among the primary skills, because this can be judged by the energy consumed. The energy consumed by primary skills is generally between 1 and 10 points. The more energy is consumed, the more powerful the skill is. And the energy consumed by his 3-shot combo has reached the limit of primary skills. You should know that the skill Fireball used by the mage at this stage will only consume 1 energy point. The 2 basic skill books sold in the Warrior Temple consume more energy than the Fireball, but it is also extremely limited. He had read the introduction of the 2 skill books. One is a heavy attack, which consumes 2 energy points, and the other is a block, which consumes 3 energy points. Thinking in his heart, Xiao Han immediately opened the skill book and saw pictures and texts explaining the key points of using the 3-shot combo. When he flipped through the book from beginning to end, the skill book in his hand slowly faded away like the warrior book, and finally disappeared without a trace. At this time, Xiao Han quickly opened the attribute panel and saw that he had an extra skill. LV0, 0/1000, continuously causing 200, 300, and 400 points of additional damage to the target, consuming 10 points of energy and cooling for 10 seconds. Skills can be upgraded, which is expected, but it requires too much proficiency. It takes 1,000 consecutive uses to upgrade to level 1. Even if you use the skill continuously, it will take about 3 hours. However, Xiao Han didn't care about this. Even if it took 10,000 proficiency points, he could quickly upgrade the skill to level 1. Hehe. It's a good time to test my idea. Looking up, he saw more than a dozen demonized zombies wandering 100 meters away, and he rushed over without hesitation. #C87 rapid increase in proficiency. Ding, you use the skill to kill 3 times in a row, gain 1 point of proficiency, trigger a 100-fold reward, and gain 100 points of proficiency. The familiar system prompt sound made Xiao Han's face show a hint of joy. This was within his expectations, because when he maliciously killed people, the murderous value he got also increased 100-fold. Then the talent of the 100-fold reward is likely to work on skill. Proficiency. Now that this idea has been confirmed, is there anything more exciting than this? For the same 1,000 points of proficiency, other players need to use the skill 1,000 times to upgrade while he only needs 10 times. If it is a skill with a cooling time of 10 seconds, it will take at least 10,000 seconds, almost 167 minutes, nearly 3 hours if the skill is used continuously. This is still the case of upgrading from level 0 to level 1. If it is from level 1 to level 2, and from level 2 to level 3, the required proficiency will be more and the time will be longer. It takes 3 hours for others to upgrade their skills to level 1, but he doesn't even need 3 minutes. In this way, the gap in strength will be widened. Maybe before he goes offline. Today, he can upgrade the level of the 3-hit combo to level 4, level 5, or even level 6. At that time, the same 3-hit combo may kill at least 2,000 health points of the target. Such damage can definitely kill most players in seconds. Thinking of this, Xiao Han was a little excited. He really wanted to go out and show those guys who were targeting him a little color. However, the skill level has not been upgraded yet. If you want to kill those players in seconds, you have to wait at least 1 or 2 hours. Shua Shua killed the demonized zombie in front of him with a few knives. While using skills, Xiao Han cast his eyes deeper into the undead cemetery. The roar just now was very unusual. Could be transmitted thousands of meters away. This is not something that ordinary demonized wild monsters can do. Even elite demonized wild monsters can hardly transmit their sound so far. What's there? Is it a boss monster above level 30? At this moment, Xiao Han was a little curious, and then his eyes focused, and he quickly walked into the depths of the undead cemetery. With his current strength, he might not be able to defeat a level 30 boss monster, but he would definitely have no problem escaping. As for the ordinary level 25 demonized zombies around him, they could not stop him from going deep. Bang! Minus 1,142. Minus 300. Minus 400. As the 3 consecutive slashes were chopped out again, 3 consecutive damages appeared, and the system prompt sounded again. Ding, you use the skill 3 consecutive slashes, gain 1 point of proficiency, trigger a 100-fold reward, and gain 100 points of proficiency. Ding, congratulations to the adventurer Han Xiao. The proficiency of the 3 consecutive slashes is full and upgraded to LV1. I wish you a happy game. After using the skill 10 times and losing 100 energy points, the 3 consecutive slashes were upgraded by 1 level in less than 2 minutes. Xiao Han's eyes flashed, and he immediately opened the attribute panel. Triple slash LV1 0/3000 causes 3 additional damages of 300, 400, and 500 points to the target in succession, consumes 12 energy points, and has a cooldown of 10 seconds. After reaching level 1, the damage of triple slash is increased by 300 points. Compared to before, which may not seem like much, but it is actually quite a lot. After all, one skill can cause 1,200 points of damage, and few people can do it at this stage. However, the proficiency required to reach level 2 has increased to 3,000 points, which makes Xiao Han frown slightly and look very depressed. It's not that he thinks that 3,000 points of proficiency is a lot, but there are only 2 bottles of high-level energy potions in his backpack, which just exploded from the demonized corpse. Although each bottle of energy potion can restore 500 points of energy within 10 seconds, his energy limit is only 160, and the excess can only be wasted. The energy that can be used in the end is only 320 points, plus the remaining 60 points, a total of only 380 points. This amount of energy is only enough for him to upgrade the triple slash to level 2. Although the energy will recover itself when it is not full, the recovery Speed is very slow, and it takes about 10 seconds to recover a little. Forget it. Let's upgrade to level 2 first. Muttering in his heart, Xiao Han moved his feet, while killing the demonized zombies, and continued to walk deeper into the undead cemetery. This undead cemetery has a large area. It is like the gravel forest in the north of the city, the gray fog valley in the south of the city, and the dark forest in the east of the city. It is not just a low-level monster area. Going deeper, you will encounter wild monsters above level 40, 50, or even 60, but the distance is a bit far and you will encounter them at least 10 kilometers later. For example, now, he has gone more than 3,000 meters deep into the undead cemetery, and he has only encountered demonized zombies of level 25. If you want to encounter demonized wild monsters of level 30, you probably have to go about 2,000 meters forward. These level 30 demonized monsters could not cause any harm to him, even the elite monsters. Roar. At this moment, another roar came from not far ahead. Xiao Han paused, his expression a little solemn. It seems to be not far away. The voice came very clearly, but it could still be heard that it was a little different from the previous roar. When I heard it for the first time, the voice was full of energy. But now it seems much weaker, and the voice is not as loud as before. That guy should be killed soon. With a gleam in his eyes, Xiao Han didn't even care about the demonized zombie in front of him, which only had more than 1,000 health points, and immediately ran in the direction of the sound. If it is a player, then just grab the equipment directly and even grab the last blow. The equipment dropped by the leader-level wild monster is extremely rich. With the blessing of 100 times reward, at least one dark gold equipment will appear. If you are lucky, even diamond equipment can be dropped. Hashtag C88 Demonized Corpse King. In less than a minute, Xiao Han ran more than 500 meters and saw the two fighting figures in front of him. One of them was wearing tattered armor, and he could tell at a glance that he was a demonized monster. The roar just now, if nothing else, should have come from its mouth. The other is a middle-aged man wearing a black robe, who looks to be in his 30s. He is holding a blue staff and is running and chanting spells. But there was a big gap between his speed and the demonized monster. He was about to catch up when suddenly more than 10 ice picks appeared out of thin air and stabbed at the demonized monster behind him like sharp swords. Roar. The angry roar sounded again, and a set of data suddenly appeared in the corner of Xiao Han's eyes. Demonized Corpse King, leader level 50, HP plus 1,500,000, attack plus 7,500, defense plus 6,200. Skill 1. Corpse Poison. Hitting the target will poison it and cause it to lose 2,000 health points per second, lasting for 60 seconds. Skill 2. Violence. Entering a violent state, the attack power is increased by 50%, and the defense is reduced by 30%, lasting for 5 minutes. The trigger of Silver Wolf Gaze was successful, making Xiao Han immediately stunned, his eyes full of shock. When he was in the Demon Flame Cave, he was only at level 10. Although the Silver Wolf Gaze was successfully triggered, he could only see his Ningguo level, and his other attributes were all question marks. Although he knew that once the level exceeded 30, his strength would increase significantly, he still did not expect that the attributes of the demonic Corpse King would be so terrifying. The health value alone has reached 1.5 million, which is more than 30 times that of the level 25 demonized Corpse King. Not to mention attack and defense. With his current attack power, even if it were doubled 5 times, he still wouldn't be able to break through the defense. As for the attack, it was even more terrifying. It actually reached 7,500 points. Although he had 14,540 health points, he could not withstand 2 such attacks. What the hell? I'm trying to get the final blow from the hammer. At this time, Xiao Han also discovered that the man in black robe in the distance should be an NPC because there were 4 deep claw marks on his chest and black poisonous blood was pouring out. This situation will never happen to players. At least for now, even if a player is killed with only a drop of blood left, he will still be alive and well. But NPCs are different. As long as they are injured, their status will continue to decline. Strange. The condition of this demonic corpse king is also declining. Looking at the battle in the distance, Xiao Han felt a little strange. Because he has killed 1 or 2,000 demonized monsters, but he has never seen a demonized wild monster whose health dropped and its condition also dropped accordingly. Perhaps it's because of the NPC? He secretly guessed in his heart, but Xiao Han could also see that although the condition of the demonic corpse king was still slowly declining, the black-robed mage was still no match for it. One is running away wildly, and the other is chasing wildly. The one who fled was not attacked once, but his figure was already staggering. It was obvious that he was seriously injured because of the 4 scratches on his chest. As for the chasing one, although he kept getting hit by the ice pick, he seemed to feel no pain and didn't care at all. Standing a few hundred meters away, Xiao Han watched calmly. Because the demonic corpse king's defense was too high, even if he wanted to grab the final blow, he couldn't. Unless the black-robed mage could beat the demonized corpse king to a drop of blood, he would have such a chance. Holy shit! Why is he looking at me? At this moment, Xiao Han suddenly saw the black-robed mage glance towards him, which immediately made him feel a little nervous. You bitch! You don't want to use me as a backing up, do you? With this idea in his mind, Xiao Han's eyes changed and he quickly took 2 steps back. He was about to leave, but there was a roar from behind. Ice! Shield up! Immediately afterwards, he saw a semicircular ice shield rising up around the black-robed Dharma god at a speed visible to the naked eye, protecting him. Boom! The next second, the demonized zombie king's sharp claws suddenly hit the shield, causing a pit more than 10 centimeters deep to appear on it. But the thickness of this ice shield is more than 50 centimeters, and it cannot be broken by a single attack. But the demonic corpse king did not give up. He quickly raised his claws and struck the ice shield again with a boom. What is he doing? Seeing this scene, Xiao Han stopped and his eyes were a little confused. He originally thought that the black-robed mage would lure the demonic corpse king to his side to share the pressure. But the current situation is obviously not like this. The guy seems to be trying his best. Is he preparing some large-scale magic? Xiao Han secretly guessed as he looked at the black-robed mage in the ice shield. When he released the ice cone before, almost all of it was instantaneous. Even with the ice shield, it didn't take more than 3 seconds. But for the skill I'm using now, the spell has been chanted for 10 seconds, and it's not ready yet. This is obviously holding back the ultimate move. Can you kill the demonic corpse king this time? Xiao Han had some expectations. If he could kill the demonic corpse king this time, the black-robed mage would probably be at the end of his fight. By then, if you kill them all, you will be able to get at least 2 pieces of equipment worth more than dark gold. That's the level 50 demonized corpse king. Not to mention the dark gold equipment, even the diamond equipment should be able to explode, but unfortunately he couldn't complete the final blow. Otherwise, at least the dark gold equipment could be upgraded to legendary equipment, but fortunately there was a black robe mage next to him. Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han was a little excited. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came again 100 meters away, followed by a crack, and the ice shield was covered with cracks at this moment. At the same time, the black robe mage suddenly shouted, "Ice coffin, suppress." As this voice fell, an ice coffin appeared on the body of the demonized corpse king at a speed visible to the naked eye, freezing it instantly. The ice shield also shattered completely at this time, revealing the black robe mage who slowly fell to the ground. At this time, the special effect of the silver wolf's gaze was triggered, again causing Xiao Han's face to freeze. #C89 Are 1,000 bottles enough? Su Chang, Intermediate Magician Level 45. HP 250,000. Magic attack plus 8,800. Defense plus 980. Skill 1. Ice Cone summons 12 ice cones, each of which can cause an additional 5,000 damage to the target, consumes 200 energy points, and has a cooling time of 1 second. Skill 8. Ice Shield summons an ice shield with a defense value of 50,000 points, lasts for 30 seconds, consumes 900 energy points, and has a cooling time of 60 seconds. Skill 9. Frozen Coffin summons an ice coffin to freeze the target for 10 minutes, consumes 8,500 energy points, and has a cooling time of 300 seconds. An intermediate magician with 9 skills made Xiao Han take a breath, especially his attack power, which reached a terrifying 8,800 points. Looking at such attributes, Xiao Han didn't know what to do for a while. Although Su Cheng fell down 100 meters away, if you really want to kill him, you still need to take a big risk. The cooling time of the ice cone is only 1 second, but that guy can cast it instantly. Even if he has 14,540 health points, his magic defense is less than 200 points. As long as Su Cheng has a little bit of strength to fight back, he may be killed instantly. Help! Save me! At this moment, a faint cry for help came from not far away, which made Xiao Han look stunned and a little incredible. In fact, when he saw such attributes just now, although he was very shocked, he also had doubts. Su Cheng's attributes are very strong, and his magic attack is also very high, but 8 of his 9 skills consume less than 1,000 points of energy. Looking at the damage caused by those skills, he actually does not have the capital to fight with the demonized Corpse King. As for the last skill, the energy consumed is much more, even up to 8,500 points, but this is a ceiling skill which can't kill the demonized Corpse King at all. And according to the energy consumption of the Frozen Coffin, this should be a high-level magic skill. With his strength as an intermediate magician, it should not be released. But now, he not only released it but also disabled himself. Although the Frozen Coffin skill is overbearing, it can only last for 10 minutes. When the time is up, it is still a death. Strange. Why does he think I will save him? With doubts in his heart, Xiao Han moved his feet and walked quickly towards Su Cheng. The demonized Corpse King has been frozen now, and there should be no chance to kill it, but there is still a chance for Su Cheng in front of him. Compared to saving him, it is more cost-effective to kill him. According to this exaggerated attribute, it is at least equivalent to an elite wild monster, and it is a level 45. Save me. As the distance gets closer and closer, I can even see his face clearly. Xiao Han put away his weapon, pretended to be worried, pointed at the demonized Corpse King and asked, I can't beat this guy. How can I save you? I'm from Stormwind City, and I belong to the 3rd Battalion of the City Guards. Hearing such a question, Su Cheng breathed a sigh of relief and said quickly, This guy is not something you and I can deal with. I have trapped it. Temporarily. Can you send me back to Stormwind City? Ding. Do you want to accept the task? At this moment, the system prompt sounded in his ears, which made Xiao Han stunned for a moment. He just put down his weapon. In fact, he wanted Su Cheng to lose his vigilance and then kill him unexpectedly. But in this situation, there is a different choice. City guards. He glanced at Su Cheng's chest obscurely, where there was a silver medal. When he left the city, he saw it on the chest of the city guards. The difference is that the medal on the chest of the city guards is black. Seeing Su Cheng's pale face, Xiao Han was sure that he could kill the mage if he did it himself, but the consequences of killing the city guards might be extremely serious. Forget it, it's just a dark gold equipment, I won't lack this thing in the future. After muttering in his heart, Xiao Han smiled and said, No problem, I'll send you back to Stormwind City now. Ding! The task is successfully received. At this time, the system prompt sounded in his ears, and the task panel appeared in front of him.
Escort Su Cheng.
Task requirements. Escort Su Cheng back to the Stormwind City barracks. Task reward. Gain the favor of the city guards. There is no reward for the task, but Xiao Han doesn't mind. Favorability is a hidden reward. Maybe there will be a chance to receive tasks from the city guards in the future. Well, my magic power is overdrawn. Can you carry me back? At this moment, Su Cheng's slightly embarrassed voice came to his ears. Xiao Han did not hesitate and squatted down immediately. After carrying him on his back, he asked, "How is your body? Can you still hold on? Leave here first. The frozen coffin can't trap him for too long." Lying on Xiao Han's back, Su Cheng panted and said, "Do you have an antidote? If not, I may not be able to hold on to Stormwind City. It's so serious, but I don't have an antidote." Xiao Han's face sank, and his expression was a little depressed. Is the mission he just received going to fail? He had indeed seen the 4 terrifying claw marks a long time ago, and found that black poisonous blood was still flowing on them, but he didn't expect that the corpse poison was so powerful. After hesitating for a moment, he immediately took out a bottle of advanced life recovery potion from his backpack and continued to ask, "I have some advanced life recovery potions. Will they be useful for your injuries?" "Ah, this thing is useless." Su Cheng sighed, looking a little sad, and smiled bitterly. "The corpse poison is eroding my body. Even if there is only a bottle of primary detoxification potion, it can keep me going to Stormwind City. This kind of advanced life recovery potion is indeed a little useful, but it can only be used to keep me alive. We are too far away from Stormwind City. Even if you have 100 bottles, you can't keep me going to Stormwind City." Hearing this answer, Xiao Han's face relaxed and asked with a smile, 100 bottles are not enough. What about 1,000 bottles? #C90 then kill them all. Ah! Su Cheng's face was startled, and he looked a little embarrassed. He felt that the guy in front of him seemed to be blocking him with words. But at this time he had to rely on others to save his life, so he had to say, "Of course 1,000 bottles are enough. Is it possible that you can take it out?" Faced with such doubts, Xiao Han didn't want to explain anything. Normally, it would be impossible to take it out because a player's backpack only has 30 spaces. Even if all the advanced life recovery potions are loaded, there are only 30 groups and 600 bottles. But he is not an ordinary player. Raising his hand to take out a set of advanced life recovery potions from the space ring, Xiao Han said with a smile, "Here are 20 bottles. You can use them first. If there are not enough, I will have more. Here. Do you really have 1,000 bottles?" Su Cheng couldn't believe it, but he still took the set of advanced life recovery potions. After all, with this thing he could persist longer. He raised his hand to take out a bottle and poured it into his mouth. He could feel that the life force that was rapidly passing by seemed to be replenished. But if that was the case, he still wouldn't be able to persist to Stormwind City. Staring at the finger of the young man below him, Su Cheng saw a space ring. There. Su Cheng suddenly felt that there might actually be 1,000 bottles. In that case, he might really be able to return to Stormwind City with the advanced life restoration potion. With a flash of light in his eyes, he no longer hesitated and immediately took out a medicine stove from the storage bag and poured all the remaining 19 bottles of advanced life recovery potion into it. Then he rubbed his fingers, and a wisp of light blue flame came out, burning the liquid in the medicine furnace. Xiao Han didn't know what was happening on his back. He was running as fast as he could with Su Cheng on his back. After all, this guy was seriously injured, and might die at some point. At this time, as the medicinal liquid in the medicine furnace slowly evaporated, only a very small amount was left in it, but a strong medicinal fragrance could be smelled. Su Cheng's face showed a trace of paleness, and a wisp of cold air immediately appeared on his hands, which lowered the temperature of the medicine. Then he held up the medicine stove and poured the concentrated essence of the advanced life recovery medicine into his mouth. At this time, A flash of blood appeared on his pale face, and he said quickly, "Quick! Give me 2 more groups." "What? 20 bottles of advanced life recovery potion? Used up so quickly?" Xiao Han paused, with a look of surprise on his face. A bottle of potion has a 30-second cooling time. Less than 2 minutes have passed. How could he use it all? His heart was full of confusion, but Xiao Han did not hesitate in his movements at all. He immediately took out 2 more sets from the space ring, and said directly, "Here, I still have some after I used them." Not knowing how Su Chang used these potions so quickly, Xiao Han felt curious. In his heart, his running pace involuntarily slowed down by 2 minutes, and he looked sideways behind him. After concentrating the advanced life-restoring potion, Su Chang did not shy away from Xiao Han. A wisp of flame rose up on his finger again, burning the potion. After a while, a faint medicinal fragrance emanated from the medicine stove. Xiao Han's eyes widened and he said in disbelief, "I'll go. This is how you drink." He didn't expect that this guy was actually a pharmacist. Others drank medicine 1 bottle at a time, but he poured it out and condensed 20 bottles into 1 bottle, killing him 2,000 yuan in 1 gulp. Seeing Su Chang drinking the liquid in the medicine pot and looking better, Xiao Han did not hesitate and took out another set of advanced life restoration potions and handed them over. He had 100 groups of such potions and he didn't believe that this guy could drink them all. Even if he drinks them all, it won't matter. There are still 500 sets of intermediate life recovery potions in the space ring. Since this guy is a pharmacist, he must be able to kill himself if he concentrates them. Knowing whether Su Chang would die soon or not, Xiao Han felt relieved. He stepped forward and ran quickly in the direction of Stormwind City. While running, every 30 or 40 seconds he would take out a set of advanced life recovery potions and hand them to Su Chang behind him. Maybe the price was high, but he didn't care. As the saying goes, someone who is short-handed must be soft-spoken. He didn't believe that this guy had the nerve not to give him some benefits after drinking hundreds of gold coins of his advanced life-restoring potion. Along the way he came, Xiao Han was very fast. Although some demonized zombies were spawned here, the number was already very small. He was too lazy to kill them and walked around immediately after seeing them. More than 10 minutes later, I finally saw some demonized skeletons appearing in front of me from a distance, and I also saw some players over there. Xiao Han paused and said hesitantly, "There is someone over there, we have to take a detour. Those players are all very powerful. They can penetrate deeply into this place and kill demonized skeletons independently. They all have 2 brushes. If he were alone, he would be more inclined to kill those guys and harvest a batch of equipment, but with a seriously injured person on his back, he couldn't take such casual risks. Although it had only been 10 minutes, he had already provided Su Chang with about 30 groups of advanced life-restoring potions with a total value of more than 60,000 yuan. After investing such a large amount of money, there must be some gains. Seeing that the players 100 meters away seemed to have discovered him, Xiao Han had to say, "I have some conflicts with those people. I guess they won't let me pass easily. If I were alone, I wouldn't be afraid of them, but you are so seriously injured. I'm worried that they will deal with you. It's okay. Just go from here." Su Cheng's face darkened, and he said in a low voice, "If you take a detour from other places, you may not be able to return to Stormwind City in 2 hours. Although I have advanced life recovery potions now, the corpse poison in my body is still there. I can't hold on that long." "Okay then." Seeing that the players seemed to be about to move over here, Xiao Han's face flashed with a fierce look, and he said sternly, "If they stop us, kill them all. #C91 Not many, only 2,000 bottles. After making the decision, he rushed towards Stormwind City without hesitation. If no one stopped him, that would be the best. After all, Su Chang was seriously injured, and sending her back to the barracks safely was the most important thing. After all, he saved his life. With such a local tyrant in Stormwind City in the future, he might be able to get more tasks. As for killing players to get equipment, he could put it aside. Su Chang had a blue staff in his hand. Judging from the grade, it should be at least gold equipment. If he got it, it would become legendary equipment. If he gave up even such a thing, how could he care about the equipment on those players? I hope they will be sensible and not commit suicide. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes. Although he was still carrying someone on his back, his running speed was not slow at all. Quick! Stop him! That bastard is Han Xiao. At this time, a roar came from his ears. Several people around him wanted to rush towards him, but they were fighting with the demonized skeletons and could not get away for a while. No one would have thought that the target they were chasing would rush out from the depths of the undead cemetery at this time. At this time, a hint of joy flashed across Xiao Han's face, and he moved faster. If you can get rid of those guys without fighting, it would be the best. Once a fight really starts, it will not be over in a short time. In less than a minute, he ran 300 or 400 meters, leaving several players surrounded by demonized skeletons far behind. Until this time, they killed all the demonized skeletons around them and looked at the direction where the figure disappeared and sneered. Hehe, you still want to run? Where can he run to? Don't say it, hurry up and catch up. It may be too late to drink a mouthful of soup. That's right, I heard that the kid has at least 3 or more gold equipment on him, and I'm a little excited just thinking about it. Amid the discussion, they ran to the outskirts of the undead cemetery. Everyone knew that there were more players waiting in the direction of Stormwind City. At this time, Xiao Han continued to hand the high-level life recovery potion in his backpack to Su Chang while running, and asked, "How is it? Can you hold on? If there are really 1,000 bottles, I should be able to hold on." After feeling the state of her body, Su Chang showed a hint of joy on her face. She didn't expect that this guy actually carried so many high-level life recovery potions. In the past 10 minutes, she has drunk 38 groups and the blood in her body is very vigorous. But the corpse poison has not been completely eradicated, and the state of her body will not improve at all, but it can only allow her to hold on for a longer time. Looking at the fast-running figure under her, Su Chang is a little relieved at this moment. Fortunately, she made a prompt decision. If she delayed for a while, even if she wanted to use the frozen coffin, her physical condition would not allow. Lying on this broad back, Su Chang looked in the direction of Stormwind City. As long as he left this area, there would be no danger on the next journey. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to return to Stormwind City in more than an hour. But why are there so many people in front? This place is not a good place, could it be? Su Chang had a guess in his mind. His face froze, and he asked in disbelief, "Don't tell me that all those people have conflicts with you." Maybe, probably, maybe. At this time, Xiao Han was also a little confused. In the direction of Stormwind City, he saw a lot of players, and the number may have exceeded 2,000. If it was just like this, it would be nothing. After all, this is the graveyard of the dead. They may come to level up, or they may come to complete the task. But the demonized skeletons in this area have actually been killed, and they still haven't moved, but a group here and a group there chatting enthusiastically. When he appeared with Su Chang on his back, almost everyone's eyes turned to him. Xiao Han could even see the excitement, greed, and gloating in their eyes. At this time, a voice sounded in his ear. "What on earth did you do? Why do you have conflicts with so many people? Did you steal someone's wife or dig up someone's ancestral grave?" Xiao Han's face froze, and he said depressedly, "I want to steal, but you don't even see how many people there are. Even if I have the ability, my kidneys can't stand it. Protect yourself. I'm going to force my way in." "No. Can we take a detour and go back?" At this time, Su Chang was also a little panicked. She had a chance to return to Stormwind City alive, but there were so many people blocking the road. It is almost impossible to break through such a blockade. Is he going to die here today? Thinking of this, Su Chang felt a little sad and said quickly, "Let's change direction while they are still here." No. Someone is chasing us from behind. Seeing that the players were already rushing over here excitedly, Xiao Han's face darkened and he took out 50 sets of high-level life recovery potions from the space ring, and then said, "Protect yourself. I don't care about those guys." Oh my god. You still have 1,000 bottles? Su Cheng's face was full of shock after taking these potions. These high-level life-restoring potions are very expensive, costing as much as 1 gold coin per bottle. If it weren't for saving her life, she wouldn't be willing to use them like this. In a blink of an eye, she had already used up 760 gold coins, and she still had 50 sets in her hand, which was close to 2,000 gold coins. How should she pay it back? Looking at the figure under him, Su Chang asked blankly, "How many of these potions did you bring?" "Not much, only 2,000 bottles. #C92 shock. 2,000 bottles, that's not enough." Su Chang rolled his eyes a little, speechless. If this is not a lot, then how much is a lot? This time they went to the depths of the dead tomb to explore, a team of 10 people, and only brought 200 bottles. If there were so many high-level life recovery potions at that time, the others would not have died in order to protect her, and there might be a chance to kill the demonized corpse king. Ah! Sighing depressedly, Su Chang took out a letter from his arms, glanced at Xiao Han under him, and said in a deep voice, "If I can't go back, you help me give this letter to Li Chong. He is the captain of the 3rd Battalion of the City Guards. When the time comes, you will give the nameplate on my chest to the messenger at the gate of the barracks, and he should meet you." "Okay." Reaching out to take the letter, Xiao Han continued, "The letter I will definitely give it to Li Zhong, but you must also protect yourself. We still have a chance to rush out." At this time, he actually had no ability to promise Su Chang anything. If he were alone, he would not really take these players in front of him seriously. With his current attributes and the 100 sets of advanced life recovery potions in his backpack, he could kill 3 in and 3 out. But it was different with Su Chang on him. He was seriously injured at this time. He drank dozens of concentrated life recovery potions. Although his health value had been replenished because of the corpse poison, her health value was still decreasing at a rate of 1,000 points per second. More importantly, because of the erosion of the corpse poison, she no longer had any combat power, and even her defense was reduced to the lowest point. Such a seriously injured person, he was not sure that he could protect her. Seeing that those players had already rushed over, Xiao Han lifted Su Chang up and said in a deep voice, "Hold me tight. I will fight my way out. Trust me. We can definitely return to Stormwind City safely." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Han felt that his hands and feet holding him tightened, and then he let go with confidence. Holding the roaring wolf in one hand and the wind-breaking blade in the other, he headed straight for the crowd on the opposite side. At this time, there was also an excited discussion from the crowd on the opposite side. "Haha! This cold owl actually dared to come over? Kill him. This guy has 40 or 50 pieces of bronze equipment in his backpack. There are so many of us, no matter how powerful he is, he can't escape this time." Xiao Han ignored the discussion in his ears, and soon encountered the players rushing over from the opposite side. The player who came forward was a knight player, and his equipment was pretty good, at least 3 or 4 pieces of bronze equipment. On his left and right sides were also knight players. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han said coldly, "Humph, you think you can stop me just because you have high HP and strong defense? What? Can you kill me in one blow?" The knight player showed a trace of sarcasm on his face and laughed. "I came here this time, but I prepared a few bottles of high-level life recovery potions. I want to see how you kill me." "Ha! Is this your confidence?" Xiao Han sneered. looked around, and then said, "Remember it all next time. You want to get involved in this kind of thing, you have to weigh whether you have the ability to do it. Don't be treated like a fool to block the gun. As for now, you just return to the living altar and reflect on it." After speaking, Xiao Han's face turned cold, and the wind-breaking knife in his hand chopped over without hesitation. -1,237, -500, -593. The weapon shook 3 times in a row, and a bang sounded in his ears at this time. The knight who was still shouting just now was instantly killed, and his body fell heavily to the ground. This scene made all the players who were still rushing around stunned. They stood there blankly, somewhat at a loss. Fuck! More than 2,000 HP, and he was killed in one blow? I know that knight just now. His defense is already over 150 points. How could he be killed in one blow? This is too much of a game balance. One blow killed in one blow, and it was a knight known for his high HP and thick defense, which made all the players around him uneasy. Although they all knew that Han Xiao was very powerful, no one expected him to be this powerful. This is too scary. The hesitation of the crowd made Xiao Han feel relieved. He pointed his wind-breaking knife forward and shouted, "If you don't want to die, get out of my way. My defense is 700 points. How many of you can break it? Don't be fooled by a few words and believe those people's lies. Do you really think that my wind-breaking knife is vegetarian?" The cold voice echoed in the crowd, and the crowd in front of them could not help but reveal a passage to Stormwind City. At this time, they were so shocked that they could not express it in words. They whispered to each other, "Is this true or false? 700 points of defense. This is too much." "That's right. I am not weak in the novice village number 2597, but my defense is just over 200 points. What Han Xiao said may be true. Even if it is not 700 points, it should be more than 500 points. How do you know it again? Do you have a detection skill that can see his attributes?" "What the hell? I was the one who besieged Han Xiao more than an hour ago. My 489 attack didn't even deal 1 point of force damage. How do you think I knew that? Damn it. You dare to come over even after all this?" The hesitation and discussion of the crowd, as well as Xiao Han, who was slowly leaving, immediately made some people uneasy. After a while, nearly 100 players came from a distance, dispersing at a very fast speed, like streams merging into the sea and blending into the crowd. #C93 Bewitch. As the crowd made way for the passage, Xiao Han hurried towards Stormwind City. He was actually somewhat relieved. Before he met Su Chang, he had used the 40 times, upgrading it to level 2 and increasing the extra damage by 300 points. If not, he really couldn't kill the knight player with one blow. Unfortunately, the only 2 high-level energy potions had been used up, and there was no way to upgrade the to level 3, 4, or even 5. If it was upgraded to that level, he would definitely be able to deal 3 or 4,000 damage with this blow, and few players here could withstand it. He glanced at the attribute panel, and there were still 140 energy points left, which could be used for 10 triple slashes. This little energy value was slowly restored on the way back. Of course, it was not enough to use it for fighting, but it was more than enough to deter the surrounding players. "I hope their minds can be clearer," Xiao Han muttered in his heart, and his footsteps moved faster. He didn't know how long the shock of the knife just now would last, so it would be best to leave here as soon as possible. Don't be afraid, he just used a skill, so all the attacks are so high. At this moment, roars rang out from the crowd around him. Xiao Han paused, his face a little ugly, because the passage ahead was suddenly closed, and there were still voices coming from afar. "Brothers, all skills have a cooldown time. The higher the attack, the longer the cooldown time. He can't kill a person in every ordinary attack. As long as we stop him, the big guilds behind have organized more than 200 mages who can easily kill Han Xiao. He has all silver equipment and above, and at least 4 gold equipment. Otherwise his defense would not be able to reach 700 points. As long as one piece explodes, it will be more than 100,000 income. Aren't you tempted? Hearing such temptation, the eyes of the players around him all became a little different. Seeing their eagerness, Xiao Han knew that he couldn't continue like this, otherwise he would really go crazy and kill people. He wouldn't be able to leave here for a few hours. Glancing at the crowd around him, he didn't say a word, picked a target that didn't look well equipped, and slashed at it. What are you doing? I didn't do it. The player who was targeted panicked and shouted hurriedly, Don't come over. I'm just here to watch the fun. I don't care if you watch the fun, but if you block my way, you have to die. Xiao Han's face flashed coldly, and his hands moved without hesitation, and his energy value immediately decreased by 15 points. Minus 1,284. Minus 500. Minus 396. Another person was killed instantly, and the surrounding players were not. Horrified this time, and all stared at Han Zhao's feet in a daze. At this time, Xiao Han also smiled a little because he had just heard a series of system prompts. The player he chose was very unlucky, and it is estimated that he only has a pair of large shorts left now. He only took a quick look at the equipment on the ground and found a bronze piece of equipment. The rest were all black iron. Although the equipment was not very good, it should be worth 7,000 or 8,000 yuan at the current price, even if it was not 10,000 yuan. Seeing the greedy eyes of the players around him, Xiao Han did not pick up the equipment on the ground, but laughed coldly. Hey, those guys who asked you to block me are right. As long as a piece of equipment explodes from me, it can be sold for at least 100,000. But did you see this guy? As long as I kill him, there is a 50% chance that all the equipment will be exploded. You may not understand what I mean very well. This so-called equipment. Explosion is not just the equipment on my body, but also the equipment in my backpack. Maybe I won't leave you even a copper coin. Before you plan to attack me, you must think clearly about how much you spent on the equipment on your body. If you die here, who will benefit in the end? As he said, Xiao Han kicked the equipment under his feet to the surroundings, and then said, Now either get out of the way or die. The kicked equipment was instantly snatched away, and the surrounding players calmed down at this time and spread the words they heard to the distance. At this time, some players from the 9,528th novice village also publicized the miserable situation of Cao Cao of Wei. You are not lying to me. Cao Cao is so stupid that he was exposed several times in a row. I don't know if Cao Cao is stupid or not, but before coming here, there were indeed 3 guys on the resurrection altar. They were really naked, with nothing left except a pair of big shorts. Fuck. This situation now, it can't be caused by that damn Cao Cao. Don't say it, it's really possible. I just saw a player from the Wei Guild encouraging us to stop Han Xiao. Where is that damn guy? I want to kill him. Although the players around are greedy, no one is a fool. It is not possible to kill Xiao Han in a short time. It requires the lives of countless players. Now, it is not just a matter of life and experience, and it may even cost all the equipment. Although their equipment is not that good, the worst equipment that people who come here probably have is a set of black iron equipment. The stronger ones may even have a set of bronze or even 1 or 2 silver items. Of course, it would be great to kill Han Xiao. A piece of equipment is worth more than 100,000 yuan, but what if he is killed? Their equipment is worth at least 7,000 or 8,000 yuan, and at most 100 or 200,000 yuan. Do they really want to fight to the death here? At this moment, the players around them made way for the passage again amidst
discussion.
#C94 besieged again. Seeing the crowd give way again, Xiao Han secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and moved quickly towards Stormwind City again. It would be best not to take action. After all, there was a seriously injured Su Cheng on his back. You may not get any benefit from saving him this time, but if you can get some information from her mouth that ordinary people cannot know, the value contained in it will be immeasurable. As for the blue staff, it is really eye-catching, and will even become a legendary equipment after receiving 100 times the reward. But for him, the equipment is not everywhere, so there is no need to worry about this one. As long as you find elite level or boss level wild monsters in the wild, gold, dark gold, and even equipment above diamonds are not easily available. So for him, ensuring Su Cheng's safety is the most important thing, and everything else can be put aside. Although there is another letter in the backpack which should be able to establish a relationship with Li Zhong. Just sending this letter is not as important as saving Su Cheng's life. I didn't expect you to be quite smart and scare them away. At this time, Su Cheng's voice came to his ears, and Xiao Han said with a smile, I told you, even if I have that ability, my kidneys can't bear it. Haha. You are so interesting. Su Cheng chuckled lightly and looked forward, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. After more than 10 meters, they will be able to break out of the encirclement. By then, the sky will be as high as birds can fly, and the sea will be as wide as fish can leap. She originally thought that Xiao Han had done too many evil things to attract so many people. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. These people appeared here just to covet his weapons, armor, and money. But if you think about it carefully, it's true. The key is that this guy is too rich. The space ring on his hand alone was worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins, and even she was a little jealous when she saw it. A high-level life recovery potion worth 1,700 gold coins was given to him. Without blinking an eye, who wouldn't be moved to see such a fat sheep alone in the wild? After drinking another bottle of concentrated high-level life recovery potion, Su Cheng had to admit that it was precisely because the person who saved him this time was a rich man that she was able to survive. In just a short moment, she had already drank more than 1,000 gold coins in potion in order to survive. How should she repay this? Thinking of this, Su Cheng frowned deeply. Be careful. Someone is coming again. At this moment, Xiao Han's warning sounded in her ears, and she quickly looked. A few dozen meters away, 300 to 400 players were standing in neat rows, waiting outside Stormwind City. Seeing this scene, Su Cheng could feel the difference between these people. Although their formation was not rigorous, they were also simply trained. Who are these people? And how come they are organized to rob them? At this moment, a cold light flashed in her eyes, and she whispered softly, when did the area around Stormwind City become so chaotic? It seems that I have to report this to the adults when I get back. Now that the monsters have begun to revive, humans can't continue to be consumed like this. At this time, Xiao Han didn't know what Su Cheng was thinking. He looked at the hundreds of figures waiting for him not far away and reminded in a low voice, protect yourself. I will bring you back to the storm safely. City. These people are different from those before. They cannot be scared away. I know. Without Xiao Han's reminder, Su Cheng had already noticed that those people's eyes were very firm and reminded him aloud, they should not be simple, you should be careful yourself. Don't worry about me. Just take care of yourself. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes. He knew that if he wanted to return to Stormwind City, he couldn't get around these people in front of him. I just don't know which guild they belong to. The faces of these people are very unfamiliar. They should not be players from the Wei Guild. As for other guilds, perhaps the Demon Flame Guild is more likely, but it does not rule out that there are other guilds that want to take advantage of his reputation and rise to the top. Kill! At this moment, a thunderous roar came from the front, and the hundreds of players moved in unison and rushed towards this side. Humph! There are only a few hundred people, not enough for me to kill. Xiao Henin snorted, holding the roaring wolf in one hand and the wind breaking knife in the other, and rushed over. Put! At this time there was a roar in the distance, and more than 200 Fireballs passed over the knights and warriors in front and hit him directly. -45, -6, -9, -179. A series of fireballs hit him. Although Xiao Han tried his best to avoid it, 1/3 of them still landed on him. Fortunately, there were not many of these attacks that could break through his defense, only a dozen or so, and most of them caused single-digit damage, taking away less than 400 health points in total. Only one guy's magic attack may have exceeded 500 points, causing him nearly 200 points of damage, which was almost the total of other players. Haha! The damage is less than 400. Xiao Han laughed and his mood suddenly relaxed. Without the 200 points of damage reduction provided by the Raging Wolf's roar, he would have lost at least 2,000 health points in this round of volleys. But now, even with the more than 200 mages, they can't kill themselves. The cooldown time of the small fireball is 3 seconds. The damage of these magic attacks to him is less than 200 points per second. He only needs a bottle of intermediate life recovery potion to make up for it all. Even the advanced life recovery potion is not needed. In this case, if they can't kill me, their death will come. Xiao Han's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand to make a 3-hit combo, killing another knight player in seconds. At this time, a thunderous exclamation sounded behind him. #C95 Bloodthirsty State. Wow, this physical and magic defense. He is indeed worthy of being the great Demon King Han Xiao. This is too abnormal. It's okay that his physical defense is over 700 points, but his magic defense is also so high, at least over 400 points. Fuck. It's a good thing I didn't do it just now. This guy can't be defeated at all. Hee, which guild did it? They are so bold, I really want to interview them. Now, what does it feel like to be unable to defeat him? The voice of gloating sounded in the crowd watching the excitement, and almost everyone's face showed a look of expectation, because they found that Han Xiao did not lie to them. The knight who was killed in seconds just now, his equipment actually exploded, even the potions and copper coins in the backpack exploded. If this goes on, when all the hundreds of players are killed, how much equipment will be exploded? Just thinking about it makes me excited. At this time, a group of players wearing robes of various colors were all in disbelief a few dozen meters away from Xiao Han. Vice President Ziyan, this is the target we want to kill this time. Are you mistaken? Yes, this is too strong. The magic defense is at least more than 300 points. This is fucking, we can't kill him even with concentrated fire. Are we so weak? Amidst the discussion, Ziyan frowned and looked very ugly. Her magic attack had reached 436 points, but it only caused less than 200 points of damage to Han Xia. The health bar on the guy's head didn't even show a slight decrease. According to the proportion, his total health value was at least more than 10,000 points. Thinking of this, Ziyan's face was extremely ugly. He said to Lai Yan beside him with a gloomy face, "What should we do with our current magic attack power? It seems that we can't kill him. We have to kill him even if we can't kill him." Seeing the damage value floating above Han Zhao's head, Lai Yan frowned and said fiercely, "It's not just our Moyan guild that has ideas about him. As long as we can stop him, there will be other mages who will take advantage of the chaos to attack. I don't believe that there are not many mages with magic attacks above 400 points. As for now, since Han Xiao can't be killed, let's kill the guy on his back first." The effect of this round of magic volleys can be said to be extremely poor. More than 200 mages only caused less than 400 points of damage to the opponent. Han Zhao's magic defense has far exceeded his estimation. But even so, not everyone's defense can be so high. Although most of the fireballs were blocked just now, a few still hit the guy on his back, causing more than 200 damage in an instant. Since he couldn't kill Han Xiao, he might as well kill the guy he wanted to protect. Staring at the figure surrounded by knights and warriors, Lai Yan shouted loudly, "Everyone, get ready." At this time, the 3-second cooling time of the small fireball had long passed, and more than 200 mages raised their magic wands again and chanted spells. Among these many mages, 2 figures slowly moved to Ziyan's side, frowned and said, "Boss, I just hit him. That guy is an NPC. Is it really okay for us to do this?" At the same time, surrounded by the crowd, Xiao Han also found the fireball. Shooting from a distance. He wanted to dodge, but there were knights and warriors around him, and there was no room to dodge. -176. -6. -42. A series of damage appeared. Xiao Han glanced at the attribute panel and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he suffered more than 70% of the magic attack this time, only about 20 of them could really break his defense. Although it was twice as much as before, the damage caused to him did not increase significantly, and it was less than 600 points. The damage per second is only 200 points, which is not enough. After calculating secretly in his heart, Xiao Han looked at the knight in front of him, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. This guy's defense is not bad. At least he is equipped with bronze equipment. He has resisted 5 of his swords and lost almost 3,000 points of life. But he is not dead yet. But at this time he only has a trace of blood. Seeing him take out a bottle of advanced life recovery potion, Xiao Han's face sank and he immediately chopped him with a knife. "Hey! It's not that easy to kill me." After the potion was poured into his mouth, a green +800 immediately floated above the knight's head, and the remaining life value immediately increased a lot. But then, he was chopped again and instantly lost more than 600 points. The recovery effect of the advanced life recovery potion on him is actually very limited. But in this way, at least in the next 10 seconds, he is safe. Xiao Han's face darkened when he heard the slightly arrogant laughter. But he had no choice because the cooldown of the triple slash had not yet expired. Even if his physical attack was close to 1,000 points, he could not kill the knight within the time when the advanced life recovery potion took effect. Wait another 4 seconds. I'll see if you die. With a cold snort in his heart, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Such a strong guy must be dealt with first. Ding! You are attacked and enter the bloodthirsty state. At this moment, the system's reminder sounded in his ears, although he had heard it many times before in the depths of the undead cemetery. But never once did he feel that this sound came so timely. Staring at the knight player in front of him, Xiao Han curled his lips and sneered. Without saying a word, he slashed again. -923. Fuck! How is this possible? How did his attack suddenly increase so much? The sudden surge in damage value made the knight player's face change wildly. This was already more than the 800 points of recovery of the advanced life recovery potion. Quick! Help me stop him. #C96 I have it. The damage value of nearly 1,000 points was slashed with a single blow, which not only frightened the knight player, but also stunned the others around him. No one expected that just a normal attack could cause such high damage. However, their reaction speed was not slow. Someone immediately rushed up to the left and right sides of the knight player and shouted loudly, "Quick you! Retreat first!" More than 900 points of life value were cut off with a single blow. Even if the effect of the advanced life recovery potion was still there, it could not withstand such damage. Hearing the voice in his ear, and seeing the players on the left and right sides quickly rushing up, the knight player did not hesitate and immediately took 2 steps back. Fuck! It's running so fast. At this time, Xiao Han could only curse angrily, but he could do nothing. After all, organized guild players are different from individual players. If they cannot kill instantly, they will be rescued by their companions. 1 minute later, when the status is fully restored, they can continue to come back to fight. Xiao Han was a little disappointed that he failed to kill the knight player, whose life value limit exceeded 3,000 points, but he could only focus on the Two players who just came up. One of them is a warrior and the other is a knight. Facing these two players, Xiao Han did not hesitate at all and slashed at the warrior player on the right. Minus 1046. More than 1,000 points of damage exploded, and the warrior player's health was instantly reduced by more than half. Xiao Han slashed again with a backhand. With a bang, the player with low health and low defense fell to the ground and died immediately. Quick! You also retreat. At this time, the knight player's exclamation came to his ears. But it was too late after all. The warrior player didn't even have time to react and was killed with two knives. At this time, Xiao Han also heard the system prompt sound. Ding, you killed Sure Who, which is self-defense. You get the black iron. Equipment dog skin wristband, triggering 100 times reward. You get the bronze equipment deer antler ring. Get the black iron equipment wolf skin. Hot. Killed another one and exploded his full body equipment. Xiao Han's eyes condensed and quickly found a suitable target. At this time, the warrior players around all retreated silently, and the one in the front immediately became a knight player. Seeing this, Xiao Han snorted and turned his eyes to the knight player on his right. His equipment looked better and he seemed to have 1 or 2 silver or higher equipment. Since they didn't give him a chance to kill the weak, he would start with the strongest. Having made a decision in his heart, he didn't hesitate at all and slashed at the target knight on the right. At the same time, more than 200 fireballs flew from the sky again, smashing down on his head. Minus 9, minus 183, minus 7, minus 859. Among the many red numbers floating out, a damage value of more than 800 points was particularly conspicuous. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han smiled. His guess was right. This knight player had better equipment and the defense attribute was at least 350 points, which was higher than the knight player who just escaped. And according to the blood volume he lost, his total health should be around 4,000. Hey, let me see how you die. With a cold light flashing in his eyes, Xiao
Han slashed again.
minus 1,712. With a bang, a huge critical damage floated out from the knight player's head. Xiao Han's eyes lit up and he swung his hand to chop it again. At this time, the knight player who was chopped by him suddenly changed his face and a bottle of advanced life recovery potion immediately appeared in his hand. But before he could pour the potion into his mouth, 3 damage values appeared at the same time. Minus 1,243, minus 500, minus 526. In the shocked eyes of the knight players, Xiao Han did not hear the system's prompt, and his expression was quite depressed. If the whole body equipment of this guy could be exploded just now, those silver equipment might be able to arouse the greed of the surrounding players. Just now, he did a lot of preparation to kill this guy. The cooling time of the 3 consecutive slashes has expired, and he endured it in vain just to kill this guy with 1 knife. But he didn't expect that it would be this result. Get ready, fire! At this time, a red fireball flew in the sky again. Xiao Han had no choice but to withstand such attacks and continue to slash the knight players around him. Every 10 seconds or so, he would use the same method to kill a knight with better equipment. After more than 2 minutes, after killing more than 10 players surrounding him, Xiao Han found that he could no longer kill anyone. These guys cooperated more and more tacitly. As long as they slashed twice, they would immediately retreat and would never fight. As the situation stabilized, he could even hear discussions from afar. Hey, Han Xiao was trapped. I can't believe it. If this goes on, no matter how strong he is, he will be worn out. Strange, why doesn't he use skills? Is he out of energy? Listening to the discussions not far away, Xiao Han was quite helpless. After using the 10 times, he had no energy. When he left the city, he never thought that he would explode a skill book in the wild, so he didn't buy energy potions. Now I am trapped here because of this small mistake. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, countless fireballs flew in the sky again. Fuck! How could there be so many? This time, the number of fireballs falling from the sky far exceeded 200, and it was possible that it would even exceed 300. Puff! 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 Amidst a series of sounds, Xiao Han quickly glanced at the attribute panel and found that his health value had decreased by more than 900 with just this one blow. Fuck! 300 damage per second. As long as the damage per second exceeded 270, it would be very dangerous for him because the 8,000 points of recovery of the advanced life recovery potion could not be recovered at all. Why don't you use your skills? If this goes on, I can't hold on. At this moment, Su Cheng's slightly weak voice came from behind. We have to break out as soon as possible. Otherwise we will all die here. Hearing the voice from behind, Xiao Han sighed and said depressedly, Hey, I want to use skills too. But the energy in my body is all used up. Even if I want to use it, I can't. Use it? Why didn't you say it earlier? Su Cheng's face was stunned, and he said with a smile, You don't have it, but I do. #C97 This is too generous. Looking at a group of high-level energy potions that suddenly appeared in front of him, Xiao Han was suddenly stunned for a moment, and then said, angrily, I'm such a fucking fool, but you are a mage. How can a mage go out without bringing energy potion with him? Reaching out to grab the potion handed over by Su Cheng, Xiao Han immediately threw it into the space ring without any hesitation, then took out a bottle and poured it into his mouth. The next second, a blue +50 floated on his head, which frightened all the half-health knight players around him. Quickly retreat, come forward with full health. But at this time, the speed at which they retreated could not compare with the speed at which Xiao Han swung his sword. With a bang, another half-blood knight was instantly killed, and equipment exploded all over the place. Call, call, call. At this time, hundreds of fireballs flew from the sky again. Xiao Han's face froze, but he could only bear such an attack. No, we can't go on like this. Seeing that his health had dropped by more than 900 points again, his eyes darkened completely. At the same time, he looked at the group of mages in the distance with murderous intent surging in his eyes. Humph! You all want equipment, right? Looking at the knights around him, Xiao Han snorted and said, No problem, then I'll do what you want. He held the raging wolf roar in one hand and put the wind-breaking knife into his backpack with the other hand. Anyway, the cooldown time of the 3 consecutive slashes had not yet expired, so he couldn't kill anyone with just ordinary attacks. Tansho took out a piece of silver equipment from his backpack, showed its attributes, and then laughed loudly. Did you see it? This is a piece of silver equipment. Does anyone want silver equipment worth 100,000 yuan? Looking at the silent individual players in the distance, Xiao Han threw it away without any hesitation. Then he took out a piece of bronze equipment and showed its attributes. The attributes of bronze equipment are indeed not as good as silver equipment, but this is a piece of equipment with special effects, and its value is even higher than that of silver equipment. But before anyone could see what the special effect was, the equipment was thrown out again. Then Xiao Han took out another piece of silver equipment from his backpack, also displayed its attributes, and roared, Did you see it? A special effect. Ring that adds 20% critical hit. This one alone is worth more than 300,000 yuan. What are you waiting for? Throwing the silver ring with special effects, Xiao Han laughed loudly and said, I have a lot of equipment in my backpack. Don't you want it? Then come and grab it. This scene fell in the eyes of the surrounding players, making them completely confused. Damn it! Are you just throwing away the special effects silver? Damn it, this is the 4th piece. It's also bronze equipment. It's worth at least several thousand. Let me go, the 5th and 6th pieces are all bronze or above equipment. Is
Han sier crazy.
During the discussion, all the players were stunned and didn't know what to do. For a moment, in just this moment, Han Xiao in the center of the crowd threw out more than 20 pieces of equipment, none of which was below bronze. What is even more jealous is that 7 or 8 pieces of silver equipment were also thrown away with a total value of up to 1 million. Holy shit! What the hell are you waiting for? Fight in with me. This is too luxurious. Equipment worth millions is just thrown away like this. Don't be so emotional. If you wait a little longer, you won't even be able to pick up a hair. As Xiao Han continued to throw the equipment out, the players who were still watching finally couldn't bear it anymore and took action one after another, rushing towards the landing point of the equipment. Get out of my way, don't block my way. Amidst the roars, each player rushed into the encirclement surrounding Xiao Han because of these equipment. In less than 10 seconds, this seemingly unbreakable encirclement was shattered into pieces. At this moment, Lai Yan, outside the crowd, shouted with an angry look on his face. What the hell, where's the mage? Stop being so dumbfounded. Use small fireballs to suppress those bastards. As they chanted, more than 200 mages immediately raised their magic wands, and orange-red fireballs instantly condensed and roared towards the crowd. Puff, puff, puff. As the fireball fell towards the crowd, an open space with a diameter of 3 to 4 meters was immediately cleared, and dozens of players were instantly killed. But after they were killed, equipment also exploded all over the ground, including bronze, black iron, and even a piece of silver. At this time, the players who saw the scene immediately changed their eyes and rushed towards the equipment on the ground with a cry of "OAO." At this time, Xiao Han threw out a piece of bronze equipment again and looked at the group of mages over there with cold eyes. With his deliberate guidance, the knight players who blocked him have been scattered. Humph! You have caused me such a big loss. You think I can let you go? Looking at the mage players who were still chanting spells 100 meters away, Xiao Han snorted, took out the wind-breaking knife, held it in his hand, and rushed over without any hesitation. Although he was carrying a person on his back, his speed was still not slow. Quick! Han Xiao is coming. Stop him quickly. At this time, some melee players wearing leather armor and armor heard the greetings and immediately rushed towards him. Because he had Su Chong on his back, he stood out in the crowd and was discovered before he even got close. The mage players who gathered together did not retreat, but split into 2 groups, one moving to the left and the other to the right. They were still chanting magic, trying to suppress the players who broke through the knight formation. Heh! You're really looking for death. Looking at the dozen melee players rushing over, Xiao Han made a 3-hit combo with one knife, killing one instantly. Then, he broke through the encirclement in a flash and rushed towards the group of mages without stopping. His agility was as high as 187 points, and there was also some bonus to speed, so he quickly approached the group of mages who were responsible for output. #C98 threat. The distance between the two sides soon became less than 10 meters, and the faces of nearly 100 mage players finally changed. They all understood that as long as they were hit by Han Zhao's attack, they would most likely be killed instantly. Even the knights with high HP and thick defense couldn't withstand such an attack, so how could they withstand it? Disperse! At this moment, a shout came from the crowd. Everyone, aim at the guy on Han Zhao's back and kill her for me. With the backbone, the slightly panicked mage players quickly divided into 4 groups. They ran and chanted spells. In less than a second, scorching fireballs appeared out of thin air. At this time, Xiao Han glanced at the sky. There was no fear on his face, but a sneer on his face. Just such a small fireball would only cause him 100 or 200 points of damage, so there was nothing to be afraid of. He stepped forward and blocked all the fireball attacks. Then, he turned his eyes to the figure in the purple robe, with a cold light in his eyes, and whispered in a low voice, "Hey, if you can command so many people, You must be at least a vice president. Until now, he still doesn't know which guild is intercepting him now. It is actually not difficult to know the answer. As long as you kill the purple robe player, you can know her name and then follow the clues to finally find out the guild behind them. Humph. I hope it's not the magic flame, otherwise you will be miserable. Muttering in his heart, Xiao Han no longer hesitated and ran straight towards the purple figure. Call, call, call. At this time, nearly 100 fireballs whizzed over and a series of red damage values appeared above his head. Facing such an attack, Xiao Han didn't care at all and was still running fast. Quick! Stop him! Seeing Han Xiao charging straight towards him, Ziyan hurriedly stepped back, and at the same time ordered the players around him to stop the rapidly approaching figure. Although there were more than a dozen knight players coming from a distance, it was obviously too late. Boss Ziyan, please retreat first. We will help you stop him. Brothers, rush with me. Haha. Isn't he the great demon king Han Xiao? I want to see how powerful he is. Amidst the noise, Xiao Han saw more than a dozen mage players rushing over, with a magic wand in hand. He was so tough that he couldn't express it in words. Heh! What's this? Beating me to death with a staff? With a sneer in his heart, Xiao Han looked at the rushing magicians with cold eyes, but the wind-breaking knife in his hand slashed them with his hand. Without any hesitation. -1,218. -132. The 3 consecutive slashes only cut off 2 sections, killing the mage in front of him in an instant. But even so, these dozen mages had no intention of retreating. Their eyes were very firm, and they seemed to be a little excited. You are so damn sick, and there are people who are rushing to die. Xiao Han frowned, ignored these guys, and used the wind-breaking knife in his hand to backhand another mage player. -1,050. The bloodthirsty state was triggered at the right time, and it lasted for 1 second again. At the same time, a series of system prompts came to my ears. Xiao Han knew what this meant, but he didn't care at all. What kind of good things can this player with only 1,000 health points have on him? He doesn't like equipment below bronze at all. If you want to kill, just kill the player wearing the purple robe. He just saw clearly that her fireball can cause nearly 200 points of damage to him. Excluding the additional damage of the small fireball, this means that her magic attack power is at least 400 points. If you want to attack more than 400 points, you must have at least 1 piece of gold equipment on your body, and it must be a weapon or ring. Of course, it may also be a bracelet or necklace. If he could explode this piece of equipment, he would be able to make up for all the losses he just threw out. -1,120. Once again, he killed a mage player with 1 blow. Suddenly, a gap appeared in the encirclement in front of him. Xiao Han immediately broke out without any hesitation. It doesn't matter whether these ordinary mages are killed or not. Their equipment is not very good, so even if they all explode, they won't feel too distressed. But the purple cannon player was different. If all her equipment were exposed, they would definitely feel distressed and want to vomit blood. The first time he rushed out of the encirclement, Xiao Han saw the figure of the purple cannon player because, like him, she was particularly conspicuous in the crowd. At this time, she did not approach the mage not far away, but made a circle and ran towards the approaching knight. Hey, she's smart, but it's too late. Compared to those mages, knights can indeed bring her a higher sense of security, but the distance between them is a bit far. If you want to join them, you have to ask him if he agrees. Staring at the fast-running figure, Xiao Han suddenly understood why the dozen or so mage players just died so generously. Although I haven't seen her face clearly yet, her figure is really attractive. Especially when running fast, the purple robe has a big slit on the buttocks, and the white thighs can be clearly seen. Not only thin but also long, it belongs to the Leg 1 Yen series. At the same time, because of the fast running, the regular waves made people feel dizzy. With such a touching beauty, it's no wonder that the animals desperately wanted to buy time for her to escape. But unfortunately, the dozen or so mages only bought him less than 5 seconds, which was not enough for her to join the knights. While running, Xiao Han quickly caught up with the female player in the purple robe and also saw her face clearly. This is another woman of the trouble level, with fair and delicate skin, bright eyes and small and delicate features. Xiao Han also felt amazed by this, but he didn't care about it at this time, and raised his hand to chop it. Looking at the oncoming attack, the purple cannon mage didn't have a trace of panic on his face and said in a deep voice, "Think it through if you chop it. Down with this knife. We will never stop until we die. #C99 World Bounty." Heh! A fight to the death. Xiao Han sneered, and said in a low voice, "You already want my life, and you still threaten me with this kind of nonsense. Are you kidding me with what you are doing now? Fuck, did you go out without your brain, or is your brain directly growing on your chest?" Ignoring this threat, Xiao Han's face was full of sarcasm, and he grabbed the broken wind blade with his right hand and chopped it down without hesitation. -1175. -500. -455. 3 consecutive damages burst out, and the system prompt sounded again in his ears. "Ding, you killed Ziyan, which is legitimate defense, and you get 215 copper coins, silver equipment, silver wolf wrist guard, trigger a 100-fold reward, and get gold equipment, black stone staff." The moment he heard the prompt, Xiao Han had already seen the black staff on the ground, as well as several other silver equipment. At this time, he had the urge to howl to the sky. The value of a piece of gold equipment is definitely higher than the silver equipment he just threw away, not to mention that there are several silver equipments that exploded at the same time. This cut is definitely a big profit. Reaching out to pick up all the equipment on the ground, Xiao Han recalled the system prompt just now. The purple robe mage he killed was called Ziyan, and he had killed a knight with good equipment before who seemed to be called Shui Yan. Could it be that these guys are really players of the Magic Flame Guild? With this guess in mind, Xiao Han looked at the dozen knight players dozens of meters away, and a sneer appeared in his eyes. If they are really from the Magic Flame Guild, this matter must be related to Xing Kai, so next he will take revenge. At the same time, on the resurrection altar of Stormwind City. Look, look! Another player's phantom has appeared. Look at the long legs. Seems to be a woman. I'm so lucky this time, but I don't know what she looks like. Damn, the great demon King Han Shao is really a good man. This is too big. Must be D. I can see that you are inexperienced. This is not D. It should be at least E. I can't stand looking at this figure. Amidst the discussions, Ziyan walked down from the altar in revealing clothes. Perfect World treats all players equally. After the male player's equipment is exposed, they will only be left with a pair of large shorts. Although female players are better, they are not much better. In addition to the large shorts, there is also a tight tube top. If it is a female player below C, it is better. It is almost impossible to see anything, but if it is above C, the visual impact is completely different. At this time, a group of players who were watching the excitement were all like animals, staring at the attractive scenery. But in less than 30 seconds, as this figure joined the players who died before, a white dress quickly appeared on her body, covering her perfect figure. Where are your equipment? Did they all explode? In the crowd, Shui Yan looked at Ziyan in disbelief and asked with a twitching face, "Where is the Blackstone staff? Did the Blackstone staff explode too? Don't talk nonsense. Send a message to the boss quickly and ask him to get the equipment back for me." Xiao Han didn't know what happened in Stormwind City. After picking up all the equipment, he looked up at the players fighting in the melee, feeling very proud. If he hadn't thrown away 20 or 30 pieces of equipment just now, it would not have been so easy to break out. Now, he got a piece of gold equipment and it was a magic staff with the most tech. If it had special effects, its value would be at least nearly 1 million. Add a few silver equipment, not only did he not lose anything this time, he might even have made a small profit. Suppressing the little pride in his heart, Xiao Han observed the surroundings. At this time, although many players still had their eyes on him, no one stopped him. "Hey! Don't be too greedy. Let's go back quickly." Muttering to himself, Xiao Han put the broken wind blade into his backpack, held Su Cheng with one hand, and ran quickly towards Stormwind City. As long as he returned to Stormwind City, the task of escorting Su Cheng this time would be completed. More importantly, after completing the task of killing the demonized corpse leader, he could get 7,000 merit points. At the same time, he killed more than 300 demonized zombies, which was considered to have completed the task of exterminating demonized zombies 3 times, and he could also get 6,000 merit points. With these merit points, he could exchange for heavy attacks and blocks in the Warrior Temple. Although these are all elementary skills, with the talent of 100 times reward, he can easily upgrade them to the full level. With 2 attack skills, even players like Shuiyan with more than 4,000 health points can be killed with 2 knives. Thinking of this, Xiao Han was a little excited. If it was Mo Yen who attacked him this time, he wouldn't mind playing with them for the next few days. Ding, World Bounty. Kill Han Xiao once and you can get 10,000 gold coins, issued by Ziyan. At this moment, the world announcement came to his ears, and Xiao Han was stunned. He didn't expect Ziyan's so-called fight to the death would be like this. Issuing a world bounty, not counting the bounty, will cost 1,000 gold coins. In order to kill him once, the woman actually spent 1.1 million, which made him want to commit suicide. Ding, World Bounty. Kill Han Xiao once, you can get 10,000 gold coins, issued by Ziyan. Ding, World Bounty. Kill Han Xiao once, you can get 10,000 gold coins, issued by Ziyan. The world bounty was repeated 3 times in a row, and Xiao Han suddenly found that the undead cemetery, which was unusually noisy just now, suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes looked in his direction, and there was a wolf-like light in their eyes. #C100 Su Cheng shows off his power. Seeing the greed in everyone's eyes, Xiao Han's heart trembled, and he hurriedly ran towards Stormwind City. There were only more than 200 mages who had just attacked him. If all the mages nearby threw small fireballs at him, even with 14,540 health points, he would not be able to withstand it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just thinking about this, countless fireballs suddenly flew in the sky. These fireballs were very messy and flew from all directions, but they all had only one target. Stop him. Don't let him go back. There were roars in the crowd, and then many knights and warriors ran quickly. Ding, ding, ding. At the same time, countless arrows flew in from the sky. Although they failed to break his defense, Xiao Han found that he could not move. He quickly took a look at the system prompt and found that he was petrified, and special effects such as deceleration, sluggishness, and stiffness also appeared on him. With so many special effects, are archers so scary? At this time, Xiao Han suddenly had a bad premonition. Although his agility was as high as 187 points, it was definitely far inferior to most archers. If he continued like this, he would definitely be caught up by the knight players behind him. If he was trapped in the encirclement again, there would be no way to get out. In the same way, at this time all the mages were attacking him and he couldn't bear such damage. How could this happen? Is that woman Ziyan crazy? He complained in his heart. Because of the petrification, he could only bear the attack of the fireball and couldn't even dodge. Ha! 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 The fireballs in the sky kept flying. They had no command and they would not choose to concentrate their fire. As long as the cooling time was up, they would immediately release their skills. Han Xiao, I can't bear it anymore. The voice in his ear startled Xiao Han, and he quickly looked back only to see that on Su Cheng's head, a piece of red damage value kept popping up. None of these damage values were less than 100 points, and there were even many with more than 200 or 300 points. Even if his total health value was as high as 250,000, he couldn't withstand such damage. This damage per second, even if it was not 10,000, was at least 5,000 or 6,000. What should I do? The petrification effect was lifted. Xiao Han frowned and quickly ran towards Stormwind City, but then his footsteps paused, and his speed immediately dropped by about 30%. Hey, you want to run? I wonder where you can run to? At this time, a 1.8-meter tall burly man appeared in front of him, holding a silver-white giant axe and slashing fiercely, looking for death. Faced with such an obstruction, Xiao Han did not hesitate at all and slashed directly, making his health value instantly reduce by more than 700 points. And then he made a 3-hit combo. The burly man didn't even have time to react, and was killed instantly. But even so, it didn't scare those crazy players. They all ran over here, and the 1 million bounty almost made all the players lose their minds. There is an antidote on the ground. Hurry up, pick it up and give it to me. At this moment, Su Cheng's excited voice came to his ears. Xiao Han paused and immediately looked at the place where the burly man died. When he killed him just now, he did hear a series of system prompts, but he didn't care. But now, the bottle of green potion on the ground is particularly conspicuous, although it is only a primary antidote. Knowing that Su Cheng was poisoned by corpses and was extremely eager for this kind of potion, Xiao Han did not hesitate at all, ignored the equipment on the ground, reached out to pick up the antidote and raised his hand to Su Cheng. Gudong! Listening to the swallowing sound coming from his ears, Xiao Han looked at the casual players around him and asked in a deep voice, "Is one bottle enough? If not, I will go and grab some back." Many of the casual players here were leveling here at the beginning, and they all carry some antidote potions more or less. "No, I'll take it myself." The grayish-white color on Su Cheng's face faded a little. Anger surged in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "I will make these robbers pay with their lives." Fireballs and arrows were constantly shooting at them, and the blood bars above their heads kept decreasing. Su Cheng slowly raised his right hand, and the blue staff was erected high, and at the same time, the chanting sounded in his ears. "Oh my God! She can release magic!" At this moment, Xiao Han's eyes were full of excitement. He had seen Su Cheng's attributes. This was an intermediate mage with 9 skills. Even the ice cone spell that consumed the least energy had nearly 5,000 points of damage per cone. As long as these players around were hit, they would be killed instantly. Hee. This is fun to watch. Listening to the chanting in his ears, Xiao Han showed a gloating look on his face. The 45-level intermediate mage took action, and he was really looking forward to what kind of damage he would cause to these players who were still below level 15. Ice roar. A roar sounded, and suddenly 40 or 50 crystal ice cones appeared in the sky in front of him. The temperature seemed to drop slightly at this moment. As soon as these ice cones appeared, they quickly spun and flew towards the players who were approaching quickly. Minus 2,260. Minus 3,850. Minus 3,780. The damage values continued to appear, and any player who was scratched by the ice cone was instantly killed. The 5-meter diameter ice roar directly cleared a 5-meter wide passage. This passage was full of equipment, potions, copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. At this moment, all the players were stunned. They stared blankly at the two figures not far ahead, and at the same time heard a faint chanting sound. Again.